This guy is the #1 player on the server. In the game, he's a hero praised by all, with absolute power, endless wealth, and no shortage of beautiful women. But in the real world, it's the complete opposite. He looks pathetic, buried under a 1 billion debt he took out just to buy his VR gear, and his job writing game guides pays next to nothing. But people should know, he wasn't always a nobody. With an IQ of 200, he once stood at the pinnacle of glory. Talk about falling from grace. Addiction is a killer. Today, he continues his path as a hero. But the moment he logs in, some little girl appears, claiming to be the game's administrator. Her name is Aquila. He thinks she's just messing with him, but with a single snap of her fingers, every single player in the game freezes solid. Seeing this, John gets a little nervous. Could she actually be telling the truth? She explains a new event, celebrating the game's 7th anniversary. An open world has begun, and if he's the first to clear it with a new character, he might find the game's true ending. He's fuming he hasn't even beaten the game with his main, but when he hears the prize is 25 billion, his eyes light up. Aquila then directly deposits 30 million into his account, making John scream with pure joy. He hadn't even realized he was the server's top spender, having dropped over 500 million. John accepts the quest. Instantly, she sprouts massive wings, her power tearing a hole in space-time. In a flash, they appear on another planet, a wooden door standing before them. Aquila points and says, "That is the door to the new world." Without a second's hesitation, he walks towards it, calling back, "Don't you forget about the prize money. This time, it's all mine." But just as he steps through, she casually mentions that if he dies in the game, he'll die in the real world too. Damn it. He got played. What follows is his blood-curdling scream. John lands with a thud in the beginner's forest. He stumbles to his feet. What is this feeling of pain? Was that girl telling the truth? This is infuriating. "Aquila, you just wait," he screams in a rage. Just then, a system notification pops up. The ancient savior of humanity has started the game. After suddenly being dropped into this forest, John has to find his way on foot. After half a day, his entire body is trembling, and he needs a stick just to stay upright. His face is gaunt and pale. He's so thirsty. He trembles with anger, gritting his teeth and muttering, "Aquila, that damn witch. I will never forgive her." Status window. Looking at his own stats, the hatred in his heart grows even stronger. Of course, she'd give him this absolute garbage character. His max health is only 20, not to mention he only has 3 mana. His eyes are bloodshot and wild. I've only been walking for half a day and I'm already dehydrated. How am I supposed to get a happy ending with this character? Suddenly, he hears the sound of water in the distance. John's senses immediately kick in. He whips his head around, having realized something. That's right. A moment later, he finds a stream with crystal clear water. He starts crying with joy, exclaiming to himself, "Good thing I read that survival book by Bear Grylls. To hell with Aquila. But thank God this game is realistic." He immediately bows his head and starts gulping down water. Suddenly, another sound echoes nearby. The silhouette of a young woman appears. John heard the noise. He looks up to see what's ahead. A young woman wrapped only in a towel is standing right in his line of sight. John's jaw drops. The woman's figure is absolutely stunning, her beauty laid bare right before his eyes. Gazing at the breathtaking scene, a nosebleed starts without him even noticing, and the water in his mouth pours out like a waterfall. The system immediately sends a notification. "You are excited. You have lost blood." In his head, John wonders, "Oh my God, who is that?" The young woman seems completely oblivious, calmly washing herself. John's eyes practically sparkle. He's so captivated he's not paying attention to anything else. The next second, a system window appears. "Please pay to unlock the DLC." Seeing this, John flips out, screaming, "What? You're making a paying VIP member pay for DLC? I thought this was the full version." Just then, a group of 4 witches closes in behind him. One of them speaks up, "Hey kid, you have to pay if you want to see what happens next." Seeing them, John doesn't think twice and immediately asks, "How much?" A moment later, his hands are tied tightly, and he's thrown to the ground. John is in so much pain he wants to cry. He grits his teeth, staring straight ahead. The woman from the stream turns out to be a witch, and she's part of a group with the other 4. A scornful voice rings out, "Oh, shut up, you pervy little brat." The system conveniently warns John, "You are losing blood." The witch leans in close, sticking out her tongue to mock him. "If you behave, I might even leave your pants on." With that, she stands up straight, turns around, and laughs smugly. But he wasn't the only one captured. There's another man here too. The man asks with concern, "Are you okay?" But John ignores him, biting his lip and asking the witches, "At least tell me how much it costs." Hearing this, the other man asks doubtfully, "What do you mean?" John forces a smile and replies, "It's nothing." The man looks at him and introduces himself. "I see. My name is Ruth. I'm a monster hunter." John politely introduces himself back. "I am Valor Stet Valoro. How did you end up here?" Ruth recalls what just happened and explains, "Just bad luck. I was chasing my prey and wandered too close to the witch's forest." Hearing his story, John thinks to himself, "Sounds like really bad luck." Then, Ruth asks John, "So how did you get here?" He answers vaguely, a bit embarrassed, "Something similar to your story." While thinking, "I just got dropped here. I had no choice." Ruth sighs helplessly after hearing his answer, "I don't know what you've been through, but that sounds pretty bad. You still look so young." Just then, John spots a sharp object nearby that could cut the ropes. He smirks and replies, "Ah, it's fine." He looks over at the group of witches and continues confidently, "This kind of situation is my specialty." Hearing this, Ruth seems completely shocked, whispering, "You have a way out?" John doesn't answer, but in his mind, he's absolutely certain. Of course he does. His eyes are glued to the witches, because he's the one who wrote the guide on how to defeat them. John remembers how he frantically ground out game guides for the company. "It took me 3 whole days to finish writing that." The 5 witches of Havel, they're called that because they appear in the Havel forest. Their names are Gunda, Kandura, Andafugan, and finally, Hijuju. Although they're the first mandatory boss players have to overcome, thousands have died fighting them, so they're famous for that reason. A cunning, calculating smile suddenly appears on John's face. But if you look closely, they don't actually work together at all. Seeing him lick his lips like a hungry wolf, Ruth starts to look a little scared. Without missing a beat, John pipes up, a smirk on his face. "Thinking about it now. Lady Fugan, you're still alive?" Fugan whips her head around, her face a mask of pure shock. And boom, a system notification pops up. "You have provoked Fugan." John just laughs, loving the chaos. "But I definitely remember Heiju saying she was going to kill you. I told you to shut up." Fugan's expression darkens instantly. "Wait." She grits her teeth, furious. "Who is killing whom?" The system dings again. Provocation successful. Fugan's new status. Target. Heiju. John immediately pours more gasoline on the fire. "Oh, I'm sure. She said she'd kill you and take all your money." From the back, Lud quietly asks, "Is he being serious?" Fugan's rage finally explodes. "Is that true?" But Heiju just calmly looks at her. "Are you really going to believe him?" John's face is tense, watching everything play out. That's not all. Heiju holds out a hand, her eyes flashing with greed. "It's not like you use all that money anyway, so why not give some to me?" Another system message appears. "You have successfully provoked Heiju." Her new status reads, "Coveting Fugan's wealth." Reading that, John thinks to himself, "Perfect." At the same time, Anda claps happily. "Oh, so that's why Heiju was making acid bombs." Her status updates, oblivious to the current mood. Gunda, however, is only thinking about food. "Yeah, whatever. Is lunch ready yet?" Her status, extremely gluttonous. Kandura then excitedly shouts, "What's going on? Is there a fight?" "I want to fight too." Her status reads, "Loves to battle." Just like that, John has thrown the entire Havel witch coven into absolute chaos. They're all shouting over each other, a total mess. "So that's why you've been acting so smug." "Let go of my hair." "You crazy witch, you're always smug." "Fight! Fight!" A new alert flashes from the system. You have successfully provoked the 5 witches of Havel. Watching the infighting unfold, John grins, absolutely delighted. Yes, everything is going according to plan. People might think they have incredible teamwork, but the truth is, this coven has 0 coordination whatsoever. They just fight without thinking. That individual strength is how they've killed thousands, which makes turning them against each other laughably easy. Seizing the opportunity, John turns to Reese. "Reese, this is our chance to escape." The man looks at him, impressed. "You're really something else, aren't you?" John quickly unties them both, but he doesn't leave just yet. Instead, he grabs the edge of the large rug all the witches are standing on. A furious look crosses his face. He'd clearly planned this from the start. With one massive pull, he yanks the rug, sending all 5 witches flying into a giant, bubbling cauldron where they begin to scream. With his revenge complete, John just points and laughs. "The exit is that way, Reese." Reese gives him a wary look. "All right then." John immediately makes a break for it as new notifications pop up. Anda takes 100 damage. Heiju takes 100 damage. In his head, John scoffs at the Havel witches. "Stupid fools. They may be dumb, but they sure give out a lot of experience points. Suddenly, a snake lunges towards him. It wraps tightly around John's leg, stopping his escape. The display flashes a warning. Fugen's snake has ensnared you. Movement is restricted. Even while struggling in the cauldron, Fugen is determined to drag him down with her. You cunning brat. I'm not dying alone. The snake, under Fugen's command, begins to attack John. The system senses the danger and starts sending out constant warnings. John's on the ground, wrestling with the snake and screaming, "Damn it, let go of me, get off." He grits his teeth, cursing internally. Crap, I forgot this character of mine is pathetically weak. In the absolute nick of time, Reese turns back to save John. "Let me help." He draws his sword and with a single, powerful swing, he lops the head clean off Fugen's snake. With the danger handled, he turns to John with a concerned voice. "Are you all right?" John is still a little shaken, but he answers strongly, "I'm fine. Thank you." After regaining his composure, he asks, "Reese, can I borrow your bow for a second?" Hearing that, Reese seems pretty surprised. "You know how to use a bow?" John doesn't answer, but the man hands it over. The moment he receives it, the system immediately updates with its information. Reese's bow. Attack. 15. Range. 30. John draws the bow, aiming it right at the witches, his voice ice cold. Just a bit. But he doesn't shoot them, he aims at a large jar on the shelf directly above them. The jar shatters instantly, and all the witches look up in shock. Heiju is the first to realize the problem, and she starts to tremble. "Wait, this is bad." Fugen, not understanding, immediately starts screaming questions. "What? What the hell is that?" Heiju shrieks in terror. "It's an acid bomb." Fugen finally gets it and screams in a panic. "A what?" Acid pours from the shattered jar as the witches tremble in fear. The liquid is about to make contact with something below. A second later, a huge explosion erupts, sending flames shooting high into the air. The witch's house is now nothing but a smoldering ruin. A single piece of debris falls and hits John on the head. The system dings. "You were hit by shrapnel. You lose 1 health point." Standing beside him, Reese worries out loud. "Did we get them?" John, a new lump on his head, glares and yells, "Don't say things like that." The moment he finishes speaking, a flood of notifications appears on screen. Achievement unlocked. Witches are nothing. You have defeated Heiju, a witch of Havel Forest. You have defeated Fugen, a witch of Havel Forest. You have defeated Kandura, a witch of Havel Forest. And you have defeated Andita, a witch of Havel Forest. You have defeated Guna, a witch of Havel Forest. You receive a total of 323,760 experience points. You receive 5,000 achievement points. After reading it all, John yells, "We got them!" Reese lets out an "Oh, that's good." But looking at the numbers on the screen, John can't hide his absolute delight. This is awesome. Getting a haul like this at a low level is insane luck. Now all he needs is that one item. At that moment, Reese speaks up, ready to show his gratitude. "I thought I was a goner back there. You saved me." He then pulls out something that immediately grabs John's attention, even though it doesn't look like much. Reese smiles as he holds out a small pouch. "Please, accept this as a token of my thanks, will you?" Almost instantly, the system announces, "You have received a red dragon fruit." John's eyes light up like stars. This is totally unexpected. "Are you really giving this to me? I don't remember this happening in my last playthrough." Reese chuckles and explains, "They looked valuable, so I took them from the witch's place." The words are barely out of his mouth before John snatches the pouch from his hand. "Thanks a lot." Without hesitating, he dumps the entire pouch into his mouth. The sudden move leaves Reese speechless. Instantly, John's muscle strength stat begins to rise. He was now Dragonbone, a being of immense power, and he greedily devoured the last of the red dragon fruits. His stats absolutely skyrocketed. Strength up by 100, agility by 120, and stamina by a massive 150. A normal player couldn't even dream of numbers like these. This was just pure, insane luck. Voot watched all this with a faint, intrigued smile. He then held out a hand, offering a simple question: was he interested in hunting some real monsters? Ju, however, just gave him a cold look, his mouth still full. He then swallowed with one loud gulp, leaving the old man completely and utterly speechless. After finishing his meal, Ju waved him off. "Sorry, but I have things to do," Voot mused, such a busy young man, but then a thought struck him. Wait a minute, this was an opportunity. He quickly pieced it together. "I don't have a class," he said out loud, "so this massive amount of experience points has absolutely nowhere to go. It'll all just disappear in a month anyway." As this was happening, Voot had already turned to leave. "Well, I'm off." But Ju suddenly held up 3 fingers. 3 months. His tone was dripping with confidence as he made his declaration. Is 3 months enough? That sheer arrogance made Voot just smirk back at him. You don't mean 3 years? And with that, the two of them headed deep into the forest, where the dense green canopy completely swallowed the path forward. Once he found a suitable spot, Voot leaned casually against a tree. All right, first test. Go hide anywhere you want. I'll give you 30 minutes before I come find you. The request caught Ju off guard. A monster tracking skill from the hunter's tree, huh? He was sharp. And so, while Voot waited by the waterfall, Ju vanished into the woods to hide. He'd explored this jungle countless times before, his arm even twitching in excitement. Truth is, he could navigate this entire forest with his eyes closed. That was all the signal he needed. Ju took off like a bullet, remembering every single branch. He vaulted over roots and weaved through the dense foliage that would disorient anyone else. Poisonous spores from deadly mushrooms filled the air. His memory flashed with past dangers, ferocious beasts even more lethal than the witches he'd fought before. Ju pressed on, swinging from vines with practiced ease. The entire route was practically carved into his brain. Plus, thanks to the dragon fruit, his stamina was nearly maxed out. He smirked to himself there was no way the old man would find him this easily. But a moment later, that smirk froze solid. Huh? Voot's terrifying face popped up right behind him with a boo, leaving Ju completely baffled. Wait, what? The old man then started his evaluation. 50 points. Try harder. But, for your passion and effort, I'll add 10 bonus points. Still reeling, Ju blurted out the question, how in the world did you find me? That reaction only delighted Voot even more. Look at that curious face. He then rubbed his chin, chuckling to himself. It's been a long time since I've had a student this interesting, and with that little introduction over, Voot led him deeper into the woods. All right, let's get serious. At that moment, the system itself chimed in with an official seal of approval. The system window popped up. You have completed the Hunter's Initiation quest. A new one immediately followed, the Hunter's Challenge. Then, a flood of achievements appeared one after another. He had officially received the Monster Hunter class. He'd also learned herbalism, intermediate swordsmanship, survival skills, and even how to handle a musket. Ju watched the notifications roll in with a satisfied smile. But slowly, that smile twisted, becoming far more distorted and cunning, and so the training began in the desolate forest. Before they knew it, 3 months had flown by, leaving Voot in a state of absolute shock. You've learned all of that already? Ju simply pointed towards the mountains with a challenging look. Don't believe me? Fine. This time, you hide, master. Agreeing to the challenge, Voot quickly stood up. I've always admired your spirit, kid. All right then, I'll hide. Before he left, Voot leaned in with a whisper. But if you can't find me within an hour, you're cooking dinner tonight. Ju didn't hesitate. Of course, master. As Voot vanished, a confident smirk appeared on Ju's face. Meanwhile, Voot was clinging to a high cliff, thinking how lucky he was to find such a great disciple. His grip on the rock tightened. Maybe he should lower the difficulty just a little bit for the kid? Voot was confident that hiding on this cliff edge would keep him safe for at least an hour. But the moment that thought crossed his mind, a hand clamped down hard on his ankle. Absolutely stunned, Voot could only look back and stammer, Huh? Below him, Ju was hanging upside down with a demonic grin. Boo. Voot was floored. What? The next attempt ended just as fast. Found you. Voot could only think to himself, it's only been 3 months. He tried again and again, but Ju found him every single time, scaring him half to death. Voot's mind was reeling. The kid had already mastered everything. The longer this chase went on, the more it felt like Ju was simply toying with him. Found you again. Voot, meanwhile, was in a full-blown panic. It took him 5 years to learn all this stuff. The game continued until Voot hid inside a dark cave. He trembled, whispering to himself, There's no way he can find me in here, right? Probably not. Behind him, a giant creature was sound asleep. This was a hellhound's lair. But that fragile hope was completely shattered the moment Ju's voice cut right through the darkness. Appearing out of thin air, Ju began his lecture. Tip number 1, from the Guardian. Not even an earthquake can wake a sleeping hellhound. After schooling his master, he asked smugly, So, did I pass? All he got in response was Voot's stiff, sweaty, and completely stunned face. Once they were back outside, the praise finally began to pour out. That was incredible. You mastered all those skills in just 3 months. Ju humbly replied. It's all thanks to your guidance. No, his master insisted. That was all your talent. In reality, Ju had just used his skill points, but he kept up the act. Master, it was all thanks to you. Hearing this, Voot burst out laughing. Is that so? Meanwhile, Ju was thinking to himself, I just dumped all that massive EXP from the witch hunt into my skills. Still, Voot was completely amazed. You're a real natural. You even remember the monster ecology tips I taught you. Wait, did I actually teach you about hellhounds? To that question, Ju just gave a polite smile. Why? Because he was the one who actually wrote the book on monster ecology. Voot finally admitted, embarrassed, I've never met anyone like you. You're definitely someone who's going to make a name for himself. A moment later, his curiosity took over. So what are you going to do now? Is it that mission you mentioned before? Ju's answer was blunt and immediate. First, I'm going to make money. Everything has to start with money. That simple goal seemed to intrigue Voot even more. Funny you should ask. I've got a good friend who's a mercenary. How about it? Ever considered the job? The offer made Ju pause and think. Huh, now that was an interesting idea. He realized being a mercenary was the best way to make money at the start. Ju grew excited just thinking about it. It was flexible and totally free, and if he was lucky, he might even get to meet the guardians of this game. With that, Ju enthusiastically agreed to become a mercenary, and Rut quickly accepted. Rut then held out a shiny object. In that case, take this. It's my old mercenary badge. With this, my friend will recognize you immediately. Rut then offered a few parting words. Good luck out there. Ju gave a determined reply. Yes, Master Rut. And with that, the two went their separate ways. Perfect. He had defeated the witch and gotten the glass an absolutely fantastic start. Ju looked at the badge, thinking, at this rate, even a happy ending isn't far off. You don't want to see the ending? Elsewhere, the mysterious Aquila held a block of wood. Maybe it does exist. A clue leading to the true ending. Back with Ju, he was ready to press the logout button. Right. You never know when you're going to die, that's the beauty of a death game. Ju told himself he had to channel this tension into something productive. For extra motivation, he even slapped himself hard across the face before taking his first confident steps. Just wait for me, Aquila. I swear I'll reach the true ending. At that moment, a system notification popped up. You have completed a hidden quest, the Hunter's Challenge. A new mission was updated. Join the Mercenary Guild. The scene then cuts back to Aquila, who was laughing uncontrollably. She laughed so hard she had to wipe tears from her face. That whole scene was priceless. He actually tricked those witches. Good thing I decided to keep an eye on him, Aquila said. Suddenly, a pair of slender legs landed behind her, surrounded by a noble aura. A slow voice spoke up from behind her. So that's him, is it? Definitely not an ordinary person. Realizing who had arrived, Aquila playfully teased her. What's this? You like him? The beautiful face of Van Fuga appeared just behind her. Van Fuga gently brushed their hair aside and replied, Aquila, I am a god. How could I possibly look at a human I'm meant to protect in that way? Hearing that, Aquila just giggled. Why not? He's cute. But her playful jab was met with an intensely serious glare from Van Fuga. Aquila just smiled, telling them they were always too serious and used to be more fun. Ignoring the comment, Van Fuga placed a hand on the chair and changed the subject. That was a long time ago. So, did you actually pay off his debt? Aquila shot back a quick reply. That was taken care of ages ago. Van Fuga looked over, questioning her. So he's still working to pay off a debt that he doesn't even know has been paid? Aquila just laughed nonchalantly. That's right. The admission left Van Fuga stunned. You're cruel. Despite the comment, Aquila kept watching the screen, fascinated. Why not? It's fun. Just look at him. On the monitor, Ju was talking peacefully with Rut, so full of life. Van Fuga slowly nodded. You're terrible. A cheerful voice immediately chirped back. Thank you. Then Van Fuga brought up another topic. So, Aquila, is he part of your grand plan? Van Fuga's voice was laced with suspicion this time. Or is he just another one of your playthings? In response, Aquila simply crossed her legs and thought for a moment. But it didn't take long for her to find an answer. Let's call him a promising talent. As she finished speaking, her eyes glowed pink with sheer excitement. At the same time, Ju was already on his way to the next location. The observation continued. After his long and difficult journey, Ju finally collapsed from complete exhaustion. My legs are killing me, he groaned. A system notification confirmed it. You are in a state of exhaustion. Frustrated, he muttered to himself. This damn forest is absolutely brutal. Still, Ju forced himself back to his feet. Only this body could have gotten out in half a day. Time to keep going. And that's when he saw it. A massive city. The Mercenary Guild was right there, just within his reach. Ju quickly entered the city and ducked into a tavern, a small bell chiming at his arrival. As he walked in, A smiling woman named Suzanne stepped forward. "Frank's Pub, the best in town. Welcome to Frank's Pub," she said. "What can I get for you?" The system updated instantly. "You have entered Frank's Pub." Jew, for his part, was completely flustered by her beauty. "Actually, I'm looking for someone." Hearing this, she replied with a cheerful smile. "I see. First, let me show you to a seat." As she let him in, Jew took in the atmosphere. Just as he'd hoped, a tavern was the best place to gather information. Good drinks, happy people, and the amazing smell of food. If any place has intel on mercenaries, he thought, it's gotta be here. Jew's eyes scanned the young men in the crowd. People tend to talk more when they're excited. As he mulled it over, his face started to blush on top of everything. The waitresses were so cute. Feeling confident, Jew casually asked her, "By the way, do you happen to know anyone named Rebs?" The second he said the name, the entire tavern fell silent. The waitress beside him trembled with fear. "Sir, that name is forbidden in here." Hearing that, Jew was even more surprised. "Huh? Why?" Suzanne's terrified expression was all the answer he needed. He's dangerous," she stammered. "My boyfriend got involved with him once." Her next halting words horrified him even more, and he came back looking like a mummy. Suzanne added that others there had also suffered because of him. Just then, a system notification appeared. Tavern morale has decreased. Meanwhile, the young men in the bar began to whisper nervously. "Heard you managed to catch another rat? That's impressive." "I barely managed to kill a single slime," another whispered back. "A rat is still way too strong." Seeing this, Jew panicked. "Rut, what kind of monster did you send me to?" Before he could process any of it, the waitress was shoving him out. "Sir, run, he's coming." The sudden urgency left Jew completely bewildered. "Huh? What's going on?" Suddenly, Jew's face slammed right into someone's rock-solid chest. He groaned in pain, clutching his head. "Who was that?" A deep voice growled back. "Me." He looked up into the severe and terrifying face of a man staring down at him. "The name's Rebs Chat." Then, in a flash, the man's gaze locked onto the badge at Jew's hip. "Huh?" Rebs casually snatched it. "What's this? Isn't this Rut's old mercenary badge? So you must be the guy Rut sent." Jew was completely stunned. When did he even get here? Rebs, however, just burst into a hearty laugh. "This is perfect. I was just looking for a new partner, a companion, I mean." By now, Jew was absolutely terrified. What did he just say? Companion sounds all kinds of wrong. "Rot, you bastard." But in stark contrast, the man just flashed a wicked grin. He was only kidding. Right then, Jew made a mental note. "A promise. Next time we meet, you're dead." With that, the two of them moved the meeting outside. And just like that, he became a comrade. Well, more like an unwilling partner, dragged into the war between the Elector and the Pisamu faction. Rebs nodded, completely satisfied with this. "Exactly. You catch on quick. A sharp mind indeed." Then the man let out a huge laugh, making Jew suspicious. This whole thing felt like he was being forcibly conscripted, but he had to admit it was also an amazing opportunity. But his mind was carefully calculating. The Elector was one of this game's guardians, a major power in the Panju region. Jew stroked his chin and smiled to himself. Through him, he could find clues about the other guardians. Suddenly, a loud horn blast echoed right next to them. Rebs immediately threw an arm around his shoulder. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." That sudden action, however, accidentally triggered the system. "You have been ambushed, HP reduced by 30. Right after, a heavily armed troop of soldiers marched down the road. It was the Elector's personal escort. Rebs just stared at the sight, full of himself. "Man, look at me. I'd fit right in with that group." Beside him, Jew was impressed. "This situation is a little different than I imagined." He remembered being on the opposing side before, and then he quickly spotted Philip. "Is that the Elector in the distance? He definitely gives off major villain vibes." The system chimed in at the same time, announcing he'd just seen the Elector, a guardian. But it didn't stop there. Jew's expression shifted even more dramatically. The clearer his view became, the more his jaw dropped. He couldn't believe she was here. Jew's eyes were now locked on a figure with long, flowing hair. Her hands gripped the reins tightly, a sword gleaming brightly at her hip. Just from that appearance, he recognized her instantly. "Van Purgis is here too?" Just then, Philip slowly glanced over at her, then asked in a low voice, "Is something wrong?" Van Purgis, on the other hand, looked a little surprised. She seemed hesitant, but quickly denied it and lowered her gaze. "It's nothing, my lord." And with that, the procession moved further away from Jew. "The battle awaits," Philip's voice replied softly. Indeed. Back with Jew, old memories were flooding his mind. She was my companion during the previous playthroughs, he recalled. But that memory was followed by a brutal scene. He could never save her, not in any timeline. In each of those lives, Du could only grit his teeth and endure the same, unchanging outcome. Suddenly, Rebs asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Out loud, Du just said quietly, "Nothing." But inside, his thoughts were screaming something else. This time, I'll save her, even if it costs me my life. With that absolute certainty, he started walking. He had to reach an ending where she survived. The next place the two headed to was the mercenary training grounds. Inside, warriors were scattered everywhere, all fiercely competing against one another. The tense atmosphere made him chuckle nervously. Damn, this is intense. Is this the Marine Corps or something? Reb suddenly walked up beside him. Is it starting? The system quickly updated. You have entered the training grounds of the Rebchat Mercenary Corps. The man then cheerfully explained. Perfect timing. They're choosing a team leader through one-on-one duels, and there's prize money. Following Rebs' words, Du watched how they fought all for pride and cash. Huh? Still, Du remained calm, thinking to himself, well, I only came here to get close to the Elector. It's best to just keep a low profile for now. Meanwhile, Rebs grabbed his shoulder with a powerful grip. You're participating too. He then shoved his intimidating face right up close. Of course you are. Voot wouldn't send a rookie here for nothing, right? Those words made Du tremble. Did anyone even ask for my opinion? After his declaration, Rebs turned and yelled to the entire area. Anyone want to test their skills against the new guy? He was immediately answered by a roar of excitement from the crowd. Fresh meat? I'm first. And just like that, arguments erupted everywhere. No, me. In the middle of the chaos, he could only smile helplessly. He couldn't even protest. This feeling was way too familiar. Might as well use this to build up some influence. But very quickly, an opponent was chosen and now stood facing Du. He started with a polite greeting. I'm M. It's a pleasure to meet you. At the same time, the system window popped up. Mercenary M has challenged you to a one-on-one duel. The man's next words, however, dripped with contempt. Look at your body. One hit, and you'll snap in two. In return, Du silently sized up his opponent. His name was Valoro. How rude, he thought. If this body was on Instagram, it'd get 1,000 likes. The lengthy introduction was quickly cut short when Reb spoke up. Are both sides ready? At his word, both fighters got serious, taking their stances. Good. Begin. A second later, M charged forward with incredible speed. But his recklessness was met with a harsh price. His sword was instantly batted away. The expressions on the faces of the crowd, including Rebs, immediately twisted into pure shock. As for the fight, Max was already knocked out flat, with a system message to boot. You have defeated Mercenary Max. Reputation plus 15. And just like that, the entire place exploded with cheers. What just happened? Max went down in a single blow. Meanwhile, Du scoffed internally. Of course he did. After eating the red dragon fruit, my strength is on par with an ogre now. But before he could even take a breath, countless others swarmed him. I have to know what you're using. Fight me. Me next. Me too. Faced with this chaos, Du started sweating bullets. One at a time, please. He then proceeded to take down another opponent with intermediate swordsmanship. Reputation plus 15. The next guy was bound tight with his monster bind skill. Reputation plus 15. Not stopping there, Du slammed a monster headbutt right into his next opponent's face. Reputation plus 15. After so many had fallen, a confident voice suddenly boomed through the area. What is this joke? You're all embarrassing yourselves in front of a rookie. The info panel updated right next to him. Mercenary Seclot is provoking you. And Seclot himself was now striding forward aggressively. I'll be your opponent. In contrast to the man's confidence, Du was terrified. What is that? Is that huge guy even human? Because of that, he frantically tried to open his settings screen. This is too much. Log out. I have to get out of here. But the logout button just sat there, completely unresponsive. What the hell? I can't even escape. Powerless, Du tiredly held up a single finger. Thanks again for this, you guys. Can I please just take a little break? Just a little one. In response, he got Sacklot's giant body charging right at him. No way. Du was completely helpless and could only stand there, frozen. What terrible luck. But then, he slowly closed his eyes. All right. If it's come to this, I have to see it through. The next second, Du's eyes snapped open wide. Let's settle this once and for all. His hand, though small, was incredibly strong, instantly clamping down on his opponent's wrist while his other grabbed the mercenary's tunic. Using that grip for leverage, he slammed the man down with a monstrous throw, cracking the very ground and knocking him out cold. What the hell was a monster slam anyway? Ju gasped for breath, completely spent. A notification popped up. You have defeated the mercenary slot. Reputation +30. Even Black and Reb were in absolute awe. Captain, where did you find this guy? I can't believe it. He actually beat Slot. Just then, Brooks and Ken rushed over, their eyes wide with disbelief. You really beat him? You're a monster all bones but strong as a demon. They roughly shook Ju's shoulders, demanding a match, but he was about to pass out. Just let me rest, you lunatics. Suddenly, Rebs appeared, his wicked aura flaring. Everyone, move. This simple act made Ju's heart leap. He was so touched. Was Rebs showing concern because he was one of Vu's own students? But his joy was short-lived. Rebs pointed a decisive finger right at him. Good, you're chosen. I want you to be the team leader for this battle. The words hit Ju like a physical blow, freezing him solid. Before Ju could even manage a word of protest, he was unceremoniously shoved onto the battlefield. There he was, trembling at the head of a squad of brawny, muscular men, holding only a small knife. A seal was stamped. The hidden quest to join the mercenaries was complete, and a new mission had just been updated. Retake Hayam Hill. The battlefield was swarming with soldiers, as thick, swirling dust choked the air and obscured the chaos. Waiting for the perfect moment, Rebs gave the order with a sharp cry. Charge! The human army roared back, raising their weapons as their spears aimed straight for the encircling orcs. Ju had already taken one down with his dagger, repeating a mantra to himself as he moved through the fray. Right now, they were fighting alongside the Marquise's forces. Time suddenly rewound to Rebs' strategy briefing. We're facing the Demon Lord Pizamu's elf army head-on. He then clenched his fist with grim determination. And our mission is simple. Seize the enemy commander's military flag. He continued to explain the plan. Once our forces break their tight formation, we'll slip through the gap and collapse their entire line from within. Then Rebs slowly warned them. But remember, these are proud elf warriors. They aren't just strong. Their coordination is among the best on the continent. Finally, Rebs had pointed directly at Ju, and that was why he was now facing two hulking orcs alone. Your job as team leader is to stop them. Countless spears stabbed down, shredding his clothes but somehow never touching his skin. Seizing the opening, Ju lunged forward. Team leader? In a flash, he had already sliced through their weapons. Don't be ridiculous, he muttered. I only planned to. Ju finally grumbled his full thought aloud. Get a little glory and get out of here. Just then, Drake rushed in. Captain, bad news. Our spearmen are breaking. Din scowled at the report. Impossible. My elite spearmen are falling? With that, he violently snatched the spyglass. Give me that. Din raised it to his eye to survey the distant battle. After a moment, he couldn't help but exclaim, Huh? The longer he watched, the more shocked he became. What in the world is that? From his vantage point, Ju's soldiers were fighting with an insane ferocity. Crush them all for me. It was their unhinged spirit that made cold sweat bead on his brow. In a panic, Din barked an order. Form a line. Riflemen, prepare to fire. Ju and his team quickly raised their shields. Shield durability decreased by 10, 220 out of 230. Ju even looked a little smug. Rifles are way too weak, he taunted. Do you guys even know what a K2 is? Without rapid fire, riflemen had to shoot in alternating ranks. As the enemy side shifted, the first line fired, and the second took aim. And in that exact moment, Ju knew. This was his chance. The next second, he charged alone, using his shield to pin the orcs in place. His bold move opened a path, allowing the others to charge in and tear the enemy apart. On the opposing side, Drake was speechless. No way. They were all wiped out by that little shrimp. Now he had to face the horde alone. These bastards aren't human, but I absolutely cannot let them take this. The more Drake thought, the tighter he gripped the flag. This flag carries the glorious history of my people. But until the very last second, he was helpless against their combined assault. I will never. His desperate scream was drowned out by the squad's cheers. They immediately began yelling, Team Leader Valo has taken the enemy flag. The system instantly congratulated him. You have successfully captured the military flag. Leadership +30. Achievement +20. Ju thought happily. That's right. Now I just have to hold on and all the credit is mine. That thought was immediately shattered by the piercing sound of a horn. Mac, who was nearby, reported in a panic. Team leader, more bad news. At that moment, their forces had split into two. Our allies are retreating. Hearing this, Ju could only manage a stunned, What? At the same time, Mac added a warning. Elf reinforcements are almost here. Ju saw them too, which only fueled his growing panic. Damn it, damn it, damn it. With that, Ju's mind descended into chaos. Victory was just within his grasp. Why would they run at a time like this? Suddenly, a trembling Mac stammered, "Team leader, what now? Should we drop the flag and run?" The suggestion was immediately shot down. "What the hell did you just say to me?" Ju snapped. Faced with that fierce reaction, Max slowly looked around. "But there are only 4 of us left. We're completely surrounded by orcs." Then the hidden boss, the elf great general, appeared with an overwhelming presence. "It's over." With blood-red eyes and a mouth full of sharp teeth, he slowly began to speak. "Brave human warriors," the general said, standing right before them. "Surrender and retreat. These are my proud elite soldiers. If you retreat now and leave the flag, I will acknowledge your courage and spare your lives." But Ju suddenly pulled out the flag, using it as a threat. "In your dreams, one more step and this precious flag of yours will be stuffed in a mercenary's underwear drawer." Hearing this, the general, Callie, gritted his teeth in fury. "You dare? Our sacred military flag? You would put it in such a filthy place?" Ju just shot back a smirk. "You really think there are rules in war? For victory, I'll drag your flag through every dirty place I can find." Meanwhile, the system enthusiastically commented, "You have attempted to threaten Callie." At that, an orc finally snapped and let out a furious roar. The captain, Sen, was getting agitated too. What the hell? But then he paused, his expression impossible to read. Finally, he gave the decisive order, "All units, prepare to fire." The sudden shift left Ju completely stunned. "Huh?" The captain pointed directly at the target, his command short and brutal. "Fire." The second those words were spoken, a volley of cannon fire hammered their bodies. The system chimed in, threat failed, and absolute confusion washed over Ju. In all of his previous attempts, they had never let go of their precious flag so easily. Amid the chaos, Ju frantically scanned his surroundings and saw his mercenaries barely holding on. Some struggled while others screamed in terror. "Damn it! They brought out their great general. This is cheating." It didn't stop there. The situation for the other squads wasn't any better. With his current reputation and rank, there was no way he could fight that monster. Ju's world went dark. What could he possibly do now? Suddenly, a memory surfaced, a moment he shared with his comrades, taking in a scenic view. Ju's face was bright, simply enjoying the peaceful atmosphere. But then, Aquila's mysterious laugh shattered the memory. Her cold words echoed, "You're dead in the real world, too." That brutal truth shocked Ju back to his senses. Behind him, Muck was shouting urgently, "Leader, you have to give an order, or we're all going to be wiped out." Ju could only hesitate in response. "That's right." A faint, weak smile crept onto Ju's lips. He then threw his head back and started laughing hysterically, stunning his teammates. Had he finally lost his mind? Before they could figure it out, he roughly snatched the horn. "Zealot, give me the horn." The action left the man completely bewildered, but Ju just shot back confidently, "Shut your mouth and watch, you pighead." He then took a deep breath before blowing the horn with all his might. And in the next moment, the horn's call echoed far across the entire orc battlefield. To Muck, this made absolutely no sense. "Leader, our troops aren't in that direction." But Ju just snapped back, "I know, damn it, now shut up and cover me." He even let out a small, confident smirk. He thought to himself, "We're even now, Aquila. If you have any conscience left, you won't abandon me, right?" Ju then roared defiantly, "After all, I'm still a VIP customer." At the same time, Sen's command rang out. "Spearmen, advance." His soldiers gripped their weapons, preparing to bring them down in a single, powerful strike. Before striking, the general roared in fury, "Mortal enemy of my tribe!" With nowhere left to run, Ju had to face the deadly spear point head-on. But suddenly, everything changed as an arrow struck one of the spearmen down. Following his fall was the figure of a knight leaping through the air, instantly grabbing every orc's attention. They all looked up at Van Purgis in stunned silence, and a moment later, her warhorse landed safely on the ground. Van Purgis pulled on her reins and rallied the troops. "Don't give up." She then aimed her sword straight at the enemy, raising it high to inspire her soldiers. To his own soldiers, Sen fiercely declared that all units were to stand down. "This battle is between me and her." Facing him, Van Purgis just calmly drew her sword. "Countess of Needbayan," he declared, "this is a duel between nobles." Hearing this, she replied softly, "So you do appreciate a bit of romance after all." Sen lunged forward unexpectedly, but she dodged just in time. The clash of steel rang out as the two traded blow for devastating blow. Ju watched the fight with pure admiration. Amazing it was an even match. Van Purgis was still in the early stages of her story, yet she was already this powerful. Just then, she and Sen locked blades, pushing each other back. But in that split second, the orc general's face suddenly twisted in surprise. The reason for his shock? Van Purgis had closed the distance in an instant. She followed up with a powerful kick straight to his head, leaving him stunned. Sen stumbled backward, unconsciously touching his wound. He grunted. As expected, you're truly impressive. Not just your sword skills, your close combat is on another level. Sen then ventured a guess. You belong to the Van Purgis monastery, don't you? A military order like that would make sense. But Van Purgis simply replied with a cold tone. I merely revere the Holy Spirit with a devout heart. Her explanation made the general smirk. Is that so? As for Van Purgis, she tightened her grip on her sword, noting that night had fallen. With that, her agile form shot forward, their blades clashing once more in a powerful strike. Sen didn't hold back either, gritting his teeth as he pushed forward with more force. His raw physical strength gave him the upper hand in the power struggle, but it also made him careless. This created an opening for Van Purgis to leap high, delivering a precise slash straight down his body. After that fatal blow, Sen began to sway, his last words echoing out, "That was a good fight." And with his defeat, the battlefield fell into a breathtaking silence. Slowly, the panicked shouts of the orc army began to ring out. The commander is down. All units, retreat. Meanwhile, Ju could only stare in utter disbelief. That terrifying general was taken down in a single blow. His eyes were fixed on her back. Just as expected from the night nun, Van Purgis. By now, the enemy forces were scattering in a full retreat. As for Van Purgis, she suddenly turned to speak with him. You must be the leader of this mercenary group, she continued with a polite greeting. I could feel your courage even from a distance. My name is Van Purgis. Ju quickly shook her hand. A pleasure to meet you. I'm Valstedt. Hearing his name, Van Purgis replied cheerfully. Valo, a true pleasure to meet you. For his part, Ju was feeling incredibly grateful. Ju bowed his head respectfully. If it weren't for you, Lady Van Purgis, we would have all been wiped out. Inside, Ju was still blaming himself. He wasn't a veteran anymore. He should have been more careful. Just then, the rest of his mercenaries quickly gathered around them. As he got closer, Muck, holding the flag, spoke with a wide grin. Why are you staring at the ground, Sir Valo? Then, with a voice full of trust, he added, Here, take this. Right after those words, a system notification popped up. The mercenaries' trust in you has increased. Ju was just completely and utterly baffled. He was getting the credit for this? Stunned, his mind flashed back to that life-or-death moment, cannonballs slamming against their shields, the resolute faces of his men holding the line. Finally, he remembered his own unyielding will in that desperate situation. And then, Ju's entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. Right. A booming laugh escapes Ju, pure joy washing over him. He grabs the flag and bellows, This victory flag is mine, which startles everyone around him. Captain, snap out of it. Did you get shot in the head or something? And just like that, the brutal battle was over, and life returned to the familiar Francois Tavern. But today, the peace is shattered when a guest bursts through the door. It's Baptiste, looking for his brother, panting as he frantically scans the room. Charlotte, who'd been stuffing her face, jumps at the sudden noise. Baptiste rushes straight to his brother, asking, You were in another battle? Are you hurt? But he just awkwardly mumbles back, I'm fine. Rebs, sitting nearby, leans in, curious. Who's the girl? His daughter? Du immediately shakes his head. Don't be ridiculous. Sally's only 15 years old. He denies it flat out, but the other man insists, much to Du's surprise. That's Sally, Baptiste's little sister. Suddenly, she grabs Du by the collar. This is your fault. You're paying my brother's medical bills. Charlotte quickly tries to intervene. Baptiste immediately snaps back. Brother, stay out of this. Just then, a system window pops up in Du's vision. You have entered the confused state. Rebs, completely unfazed, just calmly orders more food. I'll have another one of these, please. Finally, Charlotte hesitantly tries to explain. Baptiste, stop it. It's thanks to Captain Valo that he made it back alive. Her anger vanishes, replaced by shock. What did you say? And soon, the whole tavern started backing Du up. That's right. If it wasn't for the captain, we'd all be goblin food by now. We owe our lives to him. 3 cheers for Valo. The tavern erupts in joyful cheers. Hooray for Valo. But with every shout, Du just gets more and more embarrassed. Just eat, you pigs. This is killing me. Of course, his comrades immediately start teasing him. Look, Captain Valo's blushing. So cute, Captain. But amid the chaos, Van Purgis appears outside the tavern. Du, still smiling, glances over, but his expression shifts to surprise when he sees her urgent demeanor. Countess Van Purgis? A short while later, the two of them are walking down a path winding through the military camp. As they walk, Van Purgis explains the situation. His Highness, the Elector, wants to see you. He likely wants to reward your service. Du just nods. Oh, is that right? Her curiosity is piqued by his casual reaction. Aren't you happy about this? It's the highest honor a mercenary could ever hope to receive. Still, Du can't shake a weird feeling. She seems way too excited about this. He finally says it out loud. You seem even happier about this than I do, Countess. Hearing this, she makes a sudden request. Please, call me Vaness, not Countess. Du just shrugs and agrees easily enough. All right, Van Purgis. Then, she gestures to the soldiers all around them. Look around you, Sir Vallo. Without your courage, every single one of these people would be dead. These soldiers owe you their lives. Her sincere words leave him completely stunned. They are citizens of this empire. You saved each and every one. What more reason could you possibly need to feel proud? A familiar memory suddenly floods his mind. That's right. Back then, Van Purgis was the only one who stood up for him, the only one who offered protection with that same bright smile. Van Purgis hasn't changed a bit. He slowly accepts the reality of the situation. The only thing different now is their relationship. He's just a mercenary. Soon they arrive at a secluded tent. She steps inside first to announce their arrival. Your Highness, I've brought Vallo Stallo, as you requested. A voice echoes from within. Excellent. Well done. As Du steps inside, his eyes are drawn to a gleaming gemstone. So, you're the man they call Vallo. Philip is waiting for him at a large desk, flanked by his retainers. A pleasure to finally meet you. I am the Iron Elector. He pauses dramatically before revealing his name. Philip. Du responds cautiously. The honor is all mine, Your Highness. So this is the famous warrior. Just being near him, you can feel the immense pressure. Philip continues cheerfully. Vallo, the grass cutter. The praise just keeps flowing. Your bravery on the battlefield is truly impressive. You fight like a lion. Du remains humble. You flatter me, Your Highness. No, not at all. Great deeds on the battlefield must be rewarded. 100 florins for each of your men, and 300 for you. Faced with such generosity, Du immediately bows low. I will never forget the kindness Your Highness has shown me. Philip looks extremely pleased. Excellent. Is there anything else you require? Du hesitates for a moment. Actually, there is one thing I wanted to ask. The Elector agrees immediately. Speak freely. I wish to rejoin my comrades stationed in Wanbucks. After hearing the request, Philip doesn't hesitate. Wanbucks, eh? That's quite deep behind the lines. But I will grant it. I'll have a carriage prepared for you. Du answers carefully. Thank you, Your Highness. Philip then pauses for a beat before asking, Is there anything else? But Du doesn't answer right away. He thinks to himself, I should have just left it at that. Wait. Slowly, his golden eyes drift to the side. He sees Vaness standing there, offering a small, encouraging smile. That little gesture gives him the courage he needs as Philip and all his attendants watch him. Your Highness, I have a question. Philip seems to have been waiting for this, replying with excitement. And what would that be? Du hesitates, but asks anyway. What are your thoughts on this war? The room falls silent. Philip rests his chin in his hand, deep in thought, while Vaness stands perfectly still, nervously sweating. Du forces a smile, thinking, just as I thought. They're all confused. Of course they are, he's just a mercenary. Philip's face darkens as he asks, Well, what do you think? Du meets his gaze without flinching. From my limited point of view, I can't see the full picture, but there is one thing that deeply concerns me. Just then, one of the attendants bursts out laughing. Oh, and what absurdity could possibly be worrying you? Don't think one victory gives you the right to advise His Highness. Another advisor chimes in mockingly. Indeed, he probably just overheard some rumor somewhere. But suddenly, a much gentler voice cuts through the noise. Your Highness. Van Purgis steps into the conversation. There's no harm in listening. Why don't we hear what he has to say? Friedrich's face twists with open disapproval. A low-ranking countess dares to speak out of turn? In front of the Elector himself? But she ignores him completely, listening as Philip steps in. Uncle, she is the daughter of the Elector of Bayonne. Please show some respect. Du watches the exchange, amused, thinking, Yep, that's Vaness all right. Even the Iron Elector can't just brush her aside. He kept up his arrogant act. Fine, whatever. Philip's question cut through the air. So, what's your take on this war? The query made him break out in a cold sweat. Ju took a slow, deep breath, and his words made both Friedrich and Philip freeze in shock. There's an ambush. His voice was low and heavy. An ambush? What are you basing that on? Ju bowed slightly, his voice calm. Evidence. The Demon King Pamut's main strategies always revolve around ambushes and betrayal. Visions of monster hordes ravaging towns flashed through his mind. Even Anhan had struggled to defeat them during the war with the Toa Kingdom 10 years ago. Pisimus's sinister smile during the battle with Marquis, and last year was another clue. In both fights, ambushes played the deciding role. His eyes narrowed with intensity. As Philip's men leaned in to listen, Ju warned them, but we can't ignore his other favorite tactic: betrayal. He let the implication hang in the air. Philip, showing no emotion, asked, "Are you saying there's a traitor among us?" Ju couldn't be 100% sure. "I'm only raising the possibility." The man in charge smirked at his answer. "You can never be too careful." Philip crossed his legs, adding, "Exactly. Careful." Suddenly, the commander lunged forward in a burst of rage, shouting, "You've got some serious nerve." The pressure he released was immense, crushing down on Van Purgis and Ju. "Listen closely," he snarled. "The only reason your head is still on your shoulders is because I allow it. Understand? Know your place." The woman beside him tried to speak up. "Sir," but Ju cut her off. "I understand." Van Purgis watched silently as Ju knelt, his head bowed. She bit her lip, sweating. Ju then stood to take the blame. "Forgive me for overstepping my bounds." Ju turned and walked away. "Then I'll take my leave." But his mind was racing with suspicion. This was wrong. In his previous attempts, the Steel Commander was always far more cautious. This time, he was just plain arrogant. Ju stared into the distance, deep in thought. Yes, something about this timeline was clearly different. He began connecting dots that seemed unrelated before. First, the crimson dragon fruits, which had appeared unusually early this time. Then Van Purgis, who wasn't even supposed to be here yet. Everything was different from his hundreds of past attempts. As Ju muttered this aloud, a voice called out, "Sir Vallo!" He turned instinctively. It was Van Purgis, panting for breath and drenched in sweat. She smiled brightly. "I finally caught up with you." Ju was a bit stunned. "The knight," Van Purgis quickly explained herself. "You walk so fast." He ventured a guess. "Did you run all this way because you were worried about me?" Van Purgis answered with a simple, "Of course." Ju felt a strange warmth, thinking, "Oh man, that's actually pretty cute." She was here to apologize for her superior. "Please, let me apologize on behalf of Commander Philip for his words and actions. If there's anything you desire, I will make it happen." Van Purgis declared it proudly. "Just say the word, whatever it is." Ju's face flushed as his mind went to a dark place. "Anything I want?" His imagination immediately started running wild. "Aren't you a bit too confident? What if I ask for something crazy?" She stood her ground. "Don't underestimate me. My family is one of the richest in the entire empire." His excitement grew. Money wasn't an issue. "In that case, you must have a lot of clothes, right?" But just then, something made Ju pause. A sly, knowing smirk spread across his face. Ju had a much better idea. "Then, could I have a quill pen and a pistol?" Van Purgis was shocked. She stepped closer to confirm what she heard. "That's it, Vallo? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." But he remained perfectly calm and composed. "It's all right, Knight Vangus." She hesitated, unsure what to say, but then tears suddenly streamed down Ju's face. "My dream is to be a cavalryman. I was hoping to learn to ride, and the pistol. It's part of my dream." Vangus immediately shattered the mood. "So what's with the tears?" He trembled with anger. "These are the tears of a man." She was in awe. "I've never seen anyone live for others so much." Ju clenched his fist, fighting back his thoughts. "I've given up so much." Vangus, however, readily agreed. "All right, this isn't the place for a heart-to-heart." She smiled, grabbing his hand and pulling him along. Ju stared silently at the smiling girl in front of him, the knight Van Purgis. His cheeks flushed red, words failing him. Time passed. Sometime later, on a vast field, two opposing armies faced each other. The battle to retake Hayam Hill. Commander Philip against the Demon King Pamut. Philip rode forward, declaring, "Today is the day I will end you." Pizamut sneered and pinched his nose. "Oh, for heaven's sake, can someone shut him up? I can smell his breath from here." Vinan stepped forward to report, "Sir, everything is ready for battle." The Demon King was satisfied. "Good." His subordinate looked worried. "Sir, are you really planning on using her?" Pamut grew impatient. "Are you asking that again?" Vincent shuddered, remembering her past deeds. "But she's too cruel. If we capture the commander, he'd be a valuable hostage." Handing him to that psycho would be a total waste. I know. I'll handle it myself, he said. Just trust me. Just then, the stone on his ring began to glow. Speak of the devil. A familiar voice rang out. It's me. Hello, my lord. A dark figure in a flowing cloak walked across the backs of her minions. I am ready. He frowned slightly as a warning. Right. Good work. Just be careful. The figure gave a short reply. Yes. Pizamut hesitated. Oh, and hey. Could you try to go easy on them? Hera powered her legs and shot back. What was that? I'm never rough. He screamed back at her. You are always rough. She just giggled and playfully shook her head. Oh, come on. Hera's expression changed in an instant. I'm always gentle, she cooed, a wicked glint in her eyes. When have I ever gotten carried away? A feeling of dread spread through Pizamut's ranks. I'm always gentle, she claimed. Vinan suddenly let out a terrified scream. The scene changes. Ju is riding hard through the night. He could hardly believe it. This horse is named Faye? Unbelievable. Its speed was beyond imagination. Looking down at the black steed he was riding, Ju was deeply impressed. And this was just a spare horse? Truly the mark of a Bavarian noble. A status window popped up, a full recovery potion, capable of healing all wounds completely. Price, 1,000 florins. He looked at the vial and smirked. She even gave me this ridiculously expensive medicine. 1,000 florins for a single potion that was enough to buy an entire building. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted right behind Ju. He knew at once. Damn it, it's already started. I have to hurry. Remembering, Philip's smug face filled Ju with unease. That arrogant steel commander stood no chance in this fight. He would definitely charge straight ahead. Completely unprepared for what's coming, he'll most likely end up so severely wounded on the battlefield that he won't be able to get back up. Friedrich's betrayal was absolute, and he and Pizam's men roared with laughter. Their dead eyes stared down at Philip, who was forced to his knees, utterly defeated just as they planned. His voice was full of disbelief. You still don't get your situation, do you? Uncle, why would you betray me like this? The man stroked his chin judgmentally. And you still dare to call yourself a knight of the Empire? Friedrich then laid out the whole ugly truth. Listen closely, Philip. Right now, you are committing treason against the Emperor. Pizam and I have joined forces. We're arresting you for betrayal. He leaned in close, taunting Philip. How does it feel? Friedrich's face twisted into a vile sneer. Can you feel it yet? Philip could only stammer in shock. What the hell is this? Who would believe such a ridiculous story? A second later, a boot slammed right into his face. Do you think you're 12 years old? Stop dreaming and open your eyes. See what's really happening here. Pizam leaned down with a cold smile. You're completely and utterly insane. He glanced back and snapped his fingers. Tie him up, now. His men responded instantly, yes sir, and rushed forward. Philip scrambled back in fear. Don't you dare touch me. Philip's face went pale as he trembled all over. I am a high elector, you fools. But Pizam, annoyed, gave another order, not even noticing Van Purgis dropping from the sky. Hey, shut his mouth. He's too noisy. And with that, she landed a vicious kick to the man's face. Van Purgis touched down safely as Pizam gritted his teeth in pain. She yelled out an urgent command. Now's our chance. Escort His Highness away from here, immediately. The soldiers behind her answered, yes, understood. But then, more figures emerged from a nearby canyon, riding hard. At this rate, Philip's going to escape. The man roared in frustration. Shut up. You're giving me a headache. Pizam sent a telepathic message. Hey, he's heading your way. Her reply was dripping with amusement. What? That fast? He asked, wondering why she hadn't moved yet. Hya was just using a person as a chair while she gazed at the night sky. I'm just having a little fun, she said. Pizam, losing his patience, warned her again. I'm telling you, stop messing around. Damn it. He was getting serious now. Begin the operation. Immediately, she replied. As you command, my lord. Hya gave a wicked smile, like a demon ready to feast. All right. It's feeding time, my sweet little pets. Hya summoned a pack of carnivorous beasts, their target locked on Philip. You must be so hungry, right? Go on. Tear him to shreds. The creatures bolted through the forest, running straight into Ju, who took one down with a single, easy shot. Ju glanced over, thinking to himself, I knew it. Zombie dogs. He saw them drooling and immediately understood her plan, use the pack to exhaust her prey, then move in for the kill. Suddenly, one of the beasts lunged at Ju from behind. He swatted it away with contempt. What a disgusting strategy. With his weapon, Ju easily sliced it in two. I know your dirty tricks all too well, he muttered. By his calculations, most of the pack was gone, likely chasing after Philip. Ju spurred his horse on, worried about the battlefield. He didn't care about that coward, but Van Purgis was a different story. Ju rode hard, pushing his horse to its limit. I have to hurry. Deep in the forest, the zombie dogs had caught Philip's scent and cut him off. Philip ignored them, pushing his horse onward in a desperate flight. His face was twisted in fear as he realized his magic wasn't working. This had to be Pizam's doing. With no other choice, Philip was forced to stop his horse. Damned monster. But as his attention was diverted, a zombie dog leaped up, its tongue lolling out. Your Highness, look out! Philip couldn't react in time. He could only watch as Van Purgis, lightning fast, jumped in and sliced the dog in two, saving him. Even at the horse's incredible speed, she bravely stood up. Van Purgis executed a series of flawless movements, landing on the horse right beside Philip. Are you all right? Van Purgis remained on high alert. This is uncharted territory. No one's ever set foot here. We must be extremely cautious. He stammered, I understand. Suddenly, a desperate cry echoed from behind them. Your Highness! The female knight traveling with them was surrounded by the entire pack. Please, save me! He froze, his face turning ghostly white at her horrifying screams. Your Highness! Van Purgis shouted, trying to calm her. Hang on just a little longer, I'm coming! But Philip suddenly cut her off, shouting her name. Van Purgis! He was trembling all over but managed a twisted smile. Just leave her. She couldn't believe it. What do you mean, leave her? Your Highness. But he was already riding away. Isn't it obvious? Her life and mine are on completely different levels. Van Purgis was thrown into total confusion. Is this truly the duty of a ruler? She bit her lip, blaming herself. She should have listened back then. She remembered the scene back at camp. If only she'd listened to Val's warning then. She remembered Philip's arrogance. Maybe things could have been different. She recalled that face. It was all because they had ignored him. A whip suddenly coiled around her neck, snapping her out of her thoughts. You all look so pathetic. Hia was there, pulling the whip tight. Van Purgis reached out a hand for help. Your Highness. Her eyes widened in shock. She stared in disbelief at the man before her. As Philip just sweat and glanced back, he still chose to turn and abandon her, leaving her to be dragged away. Van Purgis was violently thrown to the ground, her hands clawing at the dirt. I put my faith in the wrong person. Staring at his panicked face, Van Purgis was speechless. To think a man like that could be called a high elector. She struggled to her feet. Jia tightened the whip, joining the conversation. No, she said with a knowing tone. That is exactly what makes a true high elector. Jia touched a finger to her lips. I think so too. Right, sister? Van Purgis screamed in defiance. Take that back right now. For generations, the High Elector has had the power to choose the Empire's next emperor. Every single one of them is basically a king in their own right. She reaffirmed her belief with total conviction. Hia just sighed and gave an order. Continue tracking Philip. Her minions immediately obeyed. Understood. She slowly approached, whip in hand. Come to think of it, you have the blood of an Elector, too, don't you? Hia's eyes were ice cold. When Van Purgis didn't answer, her smirk only grew wider. Did I hit a nerve? Finally snapping, Van Purgis charged at her. You bastard. But Hia easily dodged the attack. Van Purgis was stunned. Before she could even react, Sha lashed out, a whip cracking across her back with searing pain. She cackled like a maniac, reveling in the moment. Scream more. Yes, that's it. This is making me want to play with you even more. Vanjus was completely defenseless against Hia's assault and couldn't hold on any longer. A single, brutal strike sent her collapsing onto the floor. Vanna suddenly looked frail, tears streaming down her cheeks. She whispered, Master Valo, if it were you, I believe you'd find a way. But I think this is as far as I can go. But Hia had no intention of showing mercy. Not yet, dear. She raised her whip to strike again, but something else suddenly grabbed her attention. Hia's face went completely blank. There was a strange object nearby. It turned out to be nothing more than a dog's corpse. While she was staring off, she never noticed a figure appearing right behind her. What's this? A dog's corpse. And without a moment's hesitation, Ju slammed a punch straight into her face. Caught completely by surprise, Hia lost her balance and went sprawling to the ground. Vangus carefully turned, her body trembling. She couldn't believe her eyes. After a moment, Vangus whispered his name, Valo. A wave of relief washed over her as she broke into a wide smile. He was truly a hero. But as soon as the words left her mouth, Vangus collapsed. Ju silently scooped her up in his arms and simply walked away, ignoring Hia completely. She sat there, watching them leave, thinking to herself, he killed a zombie dog, and got behind me before I even had a chance to react. This guy was not normal. Ju then turned back, a gun in his hand. Still as monstrous as ever, huh? Xia was deeply suspicious. Do you know me, big brother? But Ju's expression was one of pure disgust. Don't call me that with that look on your face. It's sickening. Even with a gun pointed at her, Xia showed no fear. A gun? Right. Longer range than my whip, I guess. You'd better aim well, brother. My whip's faster than any bullet. Ju didn't hesitate to squeeze the trigger, but Xia wasn't about to just sit there and die. She lunged forward. Before he could even react, her whip was wrapped tightly around his neck, shocking him. Xia laughed like a madwoman as she pulled the cord tighter. Come on. Ju could do nothing now but stand there and take it. She slammed her head into his face with all her might, then followed up with a punch before violently tossing him aside. But things weren't over yet. She directed her whip for another attack. I'm not finished. This time, however, Ju was faster, easily dodging Hia's strike. Then he charged forward, his eyes filled with determination. Hia, however, just laughed, amused. Trying to close the distance, are you? A flurry of whip strikes rained down, but he perfectly dodged every single one. Hia's expression turned ugly. She couldn't believe it. Even within her unit, her whip skills were considered top tier, and yet he evaded everything? Ju was getting closer, but Hia was determined to fight to the end. You think I'll go easy on you? But just as she lunged, Ju had already vanished, reappearing right behind her. Now it was his turn to laugh. Hia seemed to sense it, turning around with a tremor of fear. And just like that, Ju plunged a knife into her. He held the blade with a smug grin. How do you like that? Thrilling, isn't it? I'm more of a close combat type. She screamed in agony as he casually sliced one of her eyes. The creature spread its wings, trying to make an escape. But his gun was already loaded. A single, clean shot, and the thing was down on the ground. Ju stared thoughtfully at the item before him, a full vial of antidote. He carefully read the information displayed on the system panel. Note: apply directly to the wounded area. It will completely restore the target's physical condition. Ju's body trembled as he read those lines. Directly on the wound, which means directly under her armor. His face flushed bright red as he tried to calm himself. This is just a medical procedure, don't get any weird ideas. Yeah, of course not. And just then, Ju began to remember his past. His real name, one most people had forgotten, was Han Ju. As a child, his father passed away from an illness. His mother collapsed from exhaustion. By 18, he was completely alone. The scene shifted to a blue-haired man slumped on the ground, cursing. Damn it. You're mad you got tricked, so why are you chasing us now? But Ju was completely uninterested. What's this? A newbie? I'm just doing the job I was hired for. The Honam problem solver. Dong Hanu, 22. That's when Li Kang approached him gratefully. Thanks. Here's a little something for your trouble. Ju stood there, counting the cash he'd received. 1, 10, 100. Confirmed. You know, this is just a temporary fix. If you have this much cash, why not pay off your debt? The guy started sweating nervously. I have a mission this week. Ju just scowled, his expression filled with pure disdain. Li Kang turned pale, trembling as he explained. Don't look at me like that. After this mission, I'll have about 10 million won. That number caught Ju's attention. 10 million for one mission? Yeah, it's that important. What kind of game has that kind of reward? Li Kang suddenly asked. Have you never heard of Humanity's Protector? Ju seemed a bit annoyed. What the hell is that? Nerd stuff. But Li Kang introduced it with dead seriousness. You've really never heard of it? Humanity's Protector? A massive world with ultimate freedom, cute anime girls, and globally famous character designs. A role-playing game with over 1 billion players. The top players on the leaderboard can easily make tens of millions. The mission I'm going on today is also. Ju was still doubtful. You said people make millions from this game? Li Kang confirmed with absolute confidence. Of course. Want to try it out? But just at that moment, Ju's phone went off. Nah, I'm busy today. He pulled out his phone to check the screen. A single text message read, Cancel today's job. We made up. Ju hesitated for a beat. So, I guess I'm free now? And just like that, Ju logged into the game. Standing in a strange world, he couldn't help but marvel. I can't believe I logged in just on a whim. So this is modern technology. The sky looked incredibly real, and even the streets and people seemed truly alive. Was this really a game? Ju noticed the people on the roadside and marveled to himself. They look so alive, so realistic, you can see every single pore. This is too real. A shop owner's loud voice snapped him out of it. Aren't you going to pay? Ju then realized he'd gotten so immersed he'd done something crazy. Oh, crap. The owner shoved his hand away with disgust. If you don't have money, then get out of here. I have other customers to serve. Just as Ju was getting anxious, a system window for money pops right up. The screen shows his current balance, 10 florin, which must be the currency they use here. He figures it's best to save his cash. Ju apologetically tells Clow he doesn't have any. Suddenly, a boy named Dennis appears beside them, eyeing something delicious. Ju's attention is drawn to the kid, but then Dennis's mother comes over to get him. Come on, son. The boy still looks a bit reluctant to leave, but then Ju asks, how much for one apple? Cloud immediately gives him the price, just 1 florin. Ju hands the apple over to an overjoyed Dennis. Here, you can have this. The mother bows her head repeatedly in gratitude. Thank you for using your precious money for my son. Ju just waves it off, saying, it's nothing. It's just game money anyway. Dennis, on the other hand, is thrilled to get his favorite snack. This looks so good. Thank you so much, mister. That's when the boy's mother explains that 1 florin is enough to eat for a whole day here. Ju scratches his head, a bit embarrassed. As they leave, the mother and son don't forget to thank him again. We really appreciate it so much. Thanks, mister. See you later. Ju waves back with a smile. You listen to your mom now, kid. This whole thing brings back some old memories for him. Back when it was just him and his mom, he was a stubborn little kid, always whining and begging her for fried chicken. The thought brings a slight smile to Ju's face. He looks around at the scenery, thinking this game really has its charm. After that, he began playing Protect Humanity more often. Whenever life got stressful, the game made him feel better. Inside the game, Ju felt loved by everyone. Thank you, young man. You've completed the mission. And so, he started logging in more and more frequently. All the pressure he felt in the real world just melted away inside the game. After recharging his batteries, he would go back to living his real life, only to return tired and worn out again. And just like that, 5 years passed in-game. Lost in thought, he suddenly snapped out of it by a voice from behind. So you're the one they call Hanu. Van Purgis introduces herself. I am Vannergis. I've heard your skills are quite impressive. She gets straight to the point with an offer. How about you help me take care of a rampaging wild boar in Havel Forest? But hearing that, Ju seems a little hesitant. A wild boar? Van Purgis immediately shoots back. What's wrong? Are you scared? He quickly waves his hand with confidence. Perfect timing. Me? I was just thinking about having wild boar for dinner tonight. Let's see if your skills live up to the rumors. Van Purgis is absolutely delighted to hear this. Excellent, to take down that monster in a single blow. Ju, however, throws some shade right back at her. And you didn't even lift a finger. But she isn't bothered at all. You were so strong there was no room for me to jump in. So, you want to team up? Just then, a system window pops up. Knight Van Purgis has sent a party request. Accept or decline. Ju asks her suspiciously, isn't this just an excuse to follow me around all day? But Van Purgis's sharp reply shuts him down. You have serious trust issues, don't you? After a moment, he finally responds. Yeah, I guess you could say that. Hearing his honest answer, she can't help but laugh. You're pretty interesting. All right, if you accept, I'll recommend you as a Knight of the Empire. And just like that, the two of them formed a party. Deal. Meanwhile, in some castle, a voice calls out again and again. Han. A moment later, her sister finally wakes up, her face a little flushed. She seems to know that guy took advantage of her. When he turns around, his face is all swollen from a punch. Trying to help and getting decked for it, what a pain. His sister just smirks at the sight. The two of them later head back to town, returning to the monastery to rest, but a nun stops them. Van Purgis tries her best to explain the situation. What are you talking about, Sister Angela? Sir Valo is an honored guest of our monastery, but the nun refuses to listen. We have no other choice. The monastery is currently in a state of emergency, so Sir Valo is not allowed to enter. Meanwhile, at a nearby inn, the hallway outside is completely empty. Ju lies there, his mind racing. Well, this is a mess. He was planning to go to the monastery to ask for the Angel's Heart. The Angel's Heart, a holy relic passed down for centuries at the Vipurga Monastery. It's an S-class artifact overflowing with holy blessings, said to be able to call a soul back from the dead. In other words, a second life. Ju sighs, his mind a tangled mess. He really needs that item for what's coming. Just then, Van Purgis suddenly arrives. Sir Valo, it's me. Her appearance catches him completely by surprise. Lady Van Purgis? She bows her head apologetically. My sincerest apologies for having a distinguished guest like yourself stay in such a humble place. But then she notices him hanging upside down and looks a bit startled. What in the world are you doing? Ju gives a short, direct answer for his strange behavior. Van Purgis lowers her voice to a whisper. Sir Vallo, this is serious. It's a secret, but Ju knows what she's worried about, and gives his assurance. I swear I'll take it to my grave. She nods in agreement. Yes, I trust you. Still, Van Purgis has to take a deep breath to gather her courage. Only then does she reveal the truth. The head abbess has been corrupted by darkness. But he had just spoken with head abbess Angela a little while ago. That means there's a traitor in our ranks. Hearing this news throws Ju for a loop. Wait a minute. She's saying the current head abbess is Margareta. Van Purgis doesn't seem to notice his shock and keeps venting her own feelings. It must be that damned Pamu's doing. This news just gives Ju a massive headache. Unbelievable. She's still alive. Margareta is still alive. And all this time, he thought she was long dead, so he never even gave her a second thought. Van Purgis finally notices that something is wrong with him and asks with concern, You don't look so good, Vallo. But Ju is now lost deep in his memories. She was the strongest woman in the Empire's history, a living symbol of power who could crush mid-tier demons with ease. She was the one who turned the VGA monastery into a formidable army. There is no world where they could afford to lose her. Suddenly, Ju jumps to his feet, startling Van Purgis. She shrinks back in fear. What's gotten into you? Ju exclaims with excitement. You said the head abbess was attacked by darkness. Van Purgis nods in confirmation. That's right. He can't wait any longer and urges her on. We have to go now, Van Purgis. I know enough about the darkness. They immediately set off for the VGA monastery headquarters. Elsewhere, someone reports, he said he knows about the darkness. The messenger confirms, yes, that's correct. Vallo is someone we can trust. The Iron Faith came from a powerful background. Why don't you try putting your faith in him? Just this once, sister. Vice Chief Nun Angela is radiating pure fury, and it's obvious Van Purgis revealed far too much. Ju can feel it, too. The tension in this room is thick enough to cut. A loud slam on the table makes them both jump. Angela's face is a mask of cold fury. She reminds Van Purgis that this whole disaster was caused by a traitor, and yet she wants them to trust an outsider? Angela coldly dismisses them, saying this conversation is over. She tells them to get out, now, but Van Purgis isn't giving up that easily. She tries to speak, but Vice Chief only to be cut off. Turning, she sees the confident smirk on Ju's face. Ju speaks up, saying he's heard the head abbess is in critical condition. Angela shoots back that it's none of his business as an outsider. He presses on, completely unfazed. Please, just hear me out. Believe it or not, I've read the 7 holy scriptures. Angela's entire body starts to tremble. You've read it? The sacred text written by Saint Antonio himself. Ju's confidence only grows, so you have heard of it then. That scripture supposedly recorded every last detail about the encroaching darkness. The 7 holy scriptures vanished after the great dark army was sealed away. Beads of sweat run down Angela's face, her expression a mix of shock and terror. Impossible. Tell us how you know of such a thing. Even mentioning its name is said to bring a curse. It's not something spoken of lightly. Still, Ju keeps pushing. Please, trust me. I know every method to resist the darkness. He follows it with a confident smile, leaving Van Purgis absolutely speechless, her jaw on the floor. Angela struggles to control her trembling. All right. In return, you will swear to never speak a word of this until you die. If he utters even a whisper, she crushes an object in her hand. Angela warns him she'll bury him under the Lye River herself. Ju now finds himself standing with Van Purgis amongst a group of nuns. He thinks to himself, these muscle-crazed women. Angela bent a metal table with her bare hands. What is with this overwhelming smell of sweat? Margareta. I've never seen her, but I bet she can bench press 2 tons, at least 3 reps. Standing behind him, Van Purgis notices his unease. Sir Vallo, you look rather pale. Ju tries to hide his anxiety. No, I'm fine. By the way, Lady Van Purgis, is this kind of physique your ideal type? She admits she'd love to be that built, but her uncle disapproves, so she's holding back. Ju internally sighs with relief. Before long, they arrive at a secret location. Angela warns them, we're here. But be warned, the dark energy here is heavy. If you lose focus, you'll lose yourself. Ju nods immediately. Understood. She turns to her subordinates. Everyone, wait here. The nuns respond in perfect unison. Yes, ma'am. The moment he steps inside, the intense dark energy shocks him. The unconscious head abbess is lying there, being eaten away by the foul aura. Ju immediately starts giving instructions. Use the monastery's holy relic on the head abbess. Angela stares down at Margareta, gently stroking her cheek. So, The holy relic here is the angel's heart, right? I see. Angela realizes his plan. You intend to draw the curse from the head abbess, transfer it to someone else, and seal it inside them. But Angela sees a fatal flaw. However, holy power and curses are direct opposites. During the transfer process, the head abbess's death is almost guaranteed. Ju simply nods in confirmation. That's exactly why the angel's heart is essential for this to work. A curse like this is a death sentence for any cleric, so no one in the monastery can perform the ritual. But now, he says, you have me, an ordinary mercenary. That means I am the perfect vessel for this curse. Sounds appealing, doesn't it? Angela nods in agreement. It does. However, Sir Vallo, that plan is not an option. Head Abbess Margareta left a message. Angela repeats her words. This is my darkness. No one is allowed to sacrifice themselves for me. If that happens, the Empire will lose everything. Furthermore, this is a curse born from pure darkness, she says, turning back to Ju. Its origin and symptoms are completely unknown, a mystery shrouded in shadows. Do you really think you can survive it? She slowly closes the distance between them. Angela warns him this curse will haunt him for the rest of his life. Van Purgis chimes in, agreeing with her. But Ju ignores them both, saying they have no reason to stop him. Van Purgis, I'll be fine. Angela, I'm your best candidate here. I know the darkness from the Great Holy War intimately. I'm not a cleric, so it can't easily corrupt me. And yes, I'm just an outsider who showed up today. Angela remains silent, letting him continue. Ju states it plainly. To put it bluntly, I am the ideal pawn for this. She lets out a weary sigh. Angela is in an impossible position. If the head abbess wakes up, she will absolutely tear me to pieces for this. Ju urges her on. Sister Angela, just do what you think is right. A system window appears for Vallo. The angel's heart can revive the user's soul once after death. He puts it on his wrist. Normally, it would be smarter to save it for later, but this might be the only chance to make Margareta an ally. Van Purgis tries one last time. Vallo, are you absolutely sure about this? It's not too late to. But Angela quickly stops her. Van Purgis, he is a man. Let him make his own decision. Ju announces his preparations are complete. The ritual will now begin. He starts chanting strange, incomprehensible words, then gently places his hand on Margareta's forehead. Streams of malevolent energy pour into Ju's body. Angela and Van Purgis can only watch, completely horrified by the sight. A spatial rift tears open right after, and Ju is instantly teleported to a strange, unfamiliar place. He looks around in a panic. Is this the shadow domain? It's a pitch-black abyss, impossible to tell up from down. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoes around him. I am the one who slumbers in the deep graves. Who dares summon me? Ju shouts back his demand. My name is Valastet. Release the curse you've placed upon Margareta. The entity just lets out a condescending laugh. A mere mortal who cannot even perceive my true form dares to enter my realm without his protective shell? Ju quietly observes the creature. This must be its final form. The being continues. You are not the one I wish to see. Get out of my sight. The creature's roar shakes the very foundation of this dimension. The system immediately activates a protection mode for the player's soul. That's when the mysterious being notices something is off. Wait, you're immune to soul absorption? Ju roars back in fury. Shut up. Break Margareta's curse and transfer it to me now. But the other side wasn't backing down. Shut your mouth. If you don't tell me who you are, I will rip out the souls of everyone who ever stood by your side. Vallo was stunned for a moment. Damn, using hostages? Fine, two can play at that dirty game. He didn't hesitate to reveal, I have read the 7 sacred scriptures. The Gravekeeper King was completely shocked by his words. What did you just say? Vallo just kept taunting him, making faces to provoke him even more. I made a deal with death itself and got the dog he used to raise in return. The king went absolutely insane with rage. You insolent beast. But that didn't stop Vallo's barrage. Right now, he's probably selling cheap copies of the scripture to other sages. What do you think about that? If this drags on, I might just have to reveal the color of your underwear. The Gravekeeper King finally broke. All right, I will accept your request. Vallo smirked to himself. The king walked right into his trap. But then the king added, in return, I have a condition. Vallo shot back without hesitation. That's exactly what I was hoping for. He got into a ready stance, and in a flash, a holy light completely surrounded his body. He woke up sometime later, still in the monastery with a green ring on his hand. His whole body trembled with pure joy as the system announced he had acquired an S-rank skill, Necromancer Corpse Summoning. The satisfied smirk on his face looked just a little bit twisted. Right then, his girlfriend arrived with medicine, making the moment super awkward. He'd been caught gloating. She burst into tears of relief. "Are you out of your mind doing something so reckless?" She explained that after the ritual, he passed out, and she was the one who carried him here. She scolded him, telling him never to be so reckless again, but he just scratched his head in confusion. She held his hands tight, still fuming with worry. "Do you have any idea how worried I was for you?" Valo reached out to comfort her. "I promise I won't do it again." He promised, his face turning red with embarrassment. Just as the two were sharing a tender moment, a loud alarm blared from outside. They immediately ran to see what was happening, asking, "Are we under attack?" Ancient trees lay broken before them. A deafening roar shook the ground from behind, and a voice called from above, "Oh, so you're finally awake?" A girl was carrying a massive tree and continued, "I was just warming up while waiting for you, my savior." She introduced herself as the head priestess of the VGA monastery, and Valo couldn't help but feel intimidated. Small girl, absolute monster strength. She tossed the tree aside and shouted her name for all to hear. "Just call me Marie." Meanwhile, Margareta was leading a group through a tunnel. Valo followed, deep in thought. By now, Philip must have already escaped from that deep forest. He couldn't help but think about the power he'd just obtained. He had finally reached the highest rank in the necromancer system, the emotionless warrior. With this power, I was planning to assassinate Philip. Just thinking about it brought Philip's face to his mind. But since he's a protector, the chances of success without an angel's heart are low. He couldn't let his guard down. Suddenly, Margareta shouted, "It's time for an adventure." Angela sighed at Margareta's behavior and reminded her, "Margareta, please maintain some dignity." Margareta shot back a glare. "Dignity, Angela? That's the real evil of the nobility. You're old, and you're always nagging." Angela trembled, her face darkening at the insult. "Please don't say that." Valo couldn't help but lean over and whisper to the person beside him, "Van Purgis. Is she always this dramatic? Or is she just naturally this energetic?" Van Purgis blushed and stammered as he leaned in close. "Forgive me, Sir Valo, she is always like this." Meanwhile, Margareta's eyes lit up. "What is this? Are you two secretly flirting with each other?" Van Purgis panicked, having been caught completely off guard. "Lady Margareta." Only Valo felt helpless. Did they really look like that? His gaze suddenly fell upon a large door. That must be it, Van Purgis's underground storeroom. Margareta quickly approached it too, realizing they had arrived while they were all busy talking. Margareta excitedly bragged to Valo about the heavy weapons inside. "This place is filled with magical items the monastery couldn't even dream of. Absolutely perfect for a cursed man like yourself." Valo felt a little awkward at her words. "Is that so? Thank you for bringing me to a place like this." Margareta seized the opportunity to flirt with him again. "Don't be so formal. If I could, I'd want to go on a date with you." Before she could finish, an angry roar from behind cut her off. "Margareta." Van Purgis was radiating a fiery aura, enunciating every syllable of her name. Margareta's face went pale with fear. "So scary." "Don't worry, someone would lose their mind, so I won't do anything." Immediately after, she hugged the door to change the subject. "Anyway, let's hurry inside. I'm so excited." Valo just watched, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the chaos. "Yeah, this is a total mess." The door swung open, revealing a blinding light. Seeing that light, Valo let out a sigh of relief. So far, everything is going smoothly. From now on, I'll speed things up, and then, the hunt for Philip will begin. The scene shifts to a rooftop, where Philip is blushing from the words of the person before him. "Philip, what do you think? Doesn't my new gear look cool?" Valo appeared, showing off the new set provided by the system. It was the S-rank Cursed One set, which nullified any curse from lower-grade equipment. The skill attached? Dark Critical. Valo excitedly swung the dagger in his hand. Not too shabby, right? It was a high-grade weapon rewarded by the system. The magic dagger of the A-rank monster Kaka, which increased the power of the user's undead skills. Just as Valo was enjoying his summoned creature licking his face, a female voice reached his ears. "Leaving already?" Valo looked over, surprised to see the masked figure. Van Purgis. Van Purgis crossed her arms, pretending to complain. "You were going to leave just like that? That's a little sad. How about one last walk together?" At her words, the two quickly made their way to a new area. Van Purgis decided to break the silence first. "Even though we only met recently, it feels like I've known you for a long, long time." Valo gave a quiet, half-hearted reply. "Is that so?" But she continued to chatter on beside him. "It's probably because you've helped me out so much." Van Purgis unconsciously recalled him risking his life for her against 7 orcs. His appearance in the forest was etched in her memory, as was the final duel with Ha. You were so amazing and reliable back then. Valo humbly praised Van Purgis in return. Your help was incredibly valuable as well. Thank you for saying that. After this, neither of them dared to look at each other. Finally, she started the conversation again. You don't seem very curious, do you? Valo glanced over, stammering. Curious about what? Van Purgis just chuckled as if she knew him inside and out. Don't even pretend. She touches her helmet, a silent signal about the face hidden beneath it. Ju can only scratch his cheek, embarrassed. He figures she has her reasons. Vanis falls silent at his words, not pressing the issue. Then, she offers a small smile and begins to explain. I understand. She reveals that beneath the helm lies a large, cursed scar. Just like that, Vanis's biggest secret is out, though even she doesn't know what kind of curse it is. Her uncle tried to hide it at all costs, insisting that nobody could ever know. Ju nods, a little shaken. So that's it. Hearing this, Vanis continues her story. And so, people started calling me the Ugly Knight, a nickname given by those who knew nothing about her real circumstances. Now, she's mustered up all her courage to ask him, can you look at my face? Vanis raises a hand to her helmet, but hesitates for a moment. I'm a little worried, she admits. But with you, I feel like you'll see the real me. Before she can finish, a deep blush spreads across her face. Vanis has no idea just how stunning her sculpted features truly are. How do I look? Do you think I'm very ugly? When he doesn't answer, she grows more timid and covers her face, while Ju is just completely captivated by her beauty. Vanis clenches her hands, pleading, please, say something. He snaps out of his daze, tripping over his words to praise her. I'm sorry, you're just so beautiful. She lets out a sigh of relief. Really? That's a relief. Ju still can't believe his eyes. Impossible. Vanis removed her helmet. Vanis then shyly covers her mouth. Thinking back on it, Ju was still completely lost in her beauty. He'd always watched Vanis but never imagined something like this. Vanis, flustered, suddenly blurts out, I have something I want to give you. Ju stammers in surprise. What is it? She quickly pulls out a pendant. This is a treasure of the Bayan family, passed down from my uncle. He watches her, completely bewildered. Why would she give him something so precious? Vanis takes his hand, a clear confession of her feelings. This is a token, proof that I will always be with you. His heart skips a beat as he stares at the glowing gem. It's so bright that Ju finds himself repeating her words. A token, to remind me that you'll always be by my side. He immediately places it over his chest as his answer. I'll cherish it. Vanis looks up, her eyes shimmering. You promise, right? Ju, overcome with shyness, turns to Philip. All right, it's time for us to go. She looks a bit disappointed but still offers him her best wishes. Yes, may luck always be with you. Ju awkwardly gestures ahead. Yes, well, after you. Vanis blushes, refusing. No, you go first. They go back and forth like this, completely ignoring the exasperated people standing by. No, Vanis, you first. No, I want you to go first. Oh, come on, it's fine. Vanis, please go. No, Valo, I insist. Just then, a new system notification pops up. The hidden storyline Bloodline of the Warriors has been unlocked. The romance route for Vanis has been unlocked. Soon, night falls, filled with the sound of laughter. Philip is lost in a monologue nearby. Oh my god, what's a guy like me supposed to do? Ju looks at the system, then thinks of her and blushes again. A romance route with the stoic Vanis? At this rate, the only thing missing is the wedding ceremony, right? His blissful moment is shattered by a strange smell. At his horse's feet are countless bodies strewn about. What is this? Damn it. Just when things were going well, he surveys the dead. Based on the scene, it looked like Philip and Pizamut had engaged in a fierce, brutal battle. Men and horses lay on the ground in a pathetic state, clearly out of strength to continue. Without hesitating, Ju draws his sword on the spot, swings once, and gallops off. I have to search this area. His gaze drifts back to the familiar system window, and a curious smile spreads across Ju's face. Interesting. He tightens his grip on his sword, its aura flaring as he activates a skill. Soon, Big Part 2 arrives, leading an army of vampires as Ju speaks. Bloody believers, become my pawns. Summon vampire. He turns and gives his first order. Your first mission is to search this entire area and hunt down Philip. Glory to our Lord. Ju then points to Anna. And you? She bows respectfully in response. Yes, master. He glances at the bodies with a sinister smile. Gather all the uniforms scattered around here. They'll be useful. The scene shifts to a gloomy, abandoned building where Philip and his men are hiding. He's seething with rage, remembering Friedrich's face. Damn it. I, the Steel Warrior, never thought I'd see this day. Pisamut, unforgivable. One of Philip's men worriedly hands him a bag. Your Highness, this is for emergencies. But Philip shows no gratitude, snatching it from his hands. Give it here. He shoves the strange medicine into his mouth. Outside, Jew wanders around, calling Philip's name. Prince Philip, I've come to get you. Prince Philip, it's me, the mercenary you met before. He even shouts his own name loud and clear. Valti Val. Hearing Jew's voice is like a lifeline for Philip, his face instantly brightening. Oh, Valo, of course I remember you. His subordinate, however, is much more cautious and gives him advice. Your Highness, it's dangerous. We should observe the situation first. That's right. But Philip just slaps him across the face. Shut up, you useless fool. He points outside, his voice dripping with contempt. While he came to save me, what the hell were you two doing? Both men are stunned by Philip's cruel words. You're nothing but insects, not even worth stepping on. A sly smile forms on his face as he decides their fate. After this, you'll all be demoted to serve under that mercenary. As he finishes speaking, the door behind Philip is kicked clean off its hinges. He sees Jew and is absolutely overjoyed. Valo. I'm here, Valo. Jew calmly walks in with his vampires. Your Highness, I've missed you. I crossed that deep forest just to get here. His words only make Philip more grateful. Thank you, Valo. And thank you for bringing such reliable reinforcements. Behind him, his man is still weakly calling his name, but Philip ignores him, his eyes shining. You are the only one I can trust. I will ensure you are rewarded handsomely. Jew flashes a brilliant smile and acts modest. Oh, there's no need for that. In the next instant, his army lunges forward on command. Blood splatters across the room, leaving Philip in stunned silence. Jew rubs his head, hiding a sinister grin. Because I won't be needing you anymore, Your Highness. Yao and his men have Philip completely surrounded, gaining the upper hand. Sword at the ready, he throws out a vicious taunt. A mangy dog dares to snarl at a tiger? Philip's face twists with rage. I raised a dog, only for it to turn around and bite its master? But Yao? He just scoffs, completely unafraid and even amused. That's right, I'm a filthy dog, Yao sneers, and I'm here to bite a man like you, Philip. In a flash, Philip's blue eyes widen, and his blade is already out. With just 2 moves of his Moonshadow style, the New Moon/Philip absolutely demolishes nearly all of the vampires. The more that charge, the harder he cuts them down. Yao watches this scene, clearly unimpressed. Looks like sending in mere henchmen was completely useless. He glances at the bodies on the ground with pure disgust. A fight like this is just a waste of mana. Thinking this, Yao gives an order to his real army in the back. All of you, fall back. They obey in perfect unison. Yes, Your Highness. He smirks at the scene, enjoying the moment. What a shame, watching your little minions die right in front of you. Yao circles his opponent for a moment before finally drawing his dagger. My heart, he declares, is like a vast and endless plain. Philip seizes the opportunity, slashing a piece of airborne debris and sending it flying right at him. Yao dodges it with ease, a taunting smile on his face. Philip backs away, eyes wide, then slams his hand on the wooden fence beside him. Yao just rips it from the ground and hurls it forward for Philip to slice apart. While parrying Philip's furious attacks, Yao can't help but feel a little nostalgic. So this is the power of the steel branch style. The irony is, he once treasured this very technique. At first glance, the style is elegant, almost delicate, but hidden beneath that beauty, Yao suddenly bows his head, silent for a split second, before unleashing a deadly counterattack. He's a bit winded, but he stands with the undeniable presence of a true master of the steel branch counter. Philip finally stops his assault, shifting to words. You think you can just betray me and walk away alive? But Yao is anything but grateful, smirking back. Turns out, I'm quite close with the sisters at the convent. Hearing that, Philip erupts in laughter. So, you've got backup, huh? But why on earth should I be afraid of some weaponized cult? With that, Philip spins once more. A second moon appears in the shape of a crescent, the second form of his Moonshadow sword style. He summons a massive wave of power into his blade. But in an instant, Philip's confident expression turns to one of pure shock. Yao's small dagger has completely stopped his ultimate attack cold. Philip strains until his whole body trembles, but he can't make his opponent budge an inch. In that moment, an old fear, a deep wound he's long tried to ignore, resurfaces. Yao seems to have found Philip's weakness and lets out a triumphant laugh. This little melodrama should end right here. And with one kick, he sends Philip flying. As he falls, Philip spits out a huge mouthful of blood. He can see Yao's glowing foot. Sorry, Yao says, but it isn't the convent you should be afraid of, it's me. Philip clutches his battered body, his voice filled with bitter rage. If my body were at its peak, I would have crushed you ages ago. He screams out in total despair. Why? Why do you want to kill me? I admired your talent. I gave you so much. You were supposed to be loyal to me, weren't you? Yao cracks his neck, his voice dropping to an icy tone. You really still don't know what you did wrong? Fine. I'll spell it out for you. He takes a step forward. First, you ignored every single thing I said, and you were betrayed because of it. He slams his knife into the ground right in front of Philip's crotch to make his point. Second, you callously threw away Vanis, who worked so hard for your sake. Yao raises the knife again. And third, just how many people do you think have died because of you? His face darkens, and a demonic glint appears in Yao's eyes. And you still dare to call yourself one of the great branches? Philip, desperate for any shred of pity, begins to beg. Think again, Valstalo. He starts crying pathetically. Everything I did was for the people. If I die, who will feed and protect them? He pleads, spitting as he talks. My absence will only make the other great branches happy. Won't they just rush in to devour this place the second I'm gone? Yao's lips curl into a slight smile as he listens to Philip's rambling. You've got a point. Yao pretends to consider it, playing the part of a merciful victor. All right, I'll give you one chance. He dangles a precious potion in his hand. This is a full recovery potion. If you accept my condition, I'll let you use it. Philip, terrified of death, immediately agrees to Yao's demand. What do you want? I'll agree to anything. Yao feigns surprise at his eagerness. Is that so? This is the moment he was waiting for. He leans in close and gives his order. Then get on your knees and beg Vanis for forgiveness. And I mean properly on both hands and knees. To save himself, Philip raises the stakes. She's still alive? All right. And as an apology, I will gift the Bayan family 10,000 florins. Yao, satisfied with this display, quickly hands him the potion. Excellent. For that, I'll give you the whole bottle. Seeing it, Philip lunges forward like a starving tiger. Thank you. His eyes bulge as he drinks the entire rare potion in one go, but the liquid spills from his mouth as the glass vial shatters. Yao watches, absolutely thrilled, as Philip struggles to swallow. How was it? Taste good? He then points to the stains on the floor. That's the venom of a Fukuma poison dragon. At that moment, Philip is so stunned he starts to cry. You bastard! Philip clutches his burning throat, questioning Yao. You dare mock me like this? Yao just holds up the empty vial, admiring it. Oh, this poison? It once killed a demon king. I got it from Hagra myself. Seizing the moment of distraction, Philip lunges. You're going to die, Volstalo. But in a flash, a dark shadow leaps in front of Yao. It's Bipine, who mercilessly runs Philip through with his sword. As he falls, Philip looks back, crying, before he starts to vomit violently. He stares at the newcomer with absolute shock. You're Bipine? Why are you still alive? Weren't you ripped to shreds by those undead dogs that day? Bipine glances back at Philip, his face filled with disgust as he recalls his own tragic end. Yes, that was the day you left me to die. But then, Lord Valstalo granted me a second life. He has officially joined Yao's vampire legion. I no longer serve you. I serve Lord Valstalo now. Bipine slowly advances on him, adding a few more choice words. Because of your pride, you dragged everyone into danger. He doesn't hesitate to press the blade to his former master's throat. And now, it's time for you to pay the price for that, with your own life. As Philip stared at his own pitiful reflection in the blade, he couldn't accept it. Meanwhile, Ju suddenly received a system notification. A warning flashed. Do you authorize Pip-Pen to kill the Protector? Killing a Protector may affect game progress. Ju just stared at the text, a little curious. It would mess with the game, huh? He glanced down at the man begging for his life. Ju's face unconsciously twisted into a smirk as he considered it. Just for this pathetic excuse of a man? Forget it. He had no second thoughts. Ju waved his hand, giving the order to Pip-Pen before turning away. Pip-Pen, kill him. The subordinate was quick to obey. Yes, master. With permission granted, Pip-Pen raised his sword high. At that exact moment, Ju's system flooded with red error messages. Error. Error. The Protector has been eliminated. Error. A few seconds later, the system rebooted. The hidden scenario Protector Slayer has been activated. Kill all Protectors to unlock the Transcendent tier. You have interfered with the world's will. The game's difficulty has increased. Ju glanced back, a flicker of genuine interest in his eyes. A sudden difficulty spike? A provocative smirk spread across his face as he rose into the sky, filled with confidence. He thought to himself, you didn't see this one coming, did you? From high above, Ju's eyes shined like bright stars. the moonlight illuminating the spot where he hovered. Aquila watched from afar, like a sailor moon gazing down at Earth, her eyes shining with pure excitement. She turned on a monitor, her words of praise dripping with hidden meaning. He really broke the seal, didn't he? Valo is being so naughty. She danced with glee and let out a laugh. Look at that smug face. This is getting exciting. Then, Aquila stood up and pressed a button on the remote. Now then, let's see what you can do. The screen went black as she turned away. Because everything was just beginning. The system kept spitting out bright notification windows. You have acquired the S-rank skill, Moon Shadow Sword. You have acquired the skill Princess Karan, rank A. You have acquired the skill Imperial Incitement, rank SS. You have acquired the skill Mephistopheles is Acting, rank SS. You have acquired the skill The Dignity of the Great Chieftain, rank SS. Ju stared at the white text, buzzing with excitement. Now this was a reward worthy of a top-tier being. The loot was insane. 3 SS rank skills, 1 S rank, and 1 A rank. His eyes quickly locked onto the highest reward. You have acquired the skill Raise Undead, rank SS. Ju was more than happy with that skill. On top of that, he'd received 2 exclusive S rank skills from a level-up bonus. Absolutely perfect. But the system wasn't done yet. You have acquired the S rank skill Blood Tear Absorption. After processing the new abilities, he focused on the golden pouch in his hand. Wait, this is the only thing that dropped? Annoyed, Ju reached out to open it. It looked like a normal magical zipper pouch, but he was met with a crackling lightning barrier. Ju grimaced, pulling his hand back from the sharp pain. A barrier? The system immediately popped up, confirming his thoughts. You have been blocked by the barrier. Defeated, Ju could only put it away. I'll have to get Margareta to open this thing later. But as he turned to leave, the next notification caught his attention. You have received the essence of the Protector. Collect 5 to ascend into a transcendent being. However, each time a Protector is killed, the seal protecting the world from darkness will weaken. Ju processed the flood of new lore, a transcendent being, a world seal. He glanced back at the motionless bodies behind him. In other words, he had to be extremely careful when hunting these guys. Ju's mind quickly painted a new future for himself, a vision of him with many comrades by his side flashing through his thoughts. Should he side with the other Protectors? Or would he find a completely different path? Just as Ju was lost in thought, Pip Pen rushed over with an item. Master, I found it. He held up a rolled-up piece of paper to report. Just as you said, we checked the ruins Philip's men left behind and found this. Ju's eyes lit up the moment he saw it. Good work. He excitedly unrolled the paper and shouted, This is definitely the main reward for this quest. Look at how it shines. It's on a whole other level. Pip Pen, by the way, did you finish that side task I gave you? His subordinate bowed with a slight sly smile. Yes, master. Pip Pen quickly brought forth 2 disguised men before Ju. As you ordered, we dressed Philip's men in Pisamus faction attire and disguised them as perfect demons. Ju looked over their work and clapped his hands, satisfied. Excellent. They look amazing. In another corner, a rotten plank of wood snapped in half with a single stomp. At that moment, Brow was interrogating a surviving soldier. Please, spare me. I'll do anything you ask. Anything. Ju curiously walked over and asked who the man was. His subordinate quickly explained, one of Philip's men. He was in hiding. Master, how should we deal with him? Ju was momentarily stunned, unsure how to handle the scene. But a second later, an idea sparked in his mind. Luer was still sobbing uncontrollably, his hands clasped in prayer. I'll do anything, please just spare me. Thanks to those words, a sly smile appeared on Ju's face. He looked at his clenching fist, unable to contain his excitement. My dear Pisamus, he thought, I hope you enjoy the gift I'm sending. At a camp near the forest road, Lauren, captain of the Royal Guard under Jolin's command, was leading a patrol. Lauren's eyes scanned back and forth before finally stopping on one spot. The corner of his mouth immediately curled into a slight smirk. Lauren saw the bodies scattered on the ground and quickly raised his hand. All troops, halt! One of his subordinates looked up to assess the situation and reported his findings. Sir Lauren, it looks like there was a battle with Pisamus forces here. Lauren glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, Seems so. Right after, another soldier brought a man before him. Sir, we found a survivor. Lauren took one look and gave a quick, clean order. Good work. Handle him carefully. I'll need to interrogate him later. The man on the other side immediately acknowledged the command. Back in the camp, the fire was roaring again. Lauren rested his chin on his hand and began to question Luer. So, you're saying that it was stolen? The man could only answer each word with complete honesty. Ah, yes. Luer clutched his cup of water, his face filled with sorrow. Then we were surrounded by the Pisimus army, and in a desperate attempt to save Prince Philip. Before he could finish his sentence, Lauren cut him off. So you mean you left your comrades to die while you ran away? Luer saw his own reflection in the cup of water and reluctantly confirmed. Yes. Lauren's sword immediately plunged into the ground, making the man jump. He wasn't angry at Luer, but his face twisted in regret. If only I had arrived a little sooner. Lauren then lunged forward and grabbed Luer by the shoulders. He's a model knight, risking his life to protect his superior. With that, the commander shoves him out for all to see, shouting loudly, "All troops, listen up. Focus your attention on Lur. This man risked everything for his commander." Lur is completely stunned, frozen on the spot by the sudden praise. Even in defeat, our knightly spirit remains unbroken. Follow his example and begin the search for Prince Philip immediately. Yes, sir. Lur stammers, his legs feeling weak. Just as he thinks he's had enough, the scene shifts to the sunny, windswept Ranrose Palace. Sunlight streams into Jolin's private garden, but her peaceful moment is shattered by Lauren's sudden arrival. "My lady, it is Lauren." He grits his teeth, forcing out every word. As ordered, we pursued the Pisamu army and found Sir Philip's trail, but he has escaped. His location is unknown. Jolin is silent for a beat. Is that so? She continues her walk, pressing him for more. And what about the item? She was certain Prince Philip had it. At that, Lauren finally stammers out the truth. Those Pisamu, they took it. Hearing this, Jolin's fingers clench into a fist. Pisamu, she says, her voice laced with ice. That name is growing more and more irritating. Believing he has failed, Lauren immediately takes the blame. "Forgive me, my lady. Punish me as you see fit." But she shows no anger, instead reassuring him. "That won't be necessary. The item is what matters now. It's the only way to restore Prince Philip to his position as Elector." Lauren can't help himself, slamming a hand down. But Prince Philip, Jolin's eyes narrow coldly. "Lauren, the prince is not someone who dies so easily." She rests her chin on her hand, speaking with a terrifying calm. "Go to Pisamu and deliver this message for me. Hand over the item." A smile spreads across her face, one befitting the Rose Demon King. Or else things won't be very pleasant. The scene cuts to the dusty Pisamu base, where Pisamu's face is twisting in rage. "What did you just say? That crazy woman has been resurrected?" Vincent simply tilts his head in confirmation. "Yes, my lord." That simple gesture sends Pisamu into a full-blown panic. Impossible. The memory of Margaretta's monstrous face makes him go pale. That monster is back, but his trap was perfect. Vincent, however, just had to chime in. "But she's still only human, right?" Meanwhile, Pisamu's face has turned a sickly shade of purple. "You don't understand." Pisamu's voice trembles with fear as he recalls how she once walked into an impossible battle alone. He can never forget it. She had charged into Oz territory all by herself, slaughtering every single one of his men. The sight of Margaretta slitting her enemy's throat before taking his head is burned into Pisamu's memory. He hugs himself, shaking in absolute terror. "Do you even know what triggered that entire massacre?" he asks. Vincent, still not getting it, asks, "What was it?" Pisamu can see it clear as day. One of Ao's men stepped on her snack. The memory alone makes Pisamu's voice shake. Ever since then, the Demon Kings have called her Margareta, the Storm of Destruction. Just then, another demon bursts in, panicked. "My lord!" A message. It's just arrived from Demon King Jolin. Pisamu's face drains of all color as he sees the messenger with the scroll. Now what? The demon trembles under Pisamu's glare, reporting back. I don't know, sir." Pisamu just stares at the offered scroll, not daring to even touch it. But the messenger insists, holding it out in front of Pisamu. He can only wonder to himself, what fresh hell is this? What has set her off now? Finally, Pisamu forces his trembling hands to open the scroll. His eyes bulge as he stammers, That woman." He lets out a furious roar that sounds suspiciously like a desperate sob. "That item. Why would she think I'm the one who has it?" Seeing his master having a complete meltdown, Vincent steps forward to ask, "What is it, my lord?" Vincent immediately freezes at his words. "That madwoman is demanding I hand over the item." He covers his mouth, his mind flashing to the fallen warrior, Haja, Margaretta, and the scroll. Vincent feels a deep sense of dread. Why would Jolin think they have it? They never even got close. In fact, he remembers they lost Haja's trail while they were chasing Philip. This whole thing is deeply suspicious. Margaretta's return, and the item's disappearance. The results are clear, but the cause is a mystery. Then, a shocking thought hits Vincent. Impossible. Is there someone else pulling the strings behind all this? The scene shifts, and we find Dew sneezing uncontrollably, as if someone's talking about him. He's practically dizzy from it as Beat Part 2 looks on with concern. Master, are you sick? Du just waves it off. No, my nose is just a little itchy. Not pressing the issue, his subordinate gets right down to business. In any case, what are your plans for Philip's corpse? Du thinks for a moment, then smirks. What else? He will be turned into a loyal zombie servant. Beat Part 2 looks a little surprised but quickly agrees. Ah, a fitting fate for an elector. I eagerly await it, sir. Du ignores the flattery and holds up a scroll. Forget about that for a moment. Right now, this. This is what's truly important. Du excitedly unfurls it and explains, the Golden Edict. At the same time, a system window pops up confirming its identity. Golden Edict, a document bearing the Imperial Golden Seal. This is the ultimate proof of an elector's authority. With the system's confirmation, Du gets giddy just thinking about Philip's defeat. He can hardly believe his luck. He has both Philip's body and the Golden Edict. Lost in the moment, Du suddenly calls out, Beat Part 2, who is always ready to respond. Yes, master. But Du doesn't stop there, calling out again, Beat Part 2. Without a hint of complaint, the subordinate immediately responds, Yes, master. This strange ritual only makes Du's gleeful laughter grow louder. He raises his hand again, repeating his little game, and Beat Part 2 joins in with a huge grin. Yes, master. On a rough road leading into a deep forest, a horse-drawn carriage rolls along slowly, followed by a squad of lightly armored soldiers. The two soldiers driving the carriage laugh and chat amongst themselves. Looks like the guildmaster is going to make a fortune this time, one says. W, sitting beside him, nods in agreement. That's right. With this economic blockade, this is our last real chance. We have to grab everything we can. As the carriage enters the darkening forest, he chuckles. When we get back, we are definitely drinking until we completely pass out. His partner is all for it. Oh, I happen to know the perfect spot. But as they talk, two mysterious figures emerge from the shadows behind them, following closely. Choi tried to speak up, but before he could finish, an arrow sank deep into Wade's neck. He watched, frozen, as his friend's eyes went wide with shock and blood began to pour out. Before anyone could scream, the flag dropped. Assassins clad in black moved like lightning. Zane let out a roar, ordering his men to take everything and leave nothing behind. The soldiers' faces went pale as they scrambled for their weapons, one screaming, We're under attack! A warrior charged forward with cold eyes, swinging his blade, but in the next instant, his own comrade was struck down. The shriek of steel on steel echoed as two blades clashed. He gritted his teeth, straining to hold his ground against the powerful, crushing blow from his opponent, but Zane just smirked, his voice dripping with pure scorn. Well now, you merchants make quite a lot of money, don't you? I bet that's what you traded with Linny, huh? Hearing this, Choi's voice was a low growl of pure fury. What in the hell do you think you're doing? Do you have any idea where this money was supposed to go? Without a second's hesitation, Zane lunged forward, gripping his sword tight. They met in an explosion of sparks as Zane snarled back. And what if I do? The force of the blow sent him flying, his eyes squeezed shut in pain. Choi fought to regain his balance, but a swirling vortex of power immediately slammed right into him. He was surrounded by the dark forest and the bodies of his comrades. A figure approached, weapon raised, and sneered. Got a problem? Go run and cry to Vangus. Zane's face was a mask of murderous intent. He whispered through clenched teeth, Make sure you bring your boss with you. The scene then snaps to a bright room where Vangus is tending to his wounds. He let out a soft groan of pain. She looked at Ju with concern, commanding him, Now sit still. His face was now bright red as Ju winced from the stinging pain. Van Purgis's eyes were filled with worry, her voice quiet but firm. Just hold on for a moment. How on earth did you manage to get yourself this injured? Suddenly, the door burst open. Margareta charged in, looking completely frantic and shouting loud enough to make him flinch. Both of them stared, totally stunned. A strange and heavy silence filled the room. Her wide, golden eyes were full of confusion as Vanna stood completely frozen. The scene then cuts to a massive building. A piercing scream echoed through the halls. Van Pease is seen removing his helmet. A moment later, he's chugging down a glass of water, utterly satisfied. Seeing her guilty expression, Margareta gently teased, Van Pegas, are you trying to give an old woman like me a heart attack? Van Pegas just bowed her head and mumbled an apology. But Margareta just smiled warmly, cupping her face. It's all right, I get it. The feeling of not wanting to hide yourself. That's just part of being a woman, isn't it? Youth is a wonderful thing. Hearing that, she paused for a moment, and Ju's face turned an even deeper shade of red. Margareta then spun around, her voice sharp. Valo, you better take good care of Vangus. If you dare make her shed even a single tear. She paused for dramatic effect, making him swallow hard. He nervously asked, Then what? The entire mood darkened. Margaretta's eyes glowed a threatening, blood red. I will fold you in half. Absolutely terrified, Ju immediately stammered. Yes, of course, not another word. She sat down, crossing her legs and arms, then asked, By the way, Philip, you said he was dead? Hearing her question, he calmly began to explain. Yes, my subordinates have his body. A quick flashback shows Ju yelling, Take it away! His men answered immediately, Yes, sir. He glances over, shrugs, and finishes his thought. My companions are handling him now. Hearing this, her voice trembled with restrained emotion. So he's really dead? A different voice asked, full of doubt. Is that really such a big deal? And just like that, the atmosphere became heavy again. Margaretta's eyes began to glow, her voice dropping to a dangerously low tone. I really wanted to be the one to kill him myself. Her sudden shift in emotion was jarring. A voice stammered nearby, while Ju sat there looking more confused than ever by her reaction. Oh well. He's dead either way, so I guess it's fine. He forced a laugh, thinking to himself that Philip was probably better off dying at his hands. Ju turned back to her with a cheerful look. But speaking of which, I have a gift for you. The word gift immediately piqued Margaretta's interest, her face lighting up. What is it? He calmly gestured to the pile of gold in front of them. This is what I collected from the remains of Philip's crew. The statement clearly caught her off guard. Ju pointed a hand toward the glittering gold, telling Margaretta with total confidence. With this, you can buy any snack you could ever want. Her eyes went wide in disbelief. What did you just say? Margaretta stared at him, then began praising him endlessly, asking if he was some kind of saint. Seeing her incredible reaction, Ju asked quietly, Does Angela really starve you that often? Margaretta's face was now shining as if she was gazing upon heaven itself. You know, you suddenly look quite handsome, she declared. Completely exasperated, he just yelled back, Stop it! Just then, Van Pegas walked over, looking totally confused. She frowned and asked, Valo, what are all those papers over there? Ju glanced at them, looking a bit flustered as he answered, Well, they look like letters. She walked over and began to read them. He explained, They're letters between Philip and Jolin. It seems Jolin was trying to make Philip the new emperor. A stark red and black image appeared, sketching out the imposing figures of a king and a woman. Ju's narration continued over the scene. Apparently, the current emperor and Jolin are on terrible terms because of tax issues. Margaretta, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. That's right, just like the economic blockade. He paused at her words, his brow furrowed. An economic blockade? She looked back, surprised. What? You didn't know? The scene flashes to chaos in a great hall, with people collapsing. Margaretta's voice explained the situation. The Emperor is currently seizing all goods from every merchant guild that has any connection to Zin, seizing everything. Because of this, the local knightly families are in serious trouble. Images of ruthless bandits then flashed through his mind. She continued her explanation, and that is precisely why the RER family attacked the Ignis Merchant Guild. The revelation left him speechless. What? Finally, Margaretta spelled it all out. And because of all that, our poor Vanis is under an incredible amount of stress. This caused the girl beside her to cry out in embarrassment. Margaretta! Her face turned bright red. Margaretta smiled awkwardly and stammered. Ah, right. Well, Ju looked at her with a mix of concern and confusion. Is something wrong? He asked, as she stood holding a stack of papers. Margaretta began to speak in a hushed tone. The truth is, but then Vanis, dressed in her nun's habit, looked up with a reassuring smile and said, It's okay, I can explain. Lady Margaretta. The scene cuts to a room consumed by shadows. In the oppressive darkness, a faint sigh can be heard. He bit his lip, sweat forming on his temple. Ju could only think to himself that everything was a complete and utter mess. An image of an enraged king crackled with violent, purple lightning. He murmured softly, never expecting the Emperor's economic blockade to blow up into a full-blown conflict with the Bayan emissary. The door swung open and a familiar voice called out, Valo, it's me. Recognizing his friend, Ju let out a sigh of relief. Across a delicate tea table, Vangus spoke with a low, steady voice filled with warning and worry. I hope you will forget everything you heard today. She sat primly, her gaze calm but anxious. This has nothing to do with you, she insisted. But he looked at Vangus and shook his head firmly. I can't do that. If this has to do with you, Vangus, then I honestly want to help. His words made her pause for just a moment. Vangus replied softly, Thank you. But then her gaze fell. But this situation has gotten far too big. Vangus offered a faint smile, her tone half joking. If you help me again this time, I'll feel terribly guilty. Ju stood opposite her, watching intently with a serious expression. An image of Vangus in full armor, standing strong, flashed through his mind. He knew Vangus was reliable, but he also saw her inexperience and kind heart. That was the reason, he thought to himself, grabbing her hand. He stared straight ahead and called her name, Vangus. Ju continued with a tired but sincere smile. You're right. This is too big for a mere mercenary like me. She appeared before him, her eyes filled with gratitude. Vangus answered gently. Yes, that's why this time. He sat in a large chair, tilting his head slightly as he made a resolute promise. Even so, I still want to help. A voice echoed from deep within him. I want to become her strength. He let out a small laugh, joking gently. Mercenaries can be useful in their own way, you know. Vangus looked up, her lips curving into a slight smile. You can still joke at a time like this? Ju smiled confidently, the corners of his mouth hinting at something more. He leaned forward, his grin widening like a challenge. I'm also pretty confident, you know. The statement made her tilt her head. Vangus asked, full of doubt. Confident? The scene shifts to a magnificent cathedral with towering white walls. Ju strode quickly down a stone corridor, light catching his determined face. Down the hall, two nuns turned as they heard his hurried footsteps. In the vast main hall, he was moving at incredible speed. He burst through a door and yelled out. Inside the warmly lit room, Margareta jumped at the sound, looking up and calling his name in confusion. Ju held up a brightly glowing magic zipper. He spoke, catching his breath. The magic zipper that Philip used to have, and there are countless gold coins inside it. He looked up, trying to pique Margareta's curiosity. Aren't you curious? He held up the item challengingly, declaring that if she opened it now, the reward would be doubled. Ju leaned forward, his voice taunting. Want to give it a try? Immediately, Margareta, her golden eyes blazing, reacted with intense focus and yelled with determination. Make it triple. In the room, Ju stood at a distance, looking on in utter surprise. Whoa, what's with that gauntlet? Meanwhile, Margareta was ecstatically hugging a pile of gold. Ju now stood seriously, raising a hand to listen carefully to her words. This is an upgraded version of the magic zipper I just opened. Now, with a simple flip of her palm, a fierce blue light enveloped a flask that Ju was holding, as Margareta's voice continued its steady explanation. Riding along a green forest path, he looked down at the flask in his hand. Ju let out a surprised laugh. Well, I've never seen anything like this before. Did they add a secret update or something? He brought the flask closer with a relaxed, witty smile. Convenient patches are always welcome. Then, in a split second, the horse suddenly bucked, throwing water straight into Ju's face. He glared at the horse, shouting in anger, What is wrong with you all of a sudden? Immediately, the horse took on a helpless look, pointing insistently ahead. As Ju watched with a sense of unease, his expression suddenly froze solid. Before him was a ribbon banner with words written on it, Welcome to the great city of Bluin. Amidst the massive crowd, Ju looked forward and suddenly exclaimed in pure shock. Huh? What in the world is this? The vast blue sky carried a light, gentle breeze. Then, brilliant stage lights flared to life. He stepped into view, one hand raised confidently. I finally made it inside. The scene revealed a jam-packed amusement park as a voice chimed in. Feels like waiting 3 hours at Disneyland. The estimated time was indeed 3 hours, and each word made Ju's expression darken. In the crowded square, a young man holding a red sign made him stop in his tracks. The man's voice boomed. Welcome to the city of the great lord. Ju began walking again, looking around as he muttered, Whoa, this place is still exactly the same as before. In the bustling city, a tavern owner bowed enthusiastically, inviting the great lord inside. The girl next to him waved happily. Great lord, please visit our tavern. A stream of thoughts ran through his mind. Bluin is a city where different races live together. The great lord they're talking about is the demon lord Cuban. Over here, a man was showering a lady with compliments. Your skin has gotten so much more beautiful lately. His words made her endlessly happy. It's all thanks to the great lord. Right then, Cuban appeared with a heroic aura. Cuban played a huge role in uniting cultures thanks to his vast knowledge and eloquence. He was also seen as the most human-friendly demon lord, second only to Lin. Ju stared ahead, lost in deep thought and endless contemplation. He is a crucial figure who will be a great help. I absolutely have to meet him. His eyes widened as he suddenly caught a figure approaching him with a simple, hello. Before Ju stood a goblin with his arms wide open, saying cheerfully, an adventurer with an extraordinary aura. Hearing this, Ju asked with some surprise. Do you know me? The goblin continued, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Oh, no, but your aura is so strong it's impossible not to notice. A skill notification window appeared, making Ju ponder. An extraordinary aura. Is it because of this skill? At that moment, the goblin happily struck up a conversation. Is this your first time in Bluin? Just then, a notification sounded. Majesty of the Great Leader, SS rank. A skill that increases charisma and divine presence as its proficiency grows. The thought of being seen as a protector made him smile to himself. Not bad. This could be useful later. With that in mind, Ju replied to the goblin, That's right, I'm here to meet Cuban. Hearing this, the goblin shot up excitedly, clenching his fists and cheering, Oh, a truly extraordinary person. Is this what it feels like to witness great figures being drawn to one another? I have business with him too. Let me take you there, the goblin shouted, practically bouncing as he ran ahead. Behind him, Jude's expression was just pure confusion. Him? He wondered. They arrived at a massive, magnificent castle. Inside the main hall of Cuban's fortress, a grand door gilded with gold stood before them. The small figure bowed respectfully. Please wait here. My father will be brought to you. Jude just smiled. All right. But then, bam! A skill notification suddenly flashed, catching him completely off guard. Wait, I'm only level 1? So how did that goblin even recognize me? Completely exhausted by it all, he decided to just let it go for now. Whatever, that's not important right now. A moment later, Jude stood before a huge statue, staring it down and wondering. Seems like he's still a total narcissist, huh? An entire work of art based on himself? Suddenly, the goblin popped out from behind him. Announcing the arrival of your tea, sir. The adventurer jumped out of his skin with a yell. But the little guy just chuckled, bowing his head in apology. So sorry for startling you. Still shaken, Jude warned him. Next time, please announce yourself first. But the goblin just shrugged it off. As you can see, sir, I'm a monster. Once things calmed down, Jude sat and got straight to the point. Anyway, what brings you here? The figure gave a half-joking smile and replied, I'm here to register my marriage with him. The goblin blinked, then immediately went into full drama mode. Our relationship is just so sweet. From a distance, a figure sighed. There he goes again. Jude thought back to the welcome he'd received. Everyone else called the ruler Lord Cuban. Only this guy referred to him simply as him. Realizing this, Jude narrowed his eyes, deciding to test him. He stood before the goblin and asked probingly, So that ring must be your wedding ring then? Hearing the question, the goblin froze for just a second. But he quickly regained his confidence, his voice full of pride. So you noticed? Just as expected of you, I spent 10 years worth of salary on it. Jude just smirked at that. Is that so? He glanced over at the real goblin cowering behind them and offered a compliment. That's some pretty impressive acting. Cuban. The figure's pale green hand trembled. A sparkling red ring turned on his finger as he stammered. What do you mean? Before he could finish, Jude cut him off, pointing to the ring. His voice was sharp, peeling back the lies. Isn't that the ruby ring that Cuban always treasures? And it's also suspicious that you called me extraordinary, when very few people even know who I am, Jude continued, pressing his advantage. And most of all, no one refers to themselves as Lord. At that, dark, green smoke erupted as a new voice spoke. The intel was accurate, after all. The smoke swirled as he offered a cryptic smile. Your intuition really is sharp. And there stood Cuban, with short platinum hair and piercing eyes, emerging from the hazy smoke. That's right. Valor Step Valo. I am the ruler of Prozan. His expression was anything but friendly, his eyes filled with determination. This was Cuban, the Dark Demon King. A short while later, Cuban sat sipping his tea and asked, You must have come to see me about the Valgus incident, correct? Jude was quick to respond. That's right. He looked directly at Cuban with a smug grin. I figured you might have some useful clues or information. Cuban gently set his teacup down, his tone thoughtful. I know what you want. He paused, then gave a soft smile. But there's one condition. Jude's expression immediately darkened. I knew it, Cuban. But he still managed a faint smile as he asked, A condition? An image appeared of a man completely surrounded by an endless sea of letters. Jude's mind raced. Cuban's obsession with knowledge was infamous from the very beginning. This was the notorious weirdo who'd pay good money just to know the color of the emperor's underwear. But then, he remembered visions of war and peace, and a sly glint appeared in his eye. He knew all the hot gossip, from future wars to real estate trends. Thinking he had Cuban's weakness cornered, Jude grew ecstatic. Go on, ask away. I know everything. But the man before him just kept on smiling that same gentle smile. A moment later, Cuban made his simple request. Be my friend. Jude agreed without a second thought. Done. But then he realized something wasn't quite right. Seeing Jude's stunned silence, Cuban quickly explained. You may not know this, but you're about to become the center of attention. From his past conquests to his deepest secrets, Cuban even knew about his relationship with that uptight female holy knight. The reveal made Jude freeze, grimacing as he asked, Are we close? At this, Cuban beamed like the sun. If I form an alliance with someone like you, it would definitely be profitable for me. With seemingly no other choice, he had to agree. I understand. A moment later, Jude was lost in thought. Not giving him time to think, Cuban brought out a brilliant ring. It pulsed with incredible energy. As you can see, it's a communication ring, just for calling each other when we're bored. Every single word out of Cuban's mouth made Jude wonder what was this guy really planning. He painfully pictured a study session, with Cuban lecturing him with a smile to study harder. He could just see him under the table, constantly nagging him to hit the books. The more he thought, the less he believed that word. Friends? He just couldn't figure him out. Not missing a beat, Cuban spoke again. Next, as a gift of friendship, some information you want. Instantly, a sharp snap of fingers echoed. Ah, I have an idea. Jude immediately grew curious. What is it? Cuban didn't hide a thing. The clue lies in the capital of Saxon. In the capital city of Dresden, a voice called out the name. Dresden. Jude walked straight up to the gate, stunning the guards. One of them immediately shouted, Who are you? His expression showed he was not in a good mood. Jude summoned his system window and shoved it right in their faces, making them scream in agony. His face was grim as he growled, Don't get in my way. With that, Jude marched forward, system window on full display. Everywhere he went, citizens screamed in terror, scrambling to get away from him. Soon, rows of people were kneeling before him. Seeing this, Jude got even angrier and roared, Get out of my way! Meanwhile, at the Velia Merchants Guild, a frantic voice cried out, Guildmaster! A man burst through the door, his voice filled with panic. An unbelievably powerful presence is heading straight for our guild. The guildmaster was shocked. An unbelievable presence? The messenger completely lost her composure, screaming in terror. He's almost here. The moment Jew stepped forward, Lena scrambled away, screaming, Don't come here. Seeing him, the old man looked just as terrified, his entire body trembling. James' voice shook as he demanded, Why is someone like you here? But Jew didn't answer. Instead, he just casually pulled up his system window. A moment later, a wicked grin spread across Jew's face. I'm here to make a deal, he said. The guildmaster seemed to catch on. You mean the DN? Elsewhere, Cubai casually confirmed it over a cup of tea. That's right, the Velia Guild and the Reter Knight family. Cubai then revealed that they were drowning in a massive debt. A classic debtor-creditor relationship. Jew was genuinely surprised by the information Cubai had. He thought to himself even he had no idea about this. That was Cubai for you. Jew knew his capabilities all too well. He was the one who had crushed him countless times in their information wars. The man could truly find out anything using his immense power. His intelligence network stretched across the entire continent. This was the Dark Demon King, Cubai. Cubai, sensing Jew's thoughts, spoke up again. Looks like you're satisfied with the info. But there's one more thing. Jew looked on, confused. What could it be? Cubai stood silently, looking at a little girl lying in bed. He placed a hand on her forehead. Esteemed adventurer, this is my daughter, Marine. The sadness in James' eyes lessened as he spoke of his daughter, even seeing her so frail on the bed. He remembered when she was healthy and full of life. Not long ago, she was a bright, energetic child. But then, something strange suddenly happened to her. One day, she just started to wither away. Eventually, she didn't even have the strength to hold on to things. And that's how they ended up here. Every famous doctor James had invited to treat his daughter just shook their heads. They had summoned the best healers on the continent, but all of them gave up. His daughter was his weakness. He collapsed, sobbing uncontrollably. If this goes on, I'll lose her forever. I can't. Suddenly, James shot up, getting right in Jew's face. There has to be a way. There must be a way to save her. He broke down again, begging, Esteemed adventurer, please, bring the smile back to my daughter's face. Jew calmly placed a hand on the man's face. First, forget that esteemed adventurer nonsense. Just call me Val. Yes, Sir Vallo. Wiping his face, Jew explained. This is the reason I came here to make a deal. Sorry if that was too blunt. His expression turned serious, his voice low. He placed a hand on Marine's forehead to check her condition. Yep, Anyone could see with their own eyes that the girl's situation was critical. Ju quickly made a diagnosis. Significant muscle loss, a persistent low-grade fever. Marine's condition was at a crisis level. This couldn't be cured with normal medicine. Looking back at the girl, Ju revealed, but there is still one way, one method to cure this disease. Hearing this, James grew frantic and yelled, "What is it?" Ju told him the only cure that could save his daughter. Gross Blockner. We need the divine elixir from that place. Just hearing the name made James' hands tremble. Oh no. He was so shocked he collapsed to the ground. Does that mean we can't save her? That's right. Gross Blockner was that kind of place. It was like a childhood dare. If you can come back alive from Gross Blockner, I'll grant you a wish. In this world, that was basically the same as saying it's impossible. The Dragon's Maw, Gross Blockner, a terrifying, desolate canyon famous for its imposing landscape. Something monstrous was hiding there, deep in the southeastern part of the empire. It was the domain of the demon dragon Squen. The ancient dragon there was unbelievably strong and aggressive. Even among the few ancient dragons left, its power was off the charts, something even a demon king would struggle against. And it wasn't just the dragon. The canyon he ruled was teeming with countless other magical beasts. Knowing the cure was only in a place like that, James fell into despair. To put it simply, it was a hellscape for both humans and demons alike, an impossible challenge for any normal person. But Ju just smiled, seeming intrigued by the place. Only for normal people, he said. He walked over, put a hand on James' shoulder, and declared with absolute confidence, "Don't worry, I'll go." Hearing those words, a spark of hope ignited in James. At that moment, Ju was like a ray of sunlight, and at the same time, he unlocked a new skill. Mephistopheles' acting skill has been activated. With this demonic acting ability, you can deceive and ridicule your opponents. James grabbed Ju by the collar, insisting, "Oh no. If anyone is going, it should be me." But Ju calmly explained with pure sincerity, "What your daughter needs most right now isn't some elixir." He told the father what he should be doing instead. It's the sincere love of her father. The words hit James hard. "Sir Vallo, what can I do to help you?" Hearing that, Ju let out a faint smile. He pretended to be hesitant. "Well, it's nothing too complicated. I heard the Arter family owes a massive debt to the Velia Guild." James looked on with teary eyes, waiting for the request he knew was coming. That debt. Ju seized the opportunity. "Could I take it off your hands?" Before James could even object, Ju gripped his shoulder. "What? Guildmaster?" He was using guilt to force his hand. "Do it for your only daughter." "Daughter," Marine weakly called out from the bed. "Dad." James remembered a happier time when his daughter would call for him. "Daddy, Daddy." She had even innocently told him, "When I grow up, I'm going to marry you, Daddy." Thinking of his daughter, James finally agreed to Ju's proposal. All right. With the deal secured, Ju made his way to Gross Blockner. What a perfect moon for a little mountain climbing. He looked around, thoroughly enjoying the view. Man, this scenery is beautiful. Ju plucked an herb from the ground, amazed. This thing is huge. He held the herb out in front of Phi Lai. "Phi, do you know what this is?" Phi Lai sniffed the herb eagerly. "That's right," Ju revealed. "This is a rare herb that only grows in a place like this." Ju let him eat the herb. "All right, go ahead. Now listen closely, Phi. This forest has some very reliable guards. Thanks to these excellent protectors, no evil humans or demons can ever get in." And just like that, Phi Lai's stats skyrocketed. Even the weeds here were packed with magical power from the dragon. Outside of this place, these were considered priceless, rare medicinal ingredients. Ju bent down and scooped up some dirt. "In other words," he said, fascinated by the raw power here. "Here, over there, too. A single handful of this soil is a precious treasure." He wanted to gather every last herb in this place. Herbs everywhere. This whole place is a goldmine, Philia. As Ju gathered the plants, he tallied up his profits. He'd not only save the merchant's daughter, but also make a killing. Ju popped a handful of herbs into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully. Wow, delicious. Suddenly, a rock slams right into the side of his head. Enraged, Ju whipped around to see who threw it. Huh? A monster's silhouette appeared, charging right at him, screaming, "Get lost, human!" When Ju saw their shocked faces, a whole pack of hobgoblins appeared, declaring this was their land. "This territory belongs to us." The system immediately revealed everything about this place. Protector of humanity, additional information. Rose Glockner, a canyon located 3,798 meters up. This is the domain of the demon dragon, S.W. Sten. Though it's filled with elixirs and rare herbs, this land is considered a danger zone. Only monsters permitted by the dragon can enter. With tears streaming down their faces, the hobgoblins tried to dig up the herbs. Jiu, meanwhile, sat back and casually sipped a drink served by Clack. The hobgoblins were forced to do all the backbreaking work. Jiu, looking cool in his shades, spotted something. He pointed a finger at the hobgoblins and shouted, "Hey you lot, dig properly." He even held up a perfect sample for them to copy. "Look, it has to be clean like this. I told you not to damage the roots, didn't I?" The hobgoblins immediately cowered before his threatening tone. "If you keep working like that, I'll send you straight to your graves." Jiu roared like he owned the place. "You hear me? Let's flash back 1 hour. Back when these hobgoblins still had some nerve." Seeing their numbers, Jiu felt a brief moment of concern. The hobgoblins quickly charged toward him, ready to strike him down. Jiu dropped the act. He immediately unleashed his skill, his eyes glowing a menacing blue. With one move, Jiu wiped out the entire goblin horde, absorbing their life force. Seeing the hobgoblins scattered across the ground, Jiu scoffed. "You absolute fools, why would you attack me in the first place?" His life drain skill leveled up. He then cast a new spell on them. The hobgoblins began to rise again. Their eyes changed as they slowly got back to their feet. The hobgoblins were now under Jiu's complete command. He clapped his hands, praising them. "Excellent, excellent." Jiu suddenly licked his lips, looking hungry. "You goblins." A wineglass swirled through the air. That's right. Jiu was casually drinking tea and chatting with Clack. "Why would you attack if you knew you couldn't possibly win? Isn't that right, Clack? We didn't realize your true power, Master." Clack was genuinely grateful to Jiu for taking him in. "Thank you for accepting us, even though we are of a low class." All right, I'm just glad you're willing to work for me." Jiu also wanted to get some information out of him. "More importantly, tell me who else is in this canyon besides you." "Yes, sir." Clack didn't hide a thing and told Jiu everything. "Besides us hobgoblins, this canyon is home to many monsters, werewolves, wyverns, giants, and a large number of ogres." After hearing the report, Jiu praised him. "You're very well informed. I'm glad I chose you as my aide. It is my honor." Suddenly, the communication ring on his finger began to glow. Someone was calling Jiu, and he answered the line with an annoyed look. "Hello? Servalo, you seem a bit short-tempered, no?" The person on the other end reminded Jiu who he was. "Have you forgotten? I'm the one who gave you that communication ring. Welcome to Peña City." It was then that Jiu finally recognized the voice on the other end. "I almost forgot about that. You're quite the joker." Kubai wanted some information about his location. "By the way, how is it over at Grossglockner?" This guy's intuition was seriously sharp. Jiu casually ate a piece of fruit while he talked. "Well, the weather is nice, the wind is cool, and the moon is beautiful. Is that so?" Kubai sounded unconvinced and extended an invitation. "Coincidentally, we in Peña are busy preparing for a festival. You should stop by if you have time. If I'm free, I'll be there." But then, Kubai revealed some new information. "By the way, Lady Vongis has arrived." "Oh? And?" A compensation letter had been delivered. A heavy one. Just as Servalo predicted, a compensation fee of 100,000 florins. She was demanding a fortune. The merchants, with their usual cunning, had made their move. They even threatened to confiscate the goods they were meant to trade, all just talk of unfair deals. On the other end of the line, Jiu wasn't happy either. They're starting to push their luck. This was probably just the beginning. Jiu had Kubai pass along a message for him. Please tell her to pretend to agree to the deal, but to stall for as long as possible. After hearing this, Kubai let out a sinister grin. "I can at least do that much, since this is between you and me, Servalo." Jiu, in turn, offered a generous proposal. "I'll make sure to reward you handsomely upon my return." "Sounds good." Kubai already had a hunch. "I'm looking forward to it." "I hear Grossglockner is a gold mine, right?" "Yes. You can count on it." Suddenly the line got noisy, confusing him. "Hey, it seems to be getting pretty loud over there. I'm hanging up now." "Huh?" Jiu couldn't believe Kubai hung up so quickly. "What? Did he really just hang up on me?" He leaned back, sighing to himself. "I'm only putting up with this for Vongis." "Kubai, sir." Seeing Clack's state, Jiu got annoyed. "Why do you look so panicked? Do you need to use the bathroom?" No, something terrible just happened." After seeing his reaction, Jiu took off his glasses and looked to the side. "What is it?" Giant monsters had surrounded them completely. Clack jumped back in pure terror at the sight of them. Ogres. Jiu stood up to protect him. "Clack, get back." "But I must protect you, my lord." He pushed Clack behind him and repeated the order. "I said get back." Jiu glanced to his side. The hobgoblins had been crushed by the ogres. They were all down for the count. Assessing the ogre's massive size, he still hadn't come up with a plan. With his current life drain skill, These monsters were on a whole other level and would resist the ability. It seemed like it wouldn't work on them. He knew that if he tried that method, it wouldn't be effective. And even if he summoned his undead, they'd just end up the same way. At that moment, the insignia on Ju's hand began to glow. All right then. He felt a surge of power, ready to face the ogres. I guess I should get a little more serious. The mercenary badge was emitting a huge source of power. That energy enveloped Ju's body. A sword with terrifying power began to slowly materialize, one of the 12 great swords of the Empire, and the unbreakable treasure of the Fantas family. Ju now possessed that very sword. Holding Ljubljana, he felt his own power grow stronger. Ljubljana, an S-rank treasure and heirloom of the Fantas family, passed down for 200 years. It enhances the proficiency of the Moon Shadow sword style, the exclusive technique of the Fantas family. So, you recognize the true value of this sword, do you? This blade is a weapon specialized for the Moon Shadow sword style. That fool Philip chose some flashy sword, but this one's energy makes even the mighty ogres hesitate. Ju unleashes a countless storm of Ljubljana blades that surge forward. One of the ogres is instantly wounded by the attack. The ogres become cautious, constantly checking behind them. But Ju moves like a phantom, reappearing right beside one of them. Veins bulge in the ogre's eyes as Ju injures every last one. He stands tall, perched right on top of an ogre's head. He suddenly leaps off its head. With blinding speed, Ju finishes the last of the ogres just as Kahus High rushes over. Ju looks at the defeated ogres with a quiet sense of relief. It worked. He was a bit worried since it's been so long since he used this skill. Clark sees that he took care of all of them and starts clapping. Truly amazing. The praise goes right to Ju's head as he laughs out loud, even boasting about his own abilities. He used to hold it for 10 minutes, but now he can only manage 30 seconds. Suddenly, a dark shadow appears and challenges him. Did you do this? Ju spins around at the sound of the voice. The mysterious figure lunges right in front of him, growling. I asked, did you do this? He keeps backing away from the mysterious person. Since when? A massive clawed hand darts out, gripping Ju tightly by the neck. Xiaofen glares at him with an unchanging expression. I will break your neck. With a surge of strength, Xiaofen hurls him into the distance. The system alerts Ju. Warning, you have been attacked. His health drops to 10%. He can't help but feel shocked by how much his strength has fallen. Is this a joke? After just one single blow, Xiaofen stomps the ground hard as she speaks. Her shadowy figure growls out every word. Why are you so powerful? But Ju isn't afraid and questions her right back. So, who are you supposed to be? If you want to know someone's identity, you should introduce yourself first, right? But Xiaofen doesn't hesitate to reveal who she is. I am the master of Ross Glocker. But upon hearing this, Ju is simply stunned. He remembers the majestic form of Gross Glocker and finds it impossible to believe. The master of Gross Glocker, the demon dragon herself? But her way of speaking, it just didn't make any sense. Could it be that from the last round, it was always that giant dragon? Loading. Master, what in the world is happening in this round? When Xiaofen notices him staring, she calls him out. With lightning speed, she gets right in his face. After a quick assessment, Xiaofen scoffs at him. You're too relaxed. She can even feel the power inside of him. I can sense energy from another dimension. As he's thinking, Clark steps forward to shield him from behind. Could that self-proclaimed lizard really break the fourth wall? Master, I will protect you. Xiaofen judges Ju based on his attitude. No need for talk. You are arrogant and rude. She raises her hand to deliver the verdict. You die. At this, Ju finally panics and begs for his life. Wait, please listen to what I have to say. But Xiaofen isn't interested in his excuses. Useless chatter. As she lunges to grab his neck, he reveals his trump card. If I die, then you die too. Xiaofen's sharp claws stop just short of his eye. It seems something made her pause her attack. What in the world? Xiaofen realized that Ju wasn't the person she was looking for. It's true, Ju explains, after finally regaining his composure. Sometimes I have prophetic dreams, and I saw it. An image of Xiaofen being annihilated flashes in his mind. Demon Dragon. I saw your tragic death. Xiaofen, looking stunned, asks for confirmation. My death? Dead. Ju points to his own head, assuring her. Exactly. If you don't believe me, why not try reading my memories? Upon hearing those words, Xiaofen hesitates for a moment. She suddenly raises her hand high, terrifying Ju. In the end, Xiaofen sighs, accepting the situation. Fine. But she points a sharp claw at Ju, threatening him. Lie, and you die. Terrified, Ju agrees. The claw in her hand cracks open, revealing her true arm. Xiaofen gently places her hand on Ju's head. As she does, she threatens him again. Tilt your head, and you die. Sweat rolls down Ju's cheek as he agrees with her. Yes, ma'am. As Xiaofen puts her hand on his head, the wind starts to pick up, and a seven-colored light suddenly appears. Xiaofen was transported into Ju's memories. She searched through the memories in his head and exclaimed, "This human is overloaded with unimportant memories." Xiaofen slowly explores the memories in his mind. "I need to see more." "There is no need for that," Ju said, controlling a giant orb and moving it toward Xiaofen. "You just need to watch this part." She seems displeased by his actions. Suspicious. And so rude. Suspicious, huh? The memories in Ju's head appear blurry and unclear. And then, the image becomes clear. Memory source. Unknown. After seeing that image, Xiaofen couldn't help but be surprised. Is this real? Yes, and that's enough. After showing her, Ju pushes her away. He seems to have used a lot of stamina, letting Xiaofen view his memories. Ju secretly feels lucky. A little longer and she might have dug into his memories from the previous rounds. Xiaofen, in a panic, confirms what she saw. "Confirm my body. Who killed me?" Her eyes become vacant as if she's realized something. Xiaofen waves her hand, granting Ju a reward. "Thanks for the reward. You won't die, just be exiled." "I don't like this mountain." Xiaofen uses her intimidating gaze to threaten Ju. But he suddenly stands up and makes a request. "Let's make a deal instead, Subi." Because of Xiaofen's name, the two argue. "Your name is too long, way too long. From now on, I'll just call you Subi." Such an arrogant tone. Ju confidently pats his chest and declares, "Listen to me, Subi. You can live." Upon hearing this news, Xiaofen seems deeply shocked and unable to accept it. Subi refuses. "I'm 3,000 years old." The two go back and forth arguing about it. This is how Gen Z talks now. Just accept it. Gen Z? Meaningless words. Subi refuses to accept it. Just then, the system updated with a new mission for Ju. A new quest has been updated. Dragon's Trust. As the mission is updated, the game's difficulty slightly increases. In the forest, the fog becomes dense. A small snake is slithering around looking for food. Someone approaches and steps on the snake. The figure of the person walks by while humming. Master of the abyss deeper than darkness, king of chaos and disorder. That person flexes his biceps and confidently shouts out his name. He is none other than the mighty Otis, the great demon king Otas. His subordinate, Gank, reports at his side. "Sir, we're almost there." But Otis is furious, his grand moment ruined. How dare he interrupt the debut of his grand speech? "Please, forgive me," Gank begs. Otis just sits by the roadside. "Forget it," he snaps. "You've completely ruined my mood." But then, another voice pleads for them. "They are my subordinates. Please, spare them." He seems surprised by her sudden appearance. "Oh, so it's you." Callian walks toward Otis. "My daughter, Callian." She bows her head respectfully. Callian greets the master. And just like that, Otis remembers a promise he made to her. "That's right," he said. "I promise that once this campaign ends, I will grant one of your most heartfelt wishes." "Yes, my lord." "Thank you." Otis seems to dote on Callian. "No, you are my beloved daughter. This is only natural." He immediately summons his followers. "Hear me, my subordinates." Otis commands with absolute authority. "We now march on Grossglocker, the place guarded by the demon dragon. Those low-level beasts are nothing to fear, but the dragon itself won't be so easy." He warns everyone gathered here, "But do not let that stop you." Otis has given them their mission, and it's brutally simple. All you have to do is devour everything that enters your sight. Not only that, he gives them permission for even more. "And trample every living thing beneath your feet." Otas declares with a confident smile. "Conf Stephanos, the third-ranked demon king of Greed's prize, it is mine." The demon horde roars in response to his words. Power radiates from Otis in oppressive waves. He leads his demonic army forward. "Now, advance, my children of darkness." Deep within the dark crevices of the rock, an echo sounds in the night. "Assemble! Assemble!" Ju orders with a slight smirk. A new night has begun. He glances over at his eager goblins. He recaps the situation. "We've been hassled by some strange beasts and a dragon speaking a patchwork language, but our mission remains the same. Gather as many rare herbs as possible and bring them back to Dresden." With morale at its peak, he yells, "Now, advance!" The goblins chant in unison, "Advance!" Ju points, giving the signal. "Good. Everyone, to your positions, positions, positions." Then he collapses into a makeshift chair, panting. "All right." Just then, Garuk walks over, offering a glass. "A mandrake cocktail for you, sir." Ju gladly takes it. "Thank you." Garuk, ever the loyal subordinate, quickly asks for his next order. My lord? Garuk says with a bow. Ju takes a sip, savoring the strange taste. A surprise encounter with a dragon in a place like this. If he didn't have the memories from his previous life, he'd have gotten his neck snapped long ago. He furrows his brow. Why is this time so strange? He starts piecing the clues together, from Philip's betrayal to the dragon's sudden design change. And thinking of Vanis, he can't help but let out a satisfied smile in Vanis's beautiful face. Ju's eyes snap open, suddenly remembering something crucial. He pulls up the system interface right in front of him and immediately activates the main scenario. A flood of notification windows cascades down, confirming his suspicions. It's just as he thought. This life. It's completely different. Everything that's happened so far doesn't match his previous run at all. Compared to his past memories, everything feels completely new. And yet he remembers his old title Hanu, humanity's #1 protector. He remembers the entire map of Gross Glocker, down to every last stone. He crosses his arms, puzzled. There's no way he could have mistaken the dragon's nest. Something is wrong. Let's reorganize, he thinks. Major scenarios flash through his memory. The Battle of Hoffheim between Steelwing and Bahamut, Friedrich's betrayal of Steelwing, the crisis at Van Purgis Abbey, the major, critical scenarios all seem to be the same. However, when he considers the smaller details inside them, everything is different. This isn't just a new world. Why are there so many changes? As he thinks, tapping his fingers on the table, a sudden, sharp scream echoes from the distance. Beside him, a goblin timidly speaks up. Hey, I told you to be careful. One goblin scolds another. Sorry. Ju looks over. What's wrong? Garuk holds a bleeding hand but forces a reassuring smile. It's nothing, my lord, just a small cut. Ju's voice turns sharp. Be careful. You know what happens if you damage the root, don't you? The goblin hesitates, then nods. Yes, I'll remember. Ju sighs, frustrated. He can't take his eyes off them for a second. The two goblins quickly turn away, reminding each other. Careful now. Yes. Bry leans down worriedly. Is the wound bad? Garuk just shakes his head. It's fine, brother. I'm okay. Watching the scene, Ju suddenly realizes they must be brothers, and that thought unexpectedly leads him to Charlotte. Come to think of it, Charlotte also had a sister, a fact he never knew in his previous life. Suddenly, he freezes. Huh? A vivid image of Baptist, who used to cling to him constantly, floods his mind. She was always trying to get close to him. Then, an image of a cheerful Margareta, the girls from his subconscious mind. Van Purgis, a beautiful young woman. And then it hits him. That's it. Because his own position has changed, his perspective on everything else has changed with it. Before him, a tiny insect trembles as it crawls by. Ju gets lost in thought. In his past life, his identity was the Steelwing, the Emperor of the Empire. A heroic image flashes in his mind, the hero who saved the world. He thinks to himself, with a hint of pride, that he always started with extraordinary abilities and sky-high stats. But now, he's nothing special at all. A wave of disappointment hits him. He's just a mediocre character now. All he has are the memories from countless past lives. He gives a self-deprecating laugh, utterly pathetic, and yet, a part of him feels a strange sense of relief. Because of this, he can finally see the expressions on people's faces and notice the small connections he always overlooked before. As his thoughts drift, he remembers Baptist again. In the very next moment, the name Vanis pops into his head, and the beautiful face of Van Purgis. Starting as a commoner finally made everything clear to him. This situation is a perfect example. In previous runs, he simply paid his debt to Van Purgis and that was it. He never knew the true circumstances until now. He snaps out of his thoughts. The memory leads him to Aquila. Ju remembers the unexpected offer she made that day when she handed him a single puzzle piece. According to her, that one piece could unlock a true ending that no one had ever found. In that moment, the magic circle above Aquila's head had suddenly lit up, the mysterious space she had created. Ju holds his glass, thinking harder. And then there's the fact that the commoner class was suddenly unlocked for him. He silently called out Aquila's name in his mind, his thoughts a tangled mess. Was everything truly just a tutorial? Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as he crushed the glass in his hand. At the same time, Clark burst in with frantic footsteps. Master, a dragon is heading straight for you. Instantly, a massive explosion shook the ground. Xiaofeng rushed in, yelling, Yao, they're here, just like you said. But Yao simply stretched, completely unfazed by the chaos. Thanks. The result was just as I predicted. Xiaofeng was stunned. What? Yao just gave a knowing wink. Well, it just goes to show that this game truly knows how to keep things surprising. He grew even more confused. What are you talking about? Yao simply waved him off. All right, let's get going. Xiao Feng was still lost, and Clark was just as clueless, admitting, I don't know either. But for Yao, everything was suddenly crystal clear. I understand now. Aquila. The secret to truly enjoying this world. He decided then and there. Yes. From now on, I will savor it. Enjoy every last piece properly. He suddenly roared, leaving the other two speechless. The new strategy starts now. Yao then burst into an excited laugh, leaving Xiao Feng utterly stunned. He's lost his mind, master, Clark dared to whisper. Yes. And so, in Clark's visual log, every one of Yao's erratic expressions was captured without fail. Every unexpected move from his master made Clark's heart nearly leap out of his chest. And when he got angry, Clark had to watch his every step. And in those moments, Yao laughed to himself like a madman. Clark trembled, too scared to even breathe loudly. Elsewhere, Gas charged forward with an axe, furiously destroying everything in his way. Everywhere he went, he howled like a madman. Come on! Demon Dragon Squen! The orcs behind him roared with excitement. Demon King Othka! Demon King Othka! As the chants roared, a woman beside Gas suddenly sensed something. Sir, I think something is approaching. Gas's eyes widened. Is it the demon dragon? Just then, a human and a goblin dropped from the sky, landing with a thud right in front of them. Gas was bewildered. What's this? It's just a human and a goblin. The woman's eyes were filled with caution. There are others, she warned. Gas was surprised. What? As he stood there, confused, a massive explosion suddenly went off nearby. An excited smile spread across his face. As the smoke cleared, a huge dragon's foot stepped forward, followed by a voice that was both powerful and absolutely beautiful. Sharp claws dug into the earth as the voice continued, smooth and steady. This is a dragon's lair. Xiao Feng's warning was ice cold. Get lost. The moment Gas saw him, he shouted excitedly, Long time no see, demon dragon. I've come with a proposition. He grinned. Just listen, and you'll find it incredibly tempting. But Xiao Feng's response was brutally blunt. I refuse everything you have to say. A magic interface immediately displayed the rejection. Gas kept trying. My offer is incredibly alluring. Just like you. All right, let's begin. Right now. He gave a slight nod. Understood. A powerful aura exploded from Xiao Feng's body, his eyes filled with pure killing intent. With a cold cry, he charged forward. Othka just smiled and nodded. I see. You wanted a private conversation, you coward. With that, he shot off into the distance, with Xiao Feng in hot pursuit. Yao watched them go, letting out a small sigh of relief. He lowered his head, thinking. He had anticipated Othka's attack, but this time it had happened much sooner than before. He could ignore it for now, but he knew he might need the demon dragon later on. He pondered this for a long moment. While lost in thought, his expression suddenly shifted to a warm smile. To think, the continent's greatest beauty, Lady Callian, is standing right before me. This is truly an honor. At that moment, the metal plates on her mask began to retract, revealing cold, emotionless blue eyes staring right at him. Behind her stood Sarah, Mara, and an entire army of orcs. He let out a small, amused laugh. Yao thought to himself about this girl. She was the highest risk character. Depending on the player's choices, she could become a powerful ally, or a deadly enemy. On top of that, she was even stronger than Bahamut. This was no ordinary opponent. There was a reason people called her the Ice Queen. He began calculating, realizing he absolutely had to recruit her for his future strategy. Just wait for me, Vanagander, he thought. I'll handle this quickly and come find you. Yao then began his game of flirtation. You're even more beautiful in person. But with her fiery temper, she was not in the mood for jokes, and pointed a spear straight at his neck. It was Mara, standing before him with an annoyed scowl. He just laughed. My apologies, but I wish to speak with your princess, so a mute subordinate like you should please step aside. She didn't say a word, simply lunging at him with her blade. Clark screamed in a panic. You wretched demon, get lost. He held his weapon in front of Yao. You are lower than the wax in my ears. Trembling with fear, Clark stammered. If you want to harm my master, you'll have to get through me first. Yao just smiled faintly. Looks like you've grown up a bit. The last time we fought the demon dragon, you ran away all by yourself. Clark looked completely flustered. I am sincerely sorry for that. Yao looked back at Mara. You hear that? He's got more courage than you. In that very instant, something shot right past Clark. Before Mara could even react, she found herself bound tightly. A figure appeared in a flash, holding the rope taut. Yao just smirked. Heija, the newcomer leaned in, licking her lips with hungry eyes. Heija gave the rope an excited yank. Mara was completely restrained, able to do nothing but grit her teeth as her eyes burned with pure anger. And that wasn't all. Pip appeared like a gust of wind, striking Mara so suddenly she coughed up blood. He growled out a threat. I will cut down anyone who dares to threaten my master. Callian narrowed her eyes, assessing the scene. A vampire? Yao just grinned. All of his people had now finally gathered. He then spoke up. Precisely. Now our numbers are balanced. So, what do you think? Callian replied. So that was the source of your confidence. Human. She tightened her grip on her sword. However, we are the legion of Demon King Othka. Callian's armor and helmet reactivated, covering her completely as she roared an order. All troops, hear my command. Tear the enemy to shreds, leave nothing behind. Her soldiers roared as one. As you command, Lady Callian. On Yao's side, his own forces also surged forward to protect their master. He didn't just stand there and watch, immediately rushing into the fight. Callian charged to meet him, and the two of them collided with incredible force. He quickly leaped backward to create some distance. Callian sounded impressed. Impressive. You didn't just block my necromancy, but my physical attack as well. Have you truly surpassed Bahamut? Yao just smiled. To be praised by a princess is such an honor, but to call that guy Gas a demon king, his voice was dripping with pure contempt. If your father knew, he'd cry tears of blood. These were the words thrown at the daughter of the former #1 demon king, Chimus Lady Callian Raminia Chimus. She demanded to know, just how much do you know? But the man just scoffed. How absurd. Callian couldn't understand why Yu was mocking her so openly. But to him, her ignorance was laughable. He shook his head in pity. She was following the very man who killed her father. The words hit Callian like a bolt of lightning. Who killed who? Her mind flashed back to her father, Chimus. The man she respected more than anyone, and the warmth in his eyes whenever he looked at her. Her own happiness brought peace to those around them, giving other demons the strength to believe in themselves. And in her eyes, her father was a shining beacon. He was the source of her unending pride. The more she remembered, the brighter her spirit grew. Her father was her entire world, but the memory suddenly twisted, becoming a blood-soaked nightmare featuring her father's severed head. And right before her, the monsters who did it were celebrating. Chimus had been murdered by Gorokam and Cantus. In that moment, Osgus had held Callian back as she watched helplessly. The traitors declared themselves the new #1, too lost in their victory to notice the man holding her. He leaned in, whispering with cold fury, Callian, I hate them just as much as you do. Lord Chimus wasn't just my master. He was my dearest friend. A single tear of pure hatred escaped Osgus's eye, but he knew they had to be patient. When the time is right, he promised, I will help you. His gaze was locked on Gorokam and Cantus, his every breath a silent vow of revenge. Then, the memory faded, snapping back to the present, leaving Callian a nervous wreck. That's what he told you, you said. Shut up. How dare you insult my master? Who killed who? I'll tear you apart. But in sharp contrast to her rage, Yu simply placed a small gem on the ground. You truly are pitiful, he sighed, letting the gem roll across the floor. Here, take a look at this first. The tiny orb rolled to a stop, tapping the toe of Callian's boot. What happened next sent a jolt of pure shock through her. A projection of Osgus's smug face flickered to life. Romantic, isn't it? My lord, another voice said. Osgus spread his arms wide, declaring, just the two of us alone out here. It's so touching. But his companion, Sui, wasn't convinced. Chimus wasn't killed by him. So why is Chimus's daughter, Callian, with you? Faced with the question, Osgus just let out a cold, arrogant laugh. You think I killed Chimus? Don't be ridiculous. He was obviously killed by Gorokam and Cantus, but Sui immediately saw through the lie. Useless excuses. I know you're all traitors. At that, Osgus scowled. You're a stubborn one, aren't you? But then, he confessed, fine. You're right. There's no way those idiots could have ever killed Chimus. And that entire confession was captured by Sui. The projection continued, Osgus gloating, completely unaware. It was all my doing. When they learned I knew Chimus's one and only weakness, they practically begged for the chance. The unbelievable words hit Callian like a physical blow. No, it couldn't be true. The sword slipped from her grasp, clattering loudly on the ground as she collapsed in despair. No, impossible. Lord Osgus was my father's most loyal man. Callian's voice was trembling. He was like a brother to my father. But while she was breaking, Yu thought to himself, good. She's finally shattering. The scene then flashed back to them planning this exact moment. Listen carefully, Sui. Here's the plan, Yu explained. You have a magic projection orb in your hideout, correct? She nodded immediately. I do. Satisfied, Yu simply said, excellent. He snapped his fingers, giving the order. Use it to broadcast everything. He explained how to expose the truth of Kaimas's death by baiting Osgus into confessing it himself. Yu looked at her, completely confident. Simple, right? That's the whole plan. Sui, however, was a little skeptical. That's it? She asked. He just nodded calmly. Yes, that's it. You can handle it. Back in the present, Kallian was completely frozen, lost in her helplessness, as Yu watched her every move. Well done, Sui, he thought. Thanks to you, the first half of the plan is a success. The gem on the floor pulsed with power. I'll handle the rest. Tears streamed down Kallian's face. So it was all a lie? Everything? The happy memories she cherished, the trust she gave so freely, all of it was a cruel, elaborate act. Just then, Yuha appeared, reporting that her task was complete. Master. He gave a sharp nod. Good work. Hold your position as ordered. His praise brought a wide smile to her face. Yu, meanwhile, took a slow, deliberate breath, turning his attention back to the broken girl before him. Just think about it. You served him loyally for 50 years, never even realizing who your true enemy was. Your devotion is impressive. But Kallian didn't answer. She just kept sobbing. Seeing her utter despair, Yu's expression softened almost imperceptibly. He took a step forward. Are you going to stay there forever? Don't you want revenge? Closing the distance, Yu held out his hand. From this moment on, I will teach you the true ritual of Kaimas. How you use it is up to you. Kallian froze. It had been so long since she'd even heard that name. A few painful memories surfaced, a spell that borrowed the universe's power, strong enough to wound even an archdemon. That ritual was what made her father the #1 demon king. She looked at him with suspicion. How could an outsider like you possibly know about that? Only my father knew the details. Faced with her question, Yu thought to himself, because I studied everything about him, top to bottom, thanks to a handy little strategy guide. He now knew Kaimas better than anyone, which meant he knew the ritual's overwhelming power, and more importantly, its one and only fatal weakness. Still, telling her the truth was out of the question. It was better to just make something up. And so, Yu began to improvise. I read the Chronicles of the 7 Demon Wars. It details methods for fighting archdemons. He delivered the lie with a straight face. And one of them was Kaimas's true ritual. Very useful. And unbelievably, Kallian bought it. I see. That explains why you're no ordinary man. Well played. A smirk played on his lips. The all-powerful cheat, the Chronicles. But her hope quickly faded. It won't matter, she said, her voice hollow. He's immortal. Kallian explained that before Osgus ever served her father, he took a direct hit from that very spell. Of course, it crippled him for a long time. But if even my father couldn't finish him, she mumbled, how can I? But this time, Yu cut her off sharply. You are completely mistaken. Then, Yu slowly closed the distance between them. Listen closely, Kallian. He gestured behind her. Your comrades, the ones who protected you, they've all been neutralized by my vampire army. No matter how strong you are, you can't fight them all alone. When she finally looked forward again, he was already crouching down to talk. So, listen to me. Ju pointed to himself, offering to be her new ally, his words aimed straight at her troubled mind. Choose. Join me, or die right here. In that exact moment, tears once again streamed down Kallian's cheeks. The promise she'd made to her father, Kaimas, echoed in her mind. Dad, when I grow up, I want to be a great demon king, just like you. He had simply chuckled. Oh, really? Well, then you'll have to be even stronger than me. She was stunned. You really think I can? But then Kaimas gently lifted her up. Of course you can. A cool breeze swept by, making the memory even more vivid. Kaimas had told her proudly, because you're my daughter. Yes. That memory was exactly why Kallian was now on the verge of tears. So, I can really kill Osgas? Ju, however, just panicked. Wait, are you crying? Bien suddenly chimed in. Sir, I think that's going a little too far. Ju was completely bewildered. What? What else am I supposed to do? Even Higa added his 2 cents. Master, you're being a bit harsh. With no other choice, he tried to reassure her. Stop crying. You're the combat captain, aren't you? Hearing that, Kallian shot back resentfully. Then you should be the captain, Bion added. Master, please remember, in demon years, she's still just a child. She kept piling on the pressure. You really just love making kids cry, huh? A desperate shout finally erupted from Ju. No. Meanwhile, Callian hesitated before asking, what about Lord Morong? The scene shifts to the end of Osgas's battle. He was covered in wounds that were already healing at an impossible speed. In contrast, Teufen looked weak, battered, and barely standing. Osgas just spoke with a cold voice. How disappointing, Morong, to fall so pathetically. But his opponent showed no fear, even smirking back before giving him a one-fingered salute. Chapter 24. Mid-air, the clash between Osgas and Teufen was an absolute stalemate. Teufen tried to break away, but Osgas was immediately on his tail. Osgas, however, was clearly enjoying himself. This is just disappointing, Morong. Teufen shot back, enraged. I really thought you'd accept my offer. But that arrogant look on Osgas's face suddenly froze. Teufen took a deep breath, and flames ignited deep within his throat. The next second, he unleashed a torrent of fire directly at Osgas. When the attack ended, smoke still curled from the corners of his mouth. Everything the blast touched was now a sea of smoke and fire. Get lost. But then, a familiar blue light suddenly flashed from right behind him. Moving faster than the wind, Osgas countered with a colossal pillar of lightning. Slowly, his powerful frame and intense aura became visible again. A triumphant smirk spread across his face as Osgas stomped on the ground. If that's what you want, then I'll play along. With a single leap, he shot high into the sky. His axe appeared in hand as he suddenly materialized right in front of Teufen. He slammed a devastating blow down onto his opponent, sending him crashing to the earth below. Teofen's body hit the ground with a pained groan, but the pain only fueled his absolute rage. I will kill you! From within the dust, massive wings unfurled. Teufen had returned to his true form, and he was absolutely furious. Seeing Osgas, he let out a deafening roar. The very air began to shake violently, and Kellen quickly grabbed onto Ju. An earthquake! Master, it's an earthquake! But Ju was in a hurry. Get back, Kellen, you're in my way. Higa, on the other hand, sounded delighted. So cute. Maybe I'll keep you as a pet. But the beast just roared back. No way. At the same time, Pip spoke up. Master, Lady Subi's mana is surging. Ju nodded in understanding. I see that, Pip. She's even shattering her current form. Ju then looked up, watching Teufen's massive figure. I was just about to say something, Pip asked curiously. But someone like Lady Subi will be okay, right? Ju's reply, however, was cold. You don't understand. These matches. They're part of a massive punishment designed for Subi. His voice became strangely cryptic. He fell into a thoughtful silence, clearly plotting something. After a moment, he stopped and quickly called out to Callian with new instructions. Your mission is even more important now. Can you do it? Faced with that trust, Callian fell silent, her expression growing dead serious. But they didn't have to wait long. Yes, she replied confidently. Meanwhile, Osgas was still just casually brushing off every single attack. Teufen, on the other hand, had lost his cool and was attacking erratically. But his sharp instincts suddenly warned him of imminent danger. Teufen spotted him. Osgas had his axe raised, ready to strike. He couldn't resist a final taunt. Is this a contest, Morong? There was no reply. Teufen was busy gathering magical fire in his mouth. Then, they both attacked at once, their powers clashing with incredible force. A wall of pure, destructive energy formed between them. Osgas just laughed and charged right in. Teufen, however, focused on launching more wide-area attacks. In moments, the ground and mountains around them were completely scorched. But still, Osgas's body just kept instantly regenerating. I can't believe I'm losing a battle of strength. It only makes me want you more. The arrogant confession just made Teufen scowl in disgust. Teufen's tone turned serious. I'll tell you again, even the world's end is nothing. You and I should cooperate. But that just hardened Osgas's resolve. I have no choice. Magic began pouring into his weapon. Switching tactics, Osgas didn't hesitate, unleashing a slash of pure electricity. The blast shot forward, instantly reaching the other side of the mountain. The blue light of Osgas's attack grew more and more intense as it flew across the valley. Over there, a brilliant flash of light cut through the darkness, followed by a massive explosion that tore the very earth apart. Unable to react, Teufen took the full blast and collapsed. Seeing this, Osgas burst out laughing. So pathetic, Morong. It looked like Xiaofeng was finally down for the count. Had he really lost this easily? His giant form simply vanished into the swirling dust. Xiaofeng was forced back to his human state, covered in wounds. At the same time, his enemy slammed an axe handle hard into the ground. Then, Otis spoke casually. I know there's a reason you're bound to this place. The nearby crater still smoked from the last attack, a complete mystery. Xiao Feng slowly pushed himself up, a mysterious smile spreading across his face. Then, with a burst of confidence, he gave his opponent the middle finger. To Osgus, this was nothing but a joke. Stubborn to the very end, aren't you? Fine. He then raised his weapon, ready to slice the man in two, but Xiao Feng thought to himself, my part in this is over. The instant he did, Zhu zipped past, landing a clean strike across the demon's body. He announced, now it's my turn, you bastard. The assault was so sudden, all Osgus could do was glance sideways in shock. Before he could even react, the wound erupted in a violent spray of blood. From behind, Xiao Feng saw Zhu's silhouette and let out a relieved, playful curse. That little punk. As Zhu appeared before them, he had to tease, you're late. And what's with that pathetic look of yours? Xiao Feng furiously shot back. Just shut up already. An ally helped him to his feet, but he still managed a cold snort. Xiao Feng then gave a warning, don't you dare let your guard down. Osgus was enraged, demanding, where is my little leech, Callian? At that, Zhu's eyes darted aside. Her? Without wasting a second, Zhu took a deep breath, and using all his might, he bellowed out her name, Callian. Following that powerful shout, a soft light appeared in midair. Father. From it emerged Callian, her white hair flowing freely. Her entire aura was different now, wrapped in a powerful magic circle. She then spoke slowly. Don't you have anything to say to me? The man she addressed, Osgus, looked back with an awkward frown. But then, he immediately began to praise her. My daughter, Callian, you've finally mastered the true name ritual. Osgus continued boldly. Now, use that powerful magic and get rid of these annoying pests. But Zhu cut him off right there. What do you think you're doing? He pointed an annoyed finger at the demon. Just gonna let him ramble on like that? You want to get kicked out on day one? He made sure to emphasize his next words. Him. That man right there. He's the sworn enemy who killed your father. Otas looked over in utter shock. What did you say? He even started laughing as if it were all a joke. What nonsense is this human spouting? Osgus tried to defend himself. Chimus and I were drinking buddies, and yet the strained look on his face grew more and more obvious. Why would I ever kill him? Suddenly, Osgus remembered something from the past. No, he had killed Chimus. He even recalled Xiao Feng's words denial was pointless. The final truth spilled from Otis's own lips. Everyone knew he was the traitor. I arranged everything. Faced with the brutal truth, a cruel smirk crept onto his face. He then unleashed his demonic power, looking completely unhinged. After a huge laugh, Osgus snarled. So that's it, you were all playing me? Meanwhile, Zhu was getting frantic. Subi, what are you doing? We have to bind him before he goes completely insane. Zhu's urgency made her panic too. Don't rush me. Suddenly, thorny vines erupted from the ground. At Xiao Feng's command, they quickly bound Osgus's arms and legs. But that wasn't all. A magic formation created by Callian also appeared around him. Even so, his reaction was pure excitement. Interesting, very good. Come at me, you bastards. High above, Callian gripped a massive sword as a barrier expanded over his head. At the perfect moment, she screamed out, Die, Osgus! Then, the massive blade plunged straight down without a moment's hesitation. A brilliant light enveloped Osgus, incinerating him with its raw power. In his final moments, a look of pure satisfaction crossed his face. The attack, however, caused a massive explosion of light, nearly wiping out the entire area. As for Callian, after landing the final blow, she simply collapsed to her knees. Before her lay a motionless body in the thick, swirling smoke. With Osgus finally defeated, she sobbed, Finally. I finally did it. A happy memory of her and Chimus flashed through her mind. Father. She couldn't hold back the tears. But then, Osgus was reborn, looking even more terrifying than before. Magnificent. Truly magnificent. His twisted gaze on Callian was now filled with an even deeper craving. In response, she could only stare, completely frozen in shock. But that's when Zhu jumped in, launching his own attack on Osgus. Enough. That's more than enough. Recognizing him, Osgus roared, You persistent human leech! But immediately after, Osgus jolted from a sharp pain in his shoulder. To his absolute horror, he realized it wasn't regenerating. As for Zhu, he expertly spun the horn and raised it high. Protector of humanity, technique number 8. He paused at the peak of his swing, gripping it tight. The next second, he brought it crashing down onto his opponent's head as he yelled, If you want to beat an immortal, use a part of his own body. And with that single strike, the demon's head completely exploded. leaving nothing behind. The system window popped up instantly. You have defeated the Demon King Ott. Rewards flooded in Osgus's scarf, horn, and cloak. He also got a new ability, and his S-rank necromancer skill proficiency skyrocketed. His summoned vampires were upgraded to daywalkers. On top of that, he could now summon even more powerful undead. You have acquired the S-rank skill Endless Vitality. You have acquired the S-rank skill Black Lightning. You have acquired the S-rank skill Opera Nova. You have acquired the SS rank skill Ruin Bow. And finally, a message of congratulations. You have obtained the title Hero. The scene then returned to the massive crater that Ju had created. At that moment, Xiaofeng was busy transferring his mana to Kallian. As he worked, he scolded her. A foolish end. Survival. Error. Minimum mana. Then, Xiaofeng asked another question. What about our teammates? Are they all dead? At his question, Kallian lowered her head in shame. About that. But just then, Ju and the others appeared, waiting for her. Hey, are you coming or not? The sight of them all standing there together made her blush. Finally, a true smile spread across Kallian's face. I think I've found where I belong, Father. And just like that, everything settled peacefully. Well, except for Marine, who was miserably drinking medicine. She whined to James, It's so bitter, Father. James fumbled for words. He knew it was tough, but she had to drink the medicine. He explains that Valo and his team risked everything to bring it back a cure just for her. And that's all it took. Marine brightly asks if her father will grant her a wish if she drinks it all. James immediately nods. Of course, my love. Anything you want, he promises. But then, a voice cuts in from behind him. So, has the matter I requested been dealt with yet? Ju was about to mention the debt, but James quickly cuts him off. Lord Valo. He leans in, whispering quietly. Let's not discuss this in front of my daughter, please. So, at Jay's suggestion, they move to a more private room. And now? Ju does not look pleased in the slightest. His expression is pure dissatisfaction. So, is it done or not? James hesitates on his end. Well, there's been strong opposition from the Arders. Hearing this, Ju gets even more annoyed. Why are those debtors daring to cause such a fuss? James just lets out a weary sigh over the whole issue. It's probably because of Sasoni. And just like that, a flashback begins, showing exactly what went down. Guildmaster, we're VIPs. We've spent a fortune here, you know, one of them says. Are you really going to do this to us? Despite the pressure, James looks completely conflicted. Come on, Alex insists, deliberately getting uncomfortably close to him. Don't make this so hard. I'm only asking for your help this one time. The Blia Guild and us? We have a special relationship, don't we? Their faces are practically touching now. Just arrange a meeting for us with Sasoni, that's all. It was this kind of intense pressure that made James finally cave. I understand. The man was just waiting for that. Thank you, Guildmaster. Back in the present, Ju hears the story and delivers his verdict. So they caused all this trouble just because they were afraid their connection to Sasoni would disappear if the debt was settled? James's reply is full of gloom. That's right. Ju, on the other hand, is just plain irritated. How ridiculous. He starts thinking to himself. No wonder those bastards from House Reuter are so desperate. A conflict between the Emperor and the Bayan family? Manageable. But dragging Sasoni into this mess? That creates a 2 dragons versus 1 tiger situation. Ju quickly draws his conclusion from that fact. It's no wonder Van Pegas is so worried. Ju starts racking his brain, running his hands through his hair. Isn't there any other way? Come on, Valo, think. You were a top-tier player in that game. And just like that, an idea sparks in Ju's mind. Meanwhile, James is softly suggesting another option. Besides transferring the debt bonds, is there another way to compensate you, sir? But suddenly, bam! Ju's hand slams down on the table, startling James completely. Ju looks him dead in the eye and asks, Guildmaster, are you any good at making threats? And just like that, a cunning plan is born while the Arders are having a strangely normal day. The head of the house sits in his office, letter in hand. Ritter's face is twisted in a deep scowl. What is this? Sasoni is going to erase everything? His entire body starts to tremble. They said if we acknowledge the debt transfer, they'll extend the repayment period by 2 more years. So you had no choice but to acknowledge the transfer to a stranger you've never even heard of? Robin, standing beside him, can only stammer. We couldn't do anything else. Suddenly, the wine decanter on his desk shatters, spilling crimson liquid like blood. Artier clutches the letter, pointing a finger at Robin. Get to the capital. Immediately, his rage is palpable in every word, every gesture. Even if you have to cling to the Emperor's robes, he screams, his voice stern and unforgiving. You will solve this at any cost before you dare to return. In the soft afternoon sun, Ju strolls along, reading a notification. His S-rank skill, Undead Summoning, has gained proficiency. His summoned vampires have now been upgraded to Daywalkers. Daywalkers, huh? With that thought, he slowly issues a command. Arise, Fane 2. At his call, a swarm of small bats materializes from thin air. From them, the form of Fane emerges, bowing low. Greetings, Master. Ju doesn't beat around the bush and gets straight to the point. You and the other vampires have evolved into true Daywalkers, so I have a very special mission for you. Fane practically glows with excitement. It would be an honor, my lord. Next, Ju holds up a sealed letter. That's the spirit. This letter contains my will. Deliver it to a man named Raban. The creature eagerly holds out his hand in excitement. But on the other hand, Ju remains calm, adding a warning. Be careful. Do not, under any circumstances, damage it. Fane immediately replies, Yes, Master. With the task assigned, Ju waves a hand. Now go. His summon nods obediently. Yes, Master. Just then, someone calls out from beside him. You're leaving already, my lord? It's James, who eagerly reports, I have prepared what you requested. He then begins his introduction. This is a carriage crafted by the finest artisan. Only a select few nobles ever get the chance to use one. Every intricate pattern and gleaming material flashes before their eyes. I was lucky to acquire it through a business partner. The sheer beauty of the thing even piques Ju's interest a little. Pretty impressive. But that's not all. James thoughtfully adds, I've also included funds for the medicinal herbs and some travel expenses. It should definitely be enough for you. An impressed whistle escapes Ju. This is a massive haul. But then a question pops into James's head. If I may ask, what do you plan to use such luxuries for? Ju doesn't hesitate to confess his plan. I'm going to smash it right over the heads of those ardor bastards. He then asks, Want to see how I teach them a lesson? But James quickly refuses. Ah, no thanks. Suddenly, Ju's eyes catch sight of Marine peeking out from behind her father. He gently ruffles her hair. You came too? You're looking better, but you still need to take care of yourself for a while. As for Marine, she just looks up at him with sparkling eyes. Lord Valo, I have something for you, too. Curious, Ju asks. What is it? And completely unguarded, Marine suddenly plants a small kiss on his cheek. For James, the sight is like a bolt of lightning from a clear sky. Kayen and Mara are just as surprised by the gesture. But Ju? He's just left standing there, dazed, with a faint blush on his cheek. Looking like a beautiful young lady, Marine gently adds, It's a gift. And just like that, they say their goodbyes as the carriage pulls further away. Once they're out of sight, Marine asks her father again, Dad, do you remember I said I had a wish? Still reeling from the shock, he can only manage a weak reply. But in total contrast to him, his daughter just beams with a happy smile. Then, Marine announces with pure honesty, I want to be Lord Valo's bride. And at that moment, every image James had of his sweet little girl completely shattered. He flashes back to her as a child. Daddy, when I grow up, I'm marrying you. The shock is too much for him to handle. No, he cries out. Time quickly passes. The convoy is now making its way down a long, dusty road. Callian seemed amused, remarking, I see a warrior in that girl. I can't believe she'd declare her claim on a partner so boldly. But then, his confident demeanor left her a bit flustered. Also, do you really like money that much? Her master, Dieu, just erupted in laughter. She clearly didn't understand. This world runs on money. But his words were met with nothing but skeptical looks. Hey, don't look at him like that, they're always copying him anyway. Just then, the ring on his finger began to chime. Cuban's cheerful voice immediately materialized. He heard Dieu was returning from Grosslochner, and he sounded genuinely surprised that he had survived. Dieu calmly replied, Yes, I've returned safely, Lord Cuban. But Cuban noticed his tone, calling him as cranky as ever. Dieu just brushed it off as unimportant. He then asked, Anyway, have those damned orders left yet? Cuban was quick with a response for him. He had already checked using his flock of crows. The real reason he called was because he had just received some news. That incredible speed made Dieu even more curious. That was fast. So, what's the situation? Just then, a black crow landed softly on the tiled roof, its sharp eyes already fixed on a target. They had left for the capital that morning. But he had to ask, what on earth did Dieu do to them? They looked seriously angry. An archer below could be heard yelling, Hurry up! Dieu explained calmly. Your lordship, I only provoked them a little. Hearing this, Cuban simply pushed up his glasses. All right, time to move on to more surprising news. Dieu was all ears. What is it? This time, Cuban delivered a real shocker. They say the Rose Demon King is currently in the capital. Hearing that, He glanced out the window. Interesting. In that case, could you spread that rumor all over the capital for me? An amused laugh came from the other end of the line. Of course, Dew was as meticulous as ever. After that, Cuban added his own little comment. Sure thing, we're close after all. But that last part just made Dew cringe. You can leave that last part out. I'll repay you properly later. In contrast, the other man was cheerful, telling him not to be shy. But Dew had heard enough, cutting him off flatly. Well, I'm hanging up now. After the call, Dew clicked his tongue in disgust. So creepy. Close, my foot. Callian, on the other hand, was in absolute awe. Cuban, as in, Cuban of Bluin? Yeah, master, your influence is far greater than I imagined. His reply was somewhat nonchalant. Well, you're not wrong about that. Suddenly, a very strange look crossed Dew's face. By the way, Mara and Can reacted instantly and intensely. Why was he suddenly looking at them like that? But a sly grin was already spreading across his mouth. Callian, what do you think about making a public debut? And so, their carriage led them to the imperial capital of Wynn. A familiar, bustling scene unfolded right before their eyes, with nobles and ladies strolling down sun-drenched streets. At that very moment, Renner had begun to spread the word. Have you heard? The daughter of Kos is coming to the capital today. The man with him looked surprised. Kaimas? But then, they slowly started to remember. Wasn't the Demon King long dead? Seizing the opportunity, the old man pressed on. That's the one. He said that back then, the Demon King Ogus killed Kaimas and kidnapped his daughter. The other man was completely drawn in by the story. But why would he do that? Renner leaned in, whispering carefully. They say it was for Kaimas's techniques, but I think the real reason was something that made his rival much more curious. The real reason, he revealed with a serious face and a mysterious tone, was because his daughter is unbelievably beautiful. The other man replied with doubt. What? Are you kidding me? Just as their conversation ended, the carriage wheels kicked up a cloud of dust as they approached. Renner pointed towards it. Look, she's here. On Callian's side, she shyly asked Dew for his opinion. Master, is this really necessary? He replied with absolute conviction. Of course. Your face is a strategic weapon. But she was worried, asking what kind of weapon that was. Shouldn't a weapon be a greatsword or a battle axe? Dew immediately reminded her. Don't say such crude words when you look so beautiful. Looking outside, the huge crowd made her flustered. There are so many people looking. This feels strange. But he was firm. No, this is even better. From now on, just do as I say. Next, Dew demonstrated it himself. One hand cupping his face, he drew his legs in, placing the other hand on his joined knees. The sight made even his subordinates cringe. And then, make the shyest face possible. Dieu, with a flair that couldn't be more dramatic, exclaimed. So embarrassing. However, Khan was still resistant. Are you really making a former commander who led an entire army do something like this? He just tried to reassure them, just do it so those people get a good look. Hearing that, her voice grew quieter. But the burden of a commander. At this point, Dew's patience was wearing thin. This is getting boring. Hey, do you want to be fired? He then added a threat. If you don't want to do it, just leave. That was enough. Her hands clenched into tight fists. Sarah, Mara, and Dew's faces lit up all at once. As for Callian, she slowly followed his instructions, cupping her face with one hand, her slender legs drawn together. Her other hand rested on her knee as her eyes quickly glanced over the crowd, a bashful look on her face. Finally, Callian sweetly whispered, so embarrassing. At that moment, the people on the street were either stunned or gaping in astonishment. Their reaction made her anxious. Did I do it right? But just a second later, a deafening roar of cheers erupted across the capital. The incident was so unexpected that it scared Callian pale. Even so, the cheering didn't stop, bringing tears to her eyes. Is this really what you wanted? Meanwhile, at a magnificent mansion, the entire staff had gathered. Roland gently made an announcement. Everyone, a very important guest is arriving today. Her hand glided across the railing as she spoke. I deeply regret that this is not the Rose Palace. To me, this person is more important than the Emperor or any Demon King. Her voice then turned serious. Therefore, I have a request for all of you. Tasks were immediately assigned. The chef was to prepare the most delicious meal he had ever made. Her instructions quickly moved to the maids and butlers. Make this place more splendid than the Rose Palace. Just then, Lauren carefully interrupted her. My lady, they are about to arrive. Hearing that, Jin was a little surprised. Is that so? She didn't beat around the bush and gave her final order. Then everyone, do your absolute best. Let's make today the most special day for that person. But suddenly, A flicker of sadness crossed her face. For her master, Lord Chimus, this was a dedication from the Rose Demon King, Roland. Her beauty and voice could steal any man's heart, making her the envy of the entire demon realm. But her true nature was revealed somewhere else entirely. With her sharp tongue, she wielded diplomacy like a weapon. Her genius for management transformed Stan into a formidable and powerful nation. Everyone knew her as the bride of Zan Roland. The scene then flashes back many years, to a time with a secret the public never knew. This was the story hidden behind her crown. Roland was confessing her heart to Chimus, telling him he was the only one she could truly trust, promising her heart would never change. So she pleaded with him. Suddenly, Callion's voice rang out. "Father!" The little girl immediately ran to hug Chimus, asking, "Who is that beautiful lady?" He gently replied, "She is a colleague of mine." Hearing this, Callion gasped in admiration. "She is so pretty." Then, Callion innocently offered a bag of cookies. "Miss, please take this. I made them with Uncle Otkus." The small, beautiful cookies rested perfectly in the palm of her hand. "You're so beautiful, so I'll give you the prettiest one." Roland looked at them, her voice choked with emotion. "Is that so? It seems I no longer have a place to belong." She suddenly knelt before the child. "Lady Callion, if I ever build a castle of my own one day, would you do me the honor of naming it?" In that moment, the innocent Callion spoke a name. "You're so radiant and beautiful, so how about the Rose Palace?" Hearing this, Roland could finally smile with a peaceful heart. Back in the present, things were tense. "Lord Chimus is no longer with us," she stated, "so I have come for an audience." Roland willingly bowed her head to greet her. To his only remaining relative, Lady Callion. She then looked up, her eyes filled with a deep affection. As the meeting continued, a sparkling aura emanated from them, but in contrast, Jin seemed a bit disappointed. "It's a shame. If we were at the Rose Palace, I could have prepared a much grander feast." But the others exclaimed happily, "This is more than enough." She also had a private message for Ju. "I want to offer you my heartfelt thanks. Bringing back the princess, who we all believed was dead, was a true miracle." He answered politely, "It was only natural." Suddenly, she leaned forward, resting her hands on the table with a cheerful look. "I've heard a great deal about you from my dear friend Count Nider Bayan. They said you always find the most special ways to overcome any difficulty." Her next words were even stranger, hinting at some hidden connection between them. Over on his side, Ju's face turned beet red. "Let's put that aside for now and get back to the matter at hand." Seeing this, Roland feigned a little sadness. "What a pity. I quite enjoy hearing stories about romance." Despite this, they both chuckled. Discussing work was just as interesting. The atmosphere prompted Mara and Sarah to step back. "We'll take our leave first." Shortly after, Ju spoke up. "Actually, I'm here today to deliver a message from Steeljaw Philip, Lady Jin." She nodded upon hearing the name. "I see. So he's still alive." She then made a request. "Can I go see him in person?" However, Ju was quick to refuse her. "Unfortunately, his current condition isn't very good. That's why I'm here on his behalf." Because right now, Philip was little more than a living corpse. At that answer, her expression shifted mysteriously. She let a flicker of interest show on purpose. "Well then, let's get straight to the point." Sir Valte Valor, also known as Ju, calmly recounted the events. His Highness Philip said this. As he spoke, he recalled what he'd done. "Since I cannot act openly," he remembered the brutal threats used to force Philip's compliance. "I will appoint Valte Valor as my fully authorized representative." And the final words were spoken in desperation. "Roland will assist him in reclaiming P in the near future." With that, he set his teacup down. That's right, even if he had to lie, he had to get Roland on his side. His mind raced, thinking about how Margareta was under a curse from her fallen servant. It was clear Pisum also had the backing of the Great Master. He quickly put the pieces together. It meant Margareta wasn't enough. She couldn't kill someone protected by the Great Master alone. Ju even imagined the man's downfall. Therefore, winning over Roland was essential. "I'll pin all the blame on Pisum." As his train of thought ended, his tea was refilled. That is the entire message from His Highness. After hearing it all, Roland let out a cool lost in thought. Slowly, she reached out and touched the warm teacup on the table. After a long moment, she spoke softly. "I have one condition." The tension in the room shot up. Ju asked, "What is it?" She answered while tracing the rim of her cup. "I assume your side is fully aware of my current situation." He immediately understood. She meant the economic blockade. Roland continued with a hidden meaning. "If you are truly His Highness's representative, then even the Emperor cannot ignore your words, can he?" He seemed surprised at first. If that's all, then it's no problem. A second later, Ju didn't hesitate to reveal his cunning side. Everything has already been arranged. At that very moment, in the imperial capital of Wind, the royal palace was a different scene. Robin was desperately trying to persuade the emperor. "Your Majesty, what can you mean by that? You promised you would help us," the old emperor simply replied with a calm tone. "Regarding that matter, I sincerely apologize." Frank IV, Emperor of the Empire, let a trace of sadness enter his voice. But once I understood the situation, my heart felt heavy. Still, he found his words. Even so, things must be done in order. Suddenly, Robin's eyes caught something that made him freeze. Right next to Frank, a glittering pile of gold coins was sitting in plain sight. "Is that?" He instantly understood the problem and was shocked into silence. Meanwhile, the old man spoke with biting sarcasm. "I already said no, but they were kind enough to offer a tribute. I hear the Villia Merchant Guild is backing them." At that moment, he recalled the fury and poisonous words from Ardor. Slowly, Robin's anger began to boil over, leaving him breathless. "Damn it!" Just then, a guard suddenly announced loudly, "Your Majesty, Sir Vallo has arrived." Frank's face lit up with joy. "He's here?" Then, with the Emperor's permission, the massive doors slowly swung open. Ju appeared quickly, impeccably dressed. "It is an honor to be in your Majesty's presence." He intentionally arrived right after Robin to make his greeting. "Vallo Stet Vallo, at your service." On his throne, Frank showed a look of deep satisfaction upon seeing him. "Excellent. I've been waiting for you." "Don't mind him," Frank says, dismissing the man as nothing more than a pointless figurehead. But our hero has other ideas, insisting they speak alone. Though curious, Frank just waves his hand in agreement. "Is that really necessary?" "Fine, whatever." Immediately, two soldiers grab a man named Robin, who struggles desperately. "Your Majesty, please, you can't possibly do this to me. The RER family has supported you so much." But all he gets is a panicked, confused look. In his line of sight, Yu is happily waving him goodbye, and just like that, he's dragged further and further away from the throne. For a split second, he sees the word Yu mouths to him. What Robin saw left him completely and utterly stunned. "You fool." At that very moment, at a distant castle, lightning strikes the ground repeatedly. The creatures there are covered in wounds from a brutal battle. A woman named Vantis can't stop herself from cursing. "Damn it. That pig-brained old man." Her rage explodes as she kicks a table over and over. "I told you to let me handle it. Someone else is behind this. It's that witch, Callian." The more she thinks, the more her fury twists her expression. Suddenly, a trembling servant named Kai approaches with a white letter. "My lady, urgent news." Seeing it, Vantis just snaps. "What is it now?" The terrified servant presents the letter. "The Emperor has issued an economic blockade on our region." Hearing this, her furious expression remains frozen solid. The entire room falls into a dead, oppressive silence, as no one dares to speak a word. After a long moment, Kai nervously calls out, "My lady?" Vantis just mutters in disbelief. "What does that even mean?" Sen, standing behind her, whimpers, "We're finished." Meanwhile, back at the palace, with Robin gone, Frank finally asks, "Is it done?" Yu replies with a bright smile, "Yes, completely and cleanly handled." Then he starts laying on the flattery. "Before we start, just look at this prosperous capital. I can't help but be in awe of your Majesty's incredible accomplishments. I feel completely unworthy to even be here." But the Emperor coldly brushes it aside. "All right, that's enough." In his mind, Frank has already sized him up, a cunning weasel. He's been observing every single move Yu has made since entering the political arena, carefully noting every one of his brilliant plans. The man used Ka's daughter to placate the rising anti-demon sentiment in critical regions. For that reason, Frank watches him with extreme caution, knowing Yu even turned his enemies into allies. He waits patiently, certain the man is here for a specific reason. Frank smirks to himself, thinking, but in the end, he's nothing more than a drunk mouse dancing in front of a cat. "Go on, say what you came to say." But Yu has already read his thoughts completely. He must be thinking something like that, right? He muses, perfectly satisfied. It seems he knows everything. "In that case, I just need to play this perfectly. After all, you're the one who's going to get devoured in the end." Frank is the one to finally speak. "You seem to be in a very good mood. So tell me, what is it you want to discuss?" This was the opening Yu needed. He kneels on the red carpet, one hand at his side, head bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty," he then says clearly, "I humbly request that the economic blockade on Zan be transferred to the territory of the Demon Lord, Gat." Frank immediately gets to the point. And what do I stand to gain from this? You has the perfect answer ready. A friendship treaty with the Rose Demon Lord, Your Majesty. The Emperor just laughs out loud. How absurd. You think that 1,000-year-old widow will actually submit to me? For me, there is no compromise. Yu doesn't flinch, instead presenting a document. She will do exactly as Your Majesty wishes. He offers it formally with both hands, stunning the Emperor. What? Frank is so shocked he's lost in thought. But his shock only grows after he actually reads the agreement. Are you serious? Roland herself agreed to pay me 10,000 florins every year? Yu confirms it with a firm yes. But Frank's expression turns deadly serious once again. And what proof do you have that this document is authentic? This was all part of the plan. So Yu just offers a faint, confident smile. Yu immediately stands and passionately explains. Your Majesty, Gat is currently the most hated man on the entire continent. If you impose a blockade on the Demon Lord's domain, your reputation will surely echo across the entire world. Hearing this, Frank gives a cold hum. That does sound interesting. But then he slams the scroll on his throne. Even so, that's not a good enough reason. Politics is not a game of feelings. The hypocrisy makes Yu clench his jaw. Please, you didn't say that when our stand was blockaded just because Jolin refused your tribute, you arrogant old fool. But Yu smooths his expression and continues his story. But as you know, Osgus died in the last Great War, he says, revealing each piece of information with an air of mystery. But his followers are now preparing to declare war on the dragon demon. Then he adds a little more spice to his tale. The seeds of conflict haven't been dealt with. Your Majesty, the people of the Empire are living in terror. Finally, Yu drives his point home. The time has come to make a decision, Your Majesty. Slowly, the Emperor's hand comes up to stroke his chin in thought. He quickly gives his assessment. Valostalo, you truly have a gift for words. With a silver tongue like that, you could probably get 10 million florins in an instant. Yu remains perfectly calm on his side. Your Majesty is too kind. And just then, the system window appears before him, activating Mephistopheles' acting skill. You can deceive and manipulate others with demonic acting talent. A magical glint flashes in Yu's eye. I only wish to repay Your Majesty's grace with my humble loyalty. As he continues his speech as a humble subject of this glorious empire, the Emperor suddenly slams his hand down on the armrest of his throne. Frank then explodes in a fit of rage, roaring, "You fool! Did you really think I would be moved by those sweet words? You dare test the patience of the ruler of this continent?" The sudden outburst leaves Yu completely frozen, stiff with shock. He resisted the skill? Meanwhile, the Emperor decisively gives his next command. Guards, what are you waiting for? Do you intend to let him walk out of here alive? In response, they immediately move to restrain Yu. Yes, Your Majesty. In the middle of the chaos, Yu can only get out. Your Majesty, what are you doing? But Frank simply ignores him and continues. Take this bastard away from me immediately. The soldiers quickly begin dragging him away. Let's go. You sly fox, Yu thinks, pure panic rising within him. Wait, how did everything suddenly go this wrong? Sweat was just pouring down his face. This was impossible. While Dayu found himself at a grand party, Callian was left standing there completely bewildered. Mara and Sarah, meanwhile, were totally focused on the food. Guests all around them chattered away, but Frank just laughed out loud with a drink in his hand. He declared he'd never met a citizen who could sweet-talk quite like that in his entire life. Dai Yu, standing right beside him, could only manage a forced smile, but before he could even finish his sentence, the old man cut him off sharply. No, no. Frank cheerfully raised his glass with a warning. I told you to call me uncle, didn't I? If you call me Your Majesty again, I'll be really disappointed. So Dai Yu, against his will, had to force the words out, Yes, of course, uncle, which only brightened the old man's mood. Much better. It sounds way cuter, don't you think? My dear nephew. And with that, his boastful praise continued to echo through the hall for all to hear. My good nephew, what is it you desire? Money or power? Out in the garden, Robin was so bitter he was literally biting a handkerchief. I'll give you anything. His eyes instantly clouded over with pure jealousy. That position. It should have been mine. Robin's entire body was shaking uncontrollably. How did things end up like this? Marco, standing beside him, quietly watched the situation with concern. Suddenly, he had an idea. What if they were to kidnap Vanis right now? But a terrified Felix immediately shot it down. Hey, that's not a good idea. Mako replied helplessly that they had no other choice, then lowered his voice to warn him. But there was no way it would be that easy. If they failed, their entire family would be done for. Robin, however, just cut him off, calling them fools. The two of them stared at him, stunned he could suggest something so insane. But Robin, with a wicked look on his face, just urged them on. Good, let's do it now. In stark contrast to that scheming group, Yu finally managed to find an empty room to retreat to. The second he saw the bed, he stumbled and collapsed onto it. Callian, who was with him, said worriedly, "It's because you didn't refuse a single drink they offered you." But Yu just boasted proudly, "You fool, this is called socializing." Back in the day, he could down 7 drinks in a row and still be standing. Even his boss in his past life was impressed, telling him he held his liquor better than expected. No, you're the amazing one," Yu had said. Now, exhausted, he just waved her away. "Anyway, stop talking to me, just go somewhere else." But his rest was cut short. "What is it?" Cuban's voice came through, sounding like something terrible had just happened. Yu groaned in complete frustration. "What is it now? My head feels like it's about to explode. I'm hanging up." But the voice on the other end pleaded, "This is no time for jokes." Just then, Vanis was shown tightly bound to a large pillar. This was serious. Facing her were Robin and his entire crew. And the tense situation was quickly escalating elsewhere, too. At that moment, in Odga's castle, Vantis sat on a throne and declared, "This is no time to hesitate. I must avenge my father." As Vantat, daughter of Otus, she spoke with absolute confidence. "And then, I will devour that dragon demon myself." The other demons whispered amongst themselves, unable to believe that Lord Otus could have fallen so easily. But she just commanded them loudly to check who could still fight, and to gather all able-bodied warriors immediately. Vantis then pointed to a hellhound. "Train them relentlessly. No rest until they are all ready." Suddenly, Sven chimed in, reminding her the dragon demon might not be alone. His advice was ignored as she slammed her heavy hammer down. Vantis's will was set. She pointed to the sky. "Good. Now, we march straight to Gross Glockner," but then Kai nervously interjected, "But, my lady, this is a time for caution." She immediately turned and demanded to know why. Faced with her glare, he stammered out that the Emperor had ordered an economic blockade on their territory. And recently, Vanis had revived the saintess of the monastery. Kai carefully added more information. The blockade on Stan had also been lifted, which meant Jolin certainly wouldn't stay quiet. He slowly looked up to plead with her. "We must proceed with the plan cautiously." Vantis, however, just cruelly stepped on him. "Don't you get in my way, you weakling." A pained cry rang out as Sven let out a sigh. It was over. They were truly doomed. Facing her captors, Vanis could only grit her teeth in bitter rage. Then she finally shouted, "Just kill me. Why are you even keeping me alive?" Meanwhile, Rotter scoffed, "I already told you, I'm only here to persuade the Emperor." Robin, beside him, casually added, "It's fine. Our fortress has steel defenses and is surrounded by a lake. Even if they attack, they won't take it down easily." He was so confident, he even declared that everything was going to be just fine. Hearing that, Vanis shot back fiercely. "You idiots! You think they're going to politely knock on the door?" Her words made Robin's eyes turn instantly sinister. With a savage kick, he sent her flying. "Shut up," he snarled, continuing his tirade. "You're so noisy, you foolish nun. You're close to that guy Yu, aren't you?" The memory of his past encounter only fueled his rage. "The humiliation he made me suffer, just thinking about it makes my blood boil." Then Robin leaned in with a sneer. "I'm going to let you experience that same shame in his place." But Vanis weakly spat back. "You pathetic bastard." Her insult only made him gloat, firing back with even more venom. "That's right, I am pathetic. And what can you do about it? You can't do anything at all." Robin even poked her head for emphasis. "You have no one left, Vanis." But just then, a soldier burst into the room shouting, "Sir, we have an intruder." Robin looked up in shock. "What?" In contrast to the cozy room, outside was nothing but a cold wind and a mysterious army. Heja spoke up with excitement. "All troops, excluding the Special Operations Unit, have assembled. We are ready to attack at any moment." Meanwhile, CC looked completely bewildered. "Master, do I have to participate too?" Yu simply answered, "We're friends now. Of course you're coming with us." That answer made the old man cry out in fear, but he was immediately shushed. "Be quiet." Then, Yu turned his gaze towards the fortress. "Our mission is to rescue Vanis and eliminate Reter. Those bastards have crossed the line." As he spoke, he summoned his sword with a surge of divine power. "I was going to let it slide if they stayed quiet, but it seems that's not an option anymore." Yu tightened his grip on the hilt, his voice echoing coldly. "The hunt begins." With that single command, his army surged forward, led by Heja. The moment he saw his chance, Do you immediately broke away. Heja, I'm leaving this place to you. Model, she flashes him a playful wink as a signal. Yes, master. Seeing this, Selak hurriedly runs after them, begging to come along. But H stops him cold, tying him up on the spot. You're staying with me. He immediately protests, no way. But Ju is firm, giving a direct order for Selak to stay behind and help H clean up the mess. The command leaves him in absolute shock. Yes, sir. And with that, Ju dashes off, leaving a panicking Selak in his wake. No, I don't want to. I said I don't want to. Meanwhile, Ju is focused on the door dead ahead. Damn it, he thinks. No time to waste on these weaklings. He has to hurry. Of course, their every action is being monitored through a camera feed. The rage inside Robin hits its peak. That disgusting face. A face he swears he will never ever forget. Driven by that hatred, he violently rips a sword from a soldier's grasp. Give me that. With a weapon in his hand, a crazed Robin begins muttering to himself. That's it. I'll use this to cut his throat. Just imagining the bastard's sweet screams is getting me excited. He then bolts from the room, shouting, Just you wait, Valor Stallo. The soldier is just left there, totally baffled. My sword. Ritter barely gets a word out. It's already too late. Annoyed, he barks out a new order. Quick, follow him. The man quickly nods. Yes, sir. Elsewhere, Van Pegas is stunned, wondering if he's really coming to save her. Suddenly, old memories come flooding back, making her wonder if he's always worried for her. As each moment flashes by, her voice cracks with emotion. He has always been there for me. Back in the present, Van Pegas grits her teeth, her thoughts turning bitter. But now, I'm furious with my own helplessness. All at once, the pillar she's tied to starts showing countless cracks. Ritter, however, is too deep in thought to notice. Everything was going so smoothly. I should have just gone to the capital myself, but a sudden noise jolts him from his thoughts. In that same instant, Van Pegas breaks free and begins to slowly walk toward him. In a state of pure shock, Ritter grabs for his sword. You monster! How did you get out? But he figures it doesn't matter since she's unarmed. He lunges straight at her, screaming, Die! But Van Pegas is a step ahead. Her body instantly leans to the side, easily dodging the attack. The next second, she shatters the entire blade with a single kick. Seeing the pieces rain down stuns Ritter into silence for a moment. Still, he has the nerve to yell, You think you can escape? And the price for that question is a powerful punch straight from Van Pegas. The impact is so brutal, Ritter's head spins, teeth literally flying from his mouth. His body collapses helplessly to the floor. She seizes the moment to make a declaration. I can't keep depending on others. I will end this myself. Lord Ritter. At this, Ritter desperately cries out, Wait! He clutches his bleeding mouth while trying his best to make an excuse. I never intended to kidnap you. It was all my stupid son's idea. But Van Pegas is already preparing another strike just for him. You think I care? Her fist slams down, and the wall behind him explodes into fragments. Ritter's face goes pale at the sight of the rubble. Monster. Meanwhile, Van Pegas nonchalantly replies, Calling a lady a monster? How rude. But suddenly, her keen warrior senses send her a clear warning. Through the dust of the wall she just destroyed, a mysterious figure slowly appears. The moment Ritter sees him, he exclaims with glee, You're awake! That's right. A monster should fight a monster. At his words, everyone's attention shifts to the thick cloud of dust. It's your turn. Standing right there is Igo, radiating an incredibly aggressive and powerful aura. Meanwhile, Ju is racing through the fortress as fast as he can. While scanning the area, he contacts Kuban. Are you sure this is the right direction? His ally immediately answers, Yes, and Kuban adds another warning. I'm watching through my familiars, and someone named Igo just appeared on the other side. The name piques Ju's curiosity. Igo? Because of this, Kuban explains. That's right, a human weapon being developed by Ritter. He's the one who caused that horrific massacre at Ritter's castle, a truly brutal creature. After hearing the report, Ju mutters, This wasn't in the original story. All of a sudden, someone calls out from behind, making him stop and look. It's Valor Stallo. Before turning, he carefully signs off. Master Kuban, thanks for the info. I'm hanging up. Kuban cheerfully replies, All right, good luck. Ju then shifts his gaze to Robin's crazed form. He isn't scared at all and casually snaps his fingers to provoke him. Over here, Robin immediately stops, screaming insults. You disgusting piece of trash. At the same time, magic begins to appear on the ground, but he's too focused on Ju to notice the shadow. How dare you insult me like that? Before he can finish, a fist smashes into his head, knocking him out cold. He hits the ground without putting up any other resistance. Ju finds the whole spectacle incredibly annoying. What was that all about? With that handled, he immediately takes off again. Damn it, what a complete waste of time. Slowly, the air grows tense again, heavy with Igo's absolute power. Facing him, Van Pegas maintains her usual calm composure. The moment he slams a fist into the ground, she backflips out of the way. Her agile body even helps her easily retreat to a safe distance. Seizing the opportunity, Van Pegas makes an observation. I thought this body felt strangely familiar. You're the one who ambushed and brought me here, aren't you? She exposes him right then and there, a member of the Vampurga Abbey. I shouldn't have let my guard down. Those exact words seem to make Igo even more insane. He begins to roar like a wild animal. Seeing this, Ritter can't hold back a triumphant grin. On the other hand, Van Pegas looks a bit confused. What in the world is happening to him? Ritter just laughs manically. You said it, didn't you? You dared to say that word, Van Pegas. But she still seems completely lost. That word? Ritter aggressively confirms it. That's right, it's the word he hates the most. With a wicked look in his eyes, he slowly reveals the secret to his opponent. The word is, and at that same moment, Igo lunges toward them with a punch, Vampurga Abbey. In this critical situation, Van Pegas has a look of utter shock. Right after, her astonished voice echoes through the entire fortress. Why? A stark contrast to the intense battle. The scene cuts to a simple meal, where Vantas can't help but shout, "What is this? Why is the food so poor?" Kai, standing beside her, hesitantly explains, "Our budget is in a really bad spot, so we have to save money. My lady Vantas." Hearing this just makes her even angrier. What? Aren't we supposed to be incredibly rich? That's when Kai starts to remind Vantas of a few things. He begs her to keep it down, explaining they might have to sell the whole castle because of the economic blockade. But her response? Completely indifferent. Vantas brutally jams her fork onto the plate. Whatever. Give me a status report on the army. Faced with her intensity, Kai scrambles to explain. He confirms they've received some funds, and that the soldiers' medical treatments are now complete. But Vantas cuts him off. It's not about treatment, it's about training. He weakly insists they still need time to recover. Vantas just scoffs and leans back against the wall, coldly stating that eating meat will heal any kind of wound. Just then, Sven dares to interrupt, saying things were much better when Lord Og was still here. Vantas ignores him, just shouting an order. Finish your food, then gather everyone. The two have no choice but to obey, a sense of dread washing over them. Yes, my lady, we're done for. And with that, the scene fades into a memory. In the past, Ula and Iris look on in surprise. Before them stands a young Io. You want to join the Vanga monastery? The boy gives a firm, decisive nod. But Ula just scoffs, flexing his massive biceps. Here, we prove our faith with strength. Look at you. You can't even lift 100 kilograms, let alone the 500 for the main trials. Your devotion is admirable, to be sure, he continues, but you completely lack the necessary strength. She then delivers the final, crushing blow. And unfortunately, this is a monastery. If you came for any other reason, you would be welcome. We snap back to the present, to a brutal battle. Igor throws a punch, but Van Purgis blocks it just in time. Before she can counter, he's already swinging back. The blow sends Van Purgis smashing mercilessly into the wall. Ritter, watching from the side, can't help but gloat. No one can stop Igor's rage. When he's like this, he wouldn't even recognize his own father. But Ritter never expected that rage to be turned directly on him. With one hit, Ritter's frail body is sent flying out of the fortress entirely. Meanwhile, Van Purgis barely manages to struggle back to her feet. She doesn't know what's fueling his rage, but she knows one thing: his fists are filled with a deep sadness. The person she's facing now is just pure madness. With that, Van Purgis stomps down hard, planting her feet. Her hand clenches into a fist, glowing with divine energy, as they clash head-on with a powerful punch. But for the first time, Igor recoils, pain shooting up his arm from the impact. That pain, however, only serves to reignite the fury in his eyes, and so, Igor lets out a roar and attacks mindlessly once again. But his mind flashes back, remembering the harsh trials of his past. We prove our faith through strength. Look at you. You can't even lift 100 kilograms, let alone the 500 required for the main trials. Time passes. Fueled by those mocking words, he grows stronger and stronger. Your devotion is admirable, but you lack the necessary strength. One day, Igor looks into the mirror to see the results of his hard work. But then, to his shock, his hair suddenly begins to fall out in clumps. Lost in these memories, Igor's body freezes for just a moment. That's all the opening Van Purgis needs. She unleashes a flurry of blows aimed at his weak points. To end this fight, she pours every last bit of her strength into one final punch. The shockwave from the hit is so intense that massive cracks spiderweb across the ceiling. Van Purgis stands over his unconscious body, breathing heavily. She vows to fight him again, but only when he can throw a punch without hesitation. But moments later, the entire floor begins to shake violently. It's then she realizes with a jolt of panic, did she hit him too hard? The entire fortress is collapsing. Outside, Ju hears the commotion and stops dead in his tracks to figure out what's going on. An earthquake? Suddenly, a massive chunk of debris comes crashing down right on top of him. In that critical moment, Ju instantly summons his sword, Rublania. He slices straight through the threatening debris, but the fragments just cascade to the ground, creating a chaotic mess that completely blocks his path. Seeing his way blocked, Ju starts to panic. There's no time left. Just then, a voice comes through. It's Kuben. Ju, are you all right? Ju quickly regains his composure. I'm fine, but what about Van Purgis? Kuben's voice is rushed. She's safe for now, but the fortress is about to collapse. Kuben thoughtfully adds, I've already sent a spirit beast your way. Hurry, save her and get out of there. And just as he says it, a bat appears. I'll make sure she's safe. Reassured, Ju replies, perfect timing, thank you. Meanwhile, Van Purgis is reeling from the chaos erupting all around her, but she quickly calms herself down. Ju must be on his way here. She thinks to herself, I have to find him quickly. She thinks about the words she couldn't say before. But lost deep in her own thoughts, she fails to notice the danger lurking right above her. Just as she looks up, a massive boulder is about to crush her. But before it can hit, a razor-sharp sword slices it clean in two as Ju lands gracefully beside her. The moment she sees him, Van Purgis's face lights up with pure joy. She cries out his name, Ju, and he immediately calls back to her, Van Purgis. Then Ju's eyes land on the unconscious giant. Who's that? Van Purgis quickly explains. That's Igor. It's not important. We have to get out of here. Now, Kuben's spirit beast chimes in, urging them on. She's right, we have to go. The sudden urgency leaves Ju a bit flustered. Right. I understand. This way. They immediately start running, much to Van Purgis's surprise. I can't believe that giant fits inside a gauntlet. Just then, Ju speaks up to reassure her. Just a little further, he says. She nods, understanding completely. His consideration brings a warm smile to her face, and she suddenly blurts out, I have something I need to tell you, but Ju is focused on their escape. I have a lot to say too. Let's talk once we're safely outside, okay? But Van Purgis insists. This is important. Finally, he relents. All right then, seizing the moment, she takes a deep breath and confesses, the name Van Purgis, it's fake. My real name is different. Ju, still focused on running, gives a distracted reply. Okay, I heard you. Let's just get outside first. Then, Van Purgis suddenly shouts her real name at him. Hearing it, Ju forces a smile. Really? That's a beautiful name. But as he says it, his eyes dart upward in sudden, wide-eyed shock. A name? A second later, the ceiling gives way completely, his face draining of all color. All Ju can do is scream out a desperate warning. Model, watch out behind you. But it was too late. He was completely trapped by rubble, pinned to the spot. The ground then shook with a massive impact, startling even his spirit beast. It let out a terrified shriek, certain death was upon them. But Ju just calmly shut that down. We're not dead yet. At the same time, he looked up at the patch of sky now visible through the collapsing roof. Yep, the whole place was caving in. Behind him, Cheer frantically checked on him. Lord Valo, are you okay? Standing atop the debris, Ju coolly replied, I'm fine. She quickly confirmed she was all right too. Just then, H appeared out of thin air. What a wonderful atmosphere. The second he saw her, he shouted, Perfect timing, give us a hand. Once they were airborne, he immediately reached out to Charty. Van Purgis, take my hand. She reacted in a flash. And just like that, their hands reached for one another, the gap between them slowly closing. Meanwhile, H watched on, looking genuinely impressed by the scene. Then she cheerfully delivered some truly horrifying news. The fortress will completely collapse in 5 seconds. With the clock ticking, his urgency skyrocketed. Hurry up! Cheer strained, stretching with all her might to get closer to him. And with that final effort, their fingertips were just about to touch. At that exact moment, the fortress finally gave out, descending into absolute chaos. Thick dust and smoke billowed everywhere, dropping visibility to zero. But amidst the brutal wreckage, something shot out from the devastation. All three of them had made it out safely, and were now flying further and further away. In that moment, Ju looked over at Cheer with a truly tender gaze. You have learned the true name of Van Purgis, Chuck Tier. As for Chuck Tier herself, she was so overcome with emotion that her eyes began to well up with tears. Van Purgis's favorability toward you has increased dramatically. Once things settled, Cheer spoke up. That was close, Lord Vallow. We were almost crushed under all that rubble. He nodded, relieved. Just then, H chimed in with a playful reminder. Master, someone's calling for you. Ju looked down at his ring. It was Cuban. Falling back on old habits, he answered politely, Hello, Lord Cuban. But the person on the other end simply screamed his name in a panic. Ju immediately recognized that voice. It was Margareta. Yep, and she was furious, demanding to know if those Ritter scoundrels had dared to kidnap Vanis. Hearing this, Ju hesitated for a moment, but she instantly cut him off. I'm on my way there right now to rip them to shreds myself. After that declaration, Ju couldn't help but glance nervously to the side. Excuse me? Rip them to shreds? Not too far away. Margareta let out a ferocious roar. That's right, you miserable insects. The RER soldiers just stood there, completely dumbfounded in the ruins. Behold, the secret art of the great Margareta, headmistress of the Vampurga Abbey. She began conjuring a truly colossal sphere of energy above the already shattered fortress. And as she did, a look of pure, ecstatic excitement spread across her face. This was her supernova. The unlucky souls who had to face it could only stare, their jaws agape in terror. A second later, the magic slammed into the earth, setting off an unbelievably massive explosion. After unleashing the attack, Margareta looked even more delighted, smugly declaring that she was invincible. Ju's face, however, was a mask of pure fear. Yeah, he probably shouldn't do anything to get on her bad side for a long, long time. And so, some time passed. Dawn broke over the Near Bay and Lance Hood Administrative Center. Outside the Vanges villa, Margareta, Cheer, and Ju were all waiting, each lost in their own thoughts. Soon enough, the carriage they were expecting slowly rolled to a stop. Margareta just sighed, looking completely bored. They're here. She continued her critique. Another flashy entrance. Ju, on the other hand, was absolutely stunned. What is this? Their armor looks even heavier than the Emperor's elite royal guard. Meanwhile, a majestic red carpet was rolled out from the carriage. The guest of honor then gracefully placed a foot down and began to walk. Next, Prince Maximilian of Sienne appeared, looking incredibly handsome. Upon seeing him, Chier gave a polite greeting. Uncle, have you been well? He, however, just choked out her name, Van Purgis. Catching her completely off guard, Maximilian gently pulled Cheer into a tight hug. Then he started firing off questions. Are you hurt anywhere? Do you have any idea how worried I was? Are you eating enough? Why are you so thin? Overwhelmed by his intensity, she just awkwardly replied, I'm fine, uncle. But his entire demeanor changed the second she mentioned Ju. It was all thanks to Lord Vallow. With unconcealed killing intent, Maximilian glared daggers at him. You, Vo, Vapa, whatever your name is, get lost. The sudden switch-up even shocked Ju himself. His attitude changed that fast. But Margareta furiously snapped at the prince. You idiot. If it weren't for Vallow, something terrible would have happened. Vangus made it back safely, precisely because Vallow got there so quickly. But even so, Maximilian just continued to glower at Ju. If only I hadn't been slower than this damn brat. Finally, Maximilian left him with a parting threat that made Ju force a strained smile. Consider yourself lucky. Ju's gaze drifted over to the massive army behind the prince, and he couldn't help but wonder, could he really have arrived any faster with all those soldiers in tow? Meanwhile, the prince was trying to coax Cheer. My dearest niece, why don't you sleep with your uncle tonight? That was immediately shut down by Margareta. Stay away from her. Cheer looked deeply uncomfortable. Uncle. And Ju just stood off to the side, taking it all in. It seems Van Purgis had a pretty difficult childhood, huh? After that, unique welcome, they all headed inside the villa. For your great contribution, you shall be granted the title of knight. Maximilian announced in a stern voice. Serve Vangus with unwavering loyalty. For his part, Ju respectfully bowed his head and replied, Thank you, your highness. But inwardly, he was thinking, so Prince Sienne granted me knighthood. He can't deny my role in rescuing Vangus. Looking at Maximilian again, Ju could tell he wasn't happy at all about the Ritter debt. The contract stated that the Artier Knights would repay Valor Stet Valor with RER territory instead of cash. It had all been delivered in the form of a land certificate. But there was still some grumbling in the background, with a few people looking obviously upset about the deal. To settle the matter, Frank's face appeared on a projection screen. He immediately waved them off. "Do you have a problem with my beloved grandson?" That one line made Ju smile with satisfaction. The Emperor always said life is about money and power, and he just taught them all a lesson. Ju even puffed out his chest in triumph. Now this is an amazing feeling. At the end of it all, he finally found his way to a bed. Man, what a long and exhausting day. After complaining, Ju wearily rolled over. The retired trash who had been harassing Van Purgis were gone. He was now an official knight, and even had his own land. As he thought about it, a complex emotion flickered across his face. Still, he was completely caught off guard. Every memory he had with Chia flashed before his eyes all the times he'd watched over her. That brilliant smile of hers suddenly sent his thoughts into a spin, and yet, everything about her felt brand new in this moment. But Ju's peaceful daydream was cut short by an interruption. He turned, his eyes widening in surprise. Callion's face was a mask of pure fury. "My lord." Then she immediately laid into him. "How could you do something like this? You were the one who told me to follow you closely. Then you just vanish. What was I supposed to do?" Faced with her anger, he tried to calm her down. "Hey, take it easy." But she shot back, her voice tight with frustration. "How can you expect me to be calm?" Just then, a gentle hand landed on Callion's shoulder. "Princess Callion." Roland's serene smile came into view. Roland's voice was slow and soothing. "For now, just step back. Calm yourself, and then you can issue your challenge again." Callion, hearing this, asked in surprise, "Calm down? Do you mean with physical training? I've already done that plenty of times under Og's command." But Roland's tone became conspiratorial as she leaned in close to her ear. "Not that kind of training." She then whispered a series of secrets into Callion's ear, causing her to blush a deep shade of red. Flustered, she quickly stammered, I get it, I'll back off for now. And Ju, be ready to answer when I call." Roland cheerfully waved Callion off. "Goodbye now." Meanwhile, Ju was left wondering, what in the world did those two just talk about? Once she was gone, he politely turned to Roland. "You really saved me back there." Hearing this, she replied softly, "Well, disappearing from the capital so suddenly is bound to shock anyone." With that, Ju let out a huge yawn, ready to head back to bed. "All right, time for sleep." But just then, another person appeared looking for him. This time it was Chia, dressed in casual clothes but looking absolutely stunning. With captivating charm, she hesitated before asking, "Would you be willing to take a walk with me for a bit?" Unable to resist, Ju immediately agreed. "Yes, of course. Let's go right now." And so, they walked together under the full moon. "What a chaotic day, huh?" Ju chuckled awkwardly beside her. After that brief exchange, a difficult silence fell between them, but he quickly found a new topic. "By the way, Vangus, was that name fake?" Chia responded to his question with a slight nod. She then explained, "To be precise, it's my baptismal name. The festival honoring Vanga is called Vangus." Hearing this, Ju was impressed. So that's why it sounded so familiar, like the goddess of mercy. At the same time, his own knowledge of the game's world resurfaced. In this world, there are countless gods. Reuben, the god of justice. Vanga's face appeared clearly in his mind. Vanga, the goddess of mercy. Next to her, a figure remained shrouded in shadow. Obiana, the goddess of nature and life. The next name was also just a mysterious silhouette, Maga, the god of light. His thoughts hitched as he recalled the final name, the master of time and space, Aquila. But Ju quickly shook that thought away, focusing on the girl beside him. She served at Vanga's monastery. Chia. That's a beautiful name. His compliment made her light up. Really? He, meanwhile, was lost in thought again, and it suits her so perfectly. Then, she shyly spoke up. "You can call me by that name, but only when it's just the two of us." Understanding her intent, he immediately accepted. "Then when we're alone, I will call you by that name." Ju himself was getting more and more excited. This is great progress. At this rate, he might even get to that next scene, maybe even further. But the moment that thought crossed his mind, something slammed into the ground right next to them. The expressions on Ju and Chia's faces froze, completely stunned. As for Tu Fen, he appeared looking incredibly rushed. "Let's go, now." His urgent demand made Ju sigh in frustration. What a miserable life. At that exact same time, over with Vantus, she stood before her demon army and declared, "Everyone, assemble." All the soldiers under her command simply bowed their heads and obeyed. Seeing this, however, she had to ask, "Why are all of you only wearing underwear?" One of them quickly piped up, "Because we don't have any money." Hearing this, Vantus started to grumble. But we sold the entire castle, didn't we? The demon just shrugged and explained. The payment was delayed due to the economic blockade. Even so, she stubbornly gave the order. Enough, just deal with it. Sven then stepped forward to try and reason with her. That's impossible. Ignoring that, Vantus simply pointed ahead with resolve. Brimming with confidence, she announced. The place we're heading to now is the lair of the magic dragon, Rose Glocker. Following her pointing finger, Vantus let out a battle cry. Confront your fears and devour everything. Finally, she thrust her hand to the sky and roared, The magic dragon must become mine.